Part 2. Practicing Stress-Free Productivity. Chapter 4. Getting Started. Setting up the time, space, and tools. In Part 2, we'll move from a conceptual framework and limited application of workflow mastery to full-scale implementation and best practices. Going through this program often gives people a level of relaxed control they may never have experienced before, but it usually requires the catalyst of step-by-step procedures to get there. To that end, I'll provide a logical sequence of things to do to make it as easy as possible for you to get on board and glean the most value from these techniques. Much of the detail in this section can easily seem more than you can digest or implement on a first listen. It's included to provide a blow-by-blow instruction manual for you if you've decided to do a full-scale implementation of the model, which could take at least 2 full uninterrupted days to implement. It is information and suggestions you will very likely want to revisit at some point to glean a new level of application as you get started down the GTD path. Implementation, whether all out or casual, is a lot about tricks. If you're not sure you're committed to an all-out implementation of these methods, let me assure you that much of the value people get from this material is good tricks. Sometimes just one good trick can make it worthwhile to range through this information. I've had people tell me, for example, that the best thing they got from our seminars was simply the 2-minute rule. Tricks are for the not-so-smart, not-so-conscious part of us. To a great degree, the highest performing people I know are those who have installed the best tricks in their lives. I know that's true of me. The smart part of us sets up things for us to do that the not-so-smart part responds to almost automatically, creating behavior that produces high-performance results. We trick ourselves into doing what we ought to be doing. For instance, if you're a semi-regular exerciser, like I am, you probably have your own little tricks to get yourself to exercise. My best trick is costume, the clothing I put on or take off. If I put on exercise gear, I'll start to feel like exercising. If I don't, I'm very likely to feel like doing something else. Let's look at an example of a real productivity trick. You've probably taken work home that you had to bring back the next day, right? It was mission critical that you not forget it the next morning. So where did you put it the night before? Did you put it in front of the door or on your keys so you'd be sure to take it with you? For this you get an education? What a sophisticated piece of self-management technology you've installed in your life. But actually, that's just what it is. The smart part of you the night before knows that the not-so-smart part of you the first thing in the morning may barely be conscious. What's this in front of the door? Oh, that's right, I've got to take this with me. What a class act. But really, it is. It's a trick I call put it in front of the door. For our purposes, the door is going to be the door of your mind, not your house. But it's the same idea. If you were to take out your calendar right now and look closely at every single item for the next 14 days, you'd probably come up with at least one, oh, that reminds me I need to fill in the blank. If you then captured that value-added thought into some place that would trigger you to act, you'd feel better already, have a clearer head, and get more positive things done. It's not rocket science, just a good trick. If you take out a clean sheet of paper right now, along with your favorite writing instrument, and for 3 minutes focus solely on the most awesome project on your mind, I guarantee you'll have at least one, oh yeah, I need to consider, fill in the blank. Then capture what shows up in your head on the piece of paper and put it where you might actually use the idea or information. You won't be 1 ounce smarter than you were 10 minutes ago, but you'll have added value to your work and life. Much of learning how to manage workflow in a masterful way is about laying out the gear and practicing the moves so that the requisite thinking happens more automatically, and it's a lot easier to get engaged in the game. The suggestions that follow about getting time, space, and tools in place are all trusted methods for making things happen at a terrific new level. If you're sincere about making a major leap forward in your personal management systems, I recommend that you pay close attention to the details and follow through on the suggestions provided next in their entirety. The whole will be greater than the sum of the parts. You'll also discover that the execution of this program will produce real progress on real things that are going on in your life right now. We'll get lots done that you want to get done in new and efficient ways that may amaze you. Setting aside the time. I recommend that you create a block of time to initialize this process and prepare a workstation with the appropriate space, furniture, and tools. If your space is properly set up and streamlined, it can reduce your unconscious resistance to dealing with your stuff and even make it attractive for you to sit down and crank through your input and your work. An ideal time frame for most people is 2 whole days, back to back. Don't be put off by that if you don't have that long to spend, though. Doing any of the activities I suggest will be useful, no matter how much or how little time you devote to them. 2 days are not required to benefit from these techniques and principles. They will start to pay off instantly. Implementing the full capturing process can take up to 6 hours or more, and clarifying and deciding on actions for all the input you'll want to externalize and capture in your system can easily take another 8 hours. Of course, you can also collect and process your stuff in chunks, but it'll be much easier if you can tackle that front-end portion in one fell swoop. The ideal time for me to work with someone in implementing this methodology is on a weekend or holiday, because the chance of outside disturbance is minimal then. If I work with someone on a typical workday, we first make sure that no meetings are scheduled and only emergency interruptions are allowed. Phone calls are routed to voicemail or logged by assistants for review and handling during a break. I don't recommend using after hours for this work. It usually means seriously reduced horsepower and a big tendency to get caught up in rabbit trails. After hours is actually a good time to crank through a group of similar tasks that you wouldn't normally do in the course of your typical workday, like filing a big backlog of papers, cleaning a desk drawer, surfing the web about your upcoming vacation, or processing expense receipts. For many of the executives I work with, holding the world back for 2 contiguous days is the hardest part of the whole process. The perceived necessity to be constantly available for meetings and communications when they're at work is difficult for them to let go of. That's why we often resort to weekends. If you work in an open cubicle or office, it will be even more of a challenge to isolate sufficient time blocks on a regular workday during office hours. It's not that the procedure itself is so sacred. It's just that it takes a lot of mental energy to capture and make decisions about such a large inventory of open loops, especially when they've been open, undecided, or stuck for way too long. Interruptions can double the time it takes to get through everything. If you can get to ground zero in one contained time period, it gives you a huge sense of control and accomplishment and frees up a reservoir of energy and creativity. Later on, you can maintain your system in shorter spurts between the lines of your regular day. Setting up the space. You'll need to choose a physical location to serve as your central cockpit of control. If you already have a desk and office space set up where you work, that's probably the best place to start. If you work from a home office, obviously that will be your prime location. If you already have both, you'll want to establish identical, even interchangeable systems in both places, though one will probably be primary. If you feel that you don't have either, you really don't have any central physical spot you would call home for dealing with your stuff, it's imperative that you create one. Even if you have a mobile, high-tech life that is primarily virtual, you'll still require a private setting as a base camp from which to operate. You will want to implement this program wherever you might actually do work and process input, but starting with the primary location is optimal. The basics for a workspace are just a writing surface and room for an in tray, and probably, for most people, space for core digital tools as well. Some, such as a foreman in a machine shop, an intake nurse on a hospital floor, or your children's nanny, won't need much more than that. Most homemakers won't necessarily need a large area to manage their workflow, but having enough of a discrete space dedicated to the processing of notes, mail, home and family projects and activities, finances, and the like is critical. Usually this business of life stuff is scattered helter-skelter in the kitchen, in the hallway, on the dining table, on book and media shelves, etc., with a numbing effect. The writing surface will of course expand for most professionals to include a phone and charger, a computer, stacking trays, working file drawers, reference shelves. Some may feel the need for a printer, whiteboards, and/or multimedia conferencing equipment. The seriously self-contained will also want gear for exercise, leisure, and hobbies. A functional workspace is critical. If you don't already have a dedicated workspace and in-tray, get them now. That goes for students, homemakers, and retirees too. Everyone must have a physical locus of control from which to deal with everything else. If I had to set up an emergency workstation in just a few minutes, I would buy an unfinished door, place it on top of two two-drawer filing cabinets, one at each end, place 3 stack trays on it, and add a paper, pad, and pen. That would be my home base. If I had time to sit down, I'd also buy a stool. Believe it or not, I've been in several executive offices that wouldn't be as functional. If you go to an office, you'll still need a space at home. Don't skimp on workspace at home. As you'll discover through this process, it's critical that you have at least a satellite home system identical to the one in your office. Many people I've worked with have been somewhat embarrassed by the degree of chaos that reigns in their homes, in contrast to their offices at work. They've gotten tremendous value from giving themselves permission to establish the same setup in both places. If you're like many of them, you'll find that a weekend spent setting up a home workstation can make a revolutionary change in your ability to organize your life. An office space in transit. If you move around much, as a business traveler or just as a person with a mobile lifestyle, you'll also want to set up an efficiently organized micro office in transit. More than likely, this will consist of a briefcase, pack, or satchel with appropriate folders and portable workstation supplies. Many people lose opportunities to be productive because they're not equipped to take advantage of the odd moments and windows of time that open up as they move from one place to another, or when they're in off-site environments. The combination of a good processing style, the right tools, and good interconnected systems at home and at work can make traveling a highly leveraged way to get certain kinds of work done. As technology continues to deliver both more powerful mobile hardware and fast global access to most of us, the ability to virtually manage your life increases. But the problem inherent with that is the confusion of managing the traffic that ensues with all of the options available on your mobile devices. Without a good capturing, clarifying, and organizing methodology in place, with the appropriate applications and tools structured to handle it as it happens, the new world of global mobile access will be underutilized, if not a source of unproductive distraction and stress itself. Don't share space. It is imperative that you have your own workspace, or at least your own in-tray and a place in which to process paper and physical material. Too many couples I've worked with have tried to work out of a single desk at home, and it always makes light years of difference when they expand to 2 workstations. Far from being the separation they expect, the move in fact relieves them of a subtle stress in their relationship about managing the stuff of their shared lives. One couple even decided to set up an additional mini workstation in the kitchen for the stay-at-home mom so she could process work while keeping an eye on their infant in the family room. Some organizations are interested in the concept of hoteling, that is, having people create totally self-contained and mobile workstation capabilities so they can plug in anywhere in the company at any time and work from there. That can provide savings in office space requirements, as companies operate more virtually with a workforce that can function independently from the mothership. But that presupposes that each worker involved has a locus of control on his or her own. Experiments have failed in this scheme because they disrupted the stable workstation. There must be zero resistance to using the systems we have. Having to continually reinvent our in-tray, our filing system, and how and where we process our stuff, where's a darn Post-it and a stapler, can only be a source of incessant distraction. You can work virtually anywhere if you have a clean, compact system and know how to process your stuff rapidly and portably. But you'll still need a home base with a well-grooved set of tools and sufficient space for all the reference and support material that you'll want somewhere close at hand when you land. Most people I work with need at least 2 file drawers for their general reference and project support types of paper-based materials. Given digital scanners and the continual technology advances in this regard, it is conceivable that one day all that support material can be in the cloud and retrievable as needed anywhere. But it will still be a while before you don't need your physical passport, EU cash you brought back from the trip to Milan, and temporary paper-based documentation of all sorts that remains the optimum way to handle some data. Big or small, that inventory of reference and collateral items needs a home with easy access to it. Getting the tools you'll need. If you're committed to a full implementation of this workflow process, there are some basic supplies and equipment that you'll need to get you started. As you go along, you're likely to dance between using what you're used to and evaluating any possibilities for new and different gear to work with. Note that good tools don't necessarily have to be expensive. Often, on the low-tech side, the more executive something looks, the more dysfunctional it really is. The basic processing tools. Let's assume you're starting from scratch. In addition to a desktop workspace, you'll need paper-holding trays, at least 3, a stack of plain letter-size paper, a pen or pencil, Post-its, 3x3s, paper clips, a stapler and staples, Scotch tape, rubber bands, an automatic labeler, file folders, a calendar, wastebasket and recycling bins, current tools being used for data capture, organizing, and to-do lists, including mobile devices, personal computers, and paper-based planners and notebooks, if any. Paper-holding trays. These will serve as your in-tray and out-tray, with 1 or 2 others for work-in-progress support papers and/or your read and review stack. The most functional trays are the side-facing letter or legal-size stackable kinds, which have no lip on them to keep you from sliding out a single piece of paper. Plain paper. You'll use plain paper for the initial collection process. Believe it or not, putting one thought on one full-size sheet of paper can have enormous value. Most people will wind up processing their notes into some sort of list organizer, but by having initial thoughts separated into discrete placeholders versus on one amorphous list, it makes it easier to wrestle it to closure later in the processing and organizing steps. In any case, it's important to have plenty of letter-sized writing paper or tablets around to make capturing ad hoc input easy. Post-its, clips, stapler, etc. Post-its, clips, stapler, tape, and rubber bands will come in handy for routing and storing paper-based materials. Though their use is diminishing, we're not finished with paper and other physical materials yet, if you haven't noticed, and the simple tools for managing them are essential. Labeler. The labeler is a surprisingly useful tool in this process. Thousands of people we have worked with now have their own automatic labelers, and our archives are full of their comments, like, "Incredible, I wouldn't have believed what a difference it makes." The labeler will be used to label file folders, binder spines, and numerous other things. I prefer a standalone tool or a simple plug-and-play labeler for the computer that can make single labels in the moment, reducing any friction to filing something when it shows up. File folders. You'll need plenty of file folders. You may also need an equal number of file folder hangers if your filing system requires them. Plain colored folders are fine. Color coding is a level of complexity that's hardly ever worth the effort. Your general reference filing system should just be a simple library. In many countries, it is difficult to find simple, inexpensive folders for the elementary but necessary general reference system I advocate. You may have to improvise to find something workable. Calendar. Although you may not need a calendar just to collect your incomplete items, you'll certainly come up with actions that need to be put there nonetheless. As I noted earlier, the calendar should be used not to hold action lists, but to track the hard landscape of things that have to get done on a specific day or at a specific time. Most professionals these days already have some sort of working calendar system in place. ranging from loose-leaf organizers to mobile devices to shared enterprise software applications. The calendar has often been the central tool that people rely on to be organized. It's certainly a critical component in managing particular kinds of data and reminders of the commitments and information that relate to specific times and days. There are many reminders and some data that you will want a calendar for, but you won't be stopping there. Your calendar will need to be integrated with a much more comprehensive system that will emerge as you apply this method. You may wonder what kind of calendar would be best to use, and I'll discuss that in more detail in the next chapter. For now, just keep using the one you've got. After you develop a feel for the whole systematic approach, you'll have a better reference point for deciding about graduating to a different tool. Wastebasket recycling bins. If you're like most people, when you implement this process, you're going to toss a lot more stuff than you expect. So get ready to create a good bit of trash. Some executives I have coached have found it extremely useful to arrange for a large trash bin to be parked immediately outside their offices the day we work together. Do you need an organizer? Whether or not you need an organizer tool, and if so, what kind, will depend on a number of factors. Are you already committed to using something for managing lists and at-hand reference information? How do you want to see your reminders of actions, agendas, and projects? Where and how often do you need to review them? Because your head is not the place in which to hold things, you'll obviously need something to manage your triggers and orient yourself externally. You could maintain everything in a purely low-tech fashion by keeping pieces of paper in folders. Or you could even use a paper-based notebook or planner, or a digital version thereof. Or you could employ some combination of these. All of the low-tech gear listed in the previous section is used for various aspects of collecting, processing, and organizing. You'll use a tray and random paper for collecting. As you process your in-tray, you'll complete many less than 2-minute actions that will require Post-its, a stapler, and paper clips. The magazines, articles, and paper reports and documents that are your longer than 2-minute reading will go in another of the trays. And you'll probably have quite a bit just to file away. What's left, maintaining a project inventory, logging calendar items and action and agenda reminders, and tracking the things you're waiting for, will require some form of lists or reviewable groupings of similar items. Lists can be managed in a low-tech way as pieces of paper kept in a file folder. For example, separate sheets or notes for each person you need to call in a calls file, or bills to pay in a to-pay folder or tray. Or they can be arranged in a more mid-tech fashion, in loose-leaf notebooks or planners, a page titled Calls with the names listed down the sheet. Or they can be high-tech, digital versions, such as a calls category in the tasks or to-do section of a software application. In addition to holding portable reference material, for example, contact info, most organizing tools are designed for managing lists. Your calendar is actually a form of a list, with time and day-specific action reminders listed chronologically. Probably thousands of types of organizers have been on the market since the latter 20th century, from the early daytimers and filofaxes to the more sophisticated planners like Time System and Franklin Covey, to the retro use of a simple Moleskine notebook, to the current flood of task management software applications. Since the original publication of Getting Things Done, scores of software programs have emerged using the core GTD methodology as a basis for their models. Most are simply digital and mobile to-do and task list managers with a variety of enhancements, connections, and graphic views. Should you implement the Getting Things Done process in what you're currently using, or should you install something new? The answer is, do whichever one will actually help you change your behavior so you'll use the tools appropriately. There are efficiency factors to consider here, too. Do you get a lot of digital information that would be easier to track with a digital tool? Do you need a paper-based calendar for all the appointments you have to make and change rapidly on the run? Where and how is the easiest way for you to be reminded of calls you need to make when you're moving fast? And so on. There are also the aesthetic and enjoyment factors. I've done some of my best planning and updating for myself when I simply wanted some excuse to use, that is, play with, my smartphone while waiting for dinner alone in a restaurant. Keep in mind, though, that the tool you use will not give you stress-free productivity. That is something you create by implementing the GTD method. The structure you incorporate will be extremely important in how you express and implement the process, but it is not a substitute for it. A great hammer doesn't make a great carpenter, but a great carpenter will always want to have a great hammer. When considering whether to get and use any organizing tool, and if so, which one, keep in mind that all you really need to do is manage lists. You've got to be able to create a list on the run and review it easily and as regularly as you need to. Once you know what to put on the list and how to use them, the medium really doesn't matter. Just go for simplicity, speed, and fun. The critical factor of a filing system. A simple and highly functional personal reference system is critical to this process. The filing system at hand is one of the first things I assess before beginning the workflow process in anyone's office. As I noted in Chapter 2, the lack of a good general reference system can be one of the greatest obstacles to implementing a personal management system, and for most of the executives I have coached, it represents one of the biggest opportunities for improvement. It's not because the content is so important or strategic. It's rather that unmanaged, it inordinately clouds physical and mental space. Random, non-actionable, but potentially relevant material, unprocessed and unorganized, produces a debilitating psychological noise. More important, it produces a block in the flow part of workflow, and things tend to back up into the area like we see with clogged plumbing. Many times I've driven to the local office supply store with a client and bought a filing cabinet, a big stack of file folders, and a labeler, just so we could create an appropriate place in which to put 2/3 of the stuff lying around his or her desk and office. The transformation in clarity and focus regarding work was inevitably dramatic. We're concerned here mostly with general reference filing, as distinct from discrete filing systems devoted to contracts, financial information, patient records, or other categories of data that deserve their own place in indexing. General reference files should hold articles, brochures, pieces of paper, notes, printouts, documents, and even physical things like tickets, keys, Buyers Club membership cards, and flash drives. Basically anything that you want to keep for its interesting or useful data or purpose, and that doesn't fit into your specialized filing systems and won't stand up by itself on a shelf, as will large software manuals and seminar binders. If you're a digitally oriented person, you may think there's no longer any need for file folders for physical stuff. At some point in the future, I may not need a physical passport, birth certificate, older kitchen appliance instructions, medical records, keys for seldom-used boxes, or paper currency from countries I will revisit. But until then, I need a coordinated physical place to park them. If you have a trusted secretary or assistant who maintains that system for you, so you can put a file as X post-it on the document and send it out to him or her, great. But ask yourself if you have some potentially interesting, confidential, or useful support material that should be accessible at any moment, even when your assistant isn't around. If so, you'll still need your own system in your desk or somewhere near it. The same dynamic holds true whether reference is in paper or digital form. As more and more information is coming to us virtually, the need to have general reference locations for ad hoc data on your computer or mobile device is critical. Many people are still using their email in-tray area as an amorphous general reference storage place. I need to keep this email because it has information about my son's school event schedule. But they resist making an electronic folder named Robert or School Schedules in their email application, in which to drag and store it, or copying and pasting it in a good reference storage program or database. Software is now available that allows capturing and categorizing this kind of information and synchronizing it with multiple devices, but it does require some thought about how to structure it, as well as some directed behavior to flow this kind of stuff into appropriate places instead of complicating and confusing your digital environment. When I instituted a new general reference filing application on my computer, it required a good 3 months of my experimentation to find the optimal way to organize it, and another 3 months to get it on cruise control, so now I'm just using it instead of thinking so much about it. Success factors for filing. I strongly suggest that you maintain a personal, at-hand filing system both physical and digital. It should take you less than 1 minute to pick something up out of your in-tray or print it from email, decide it needs no next action, but has some potential future value, and finish storing it in a trusted system. The same is true for scanning and storing documents or copying and pasting information in the computer. You may have a preponderance of digital over paper-based reference material, or vice versa, but without a streamlined system for both, you will resist keeping potentially valuable information, or what you do keep will accumulate in inappropriate places. If it takes longer than a minute to file something in an easily retrievable format, you'll likely stack it or stuff it somewhere instead. Besides being fast, the system needs to be fun and easy, current and complete. Otherwise, you'll unconsciously resist emptying your in-tray because you know there's likely to be something in there that ought to get filed, and you won't even want to look at the papers or your clogged email. Take heart. I've seen people go from resisting to actually enjoying sorting through their piles in digital world once their personal filing system is set up and humming. You must feel equally comfortable about filing a single piece of paper on a new topic, even a scribbled note, in its own file, as you would about filing a more formal, larger document. Because it requires so much work to make and organize files, people either don't keep them or have junked up cabinets and drawers full of all sorts of one-of-a-kind items, like menus for the local takeout cafe or the current train schedule. If you trust that all that kind of information is instantly and virtually available through the web, and you would never need to access hard copies, then make sure you're not duplicating systems unnecessarily, and that what you choose and how you use it is seamless. Whatever you need to do to get your reference system to that quick and easy standard for everything it has to hold, do it. My system works wonderfully for me and for many others who try it, and I highly recommend that you consider incorporating all of the following guidelines to really make reference filing automatic. Keep your general reference files immediately at hand. Filing has to be instantaneous and easy. If you have to get up every time you have some ad hoc piece of paper you want to file, or you have to search multiple places on your computer for an appropriate location for a piece of information you want to keep, you'll tend to stack it or leave it in its original place instead of filing it. You're also likely to resist the whole in-tray process because you know there's stuff in there that might need filing. Many people I've coached have redesigned their office space so they have plenty of general reference file drawers literally within swivel distance instead of across the room. One alpha system. I have one A to Z alphabetical physical filing system for general reference, not multiple ones. My email reference folders are also organized this way. People have a tendency to want to use their files as a personal management system, and therefore they attempt to organize them in groupings by projects or areas of focus. This magnifies geometrically the number of places something isn't when you forget where you filed it. Once you have filtered all the reminders for actions into your next action lists, this kind of data is simply the content of your personal library. You should have the freedom to be as much of a pack rat as you wish. The only issue you need to deal with is how much room you have for storage and how accessible the information is when you need it. One simple alpha system files everything by topic, person, project, or company, so it can be in only 3 or 4 places if you forget exactly where you put it. You can usually put at least one subset of topics on each label, like gardening-pots and gardening-ideas. These would be filed under G. The digital world provides the advantage of the search function across a wide swath of your data, and the ability to tag content with keywords adds even more capability for retrieval. However, with so many options and locations for data storage, that power also can easily add complexity and confusion. Most people I know who are even moderately busy won't take the time and effort to use these tools to catalog all their stuff within all their possible applications. So, though the computer gives us great power and flexibility and opportunity for a great reference library, it creates an even greater challenge to design your own simple and effective formats for referential information. Even digitally, it is very helpful to have a visual map sorted in ways that make sense, either by indexes or data groups organized effectively, usually in an alpha format. To find restaurants in London that I like, I go into my current general reference application, where I find locales, then London, then restaurants, all alphabetized within each level of abstraction. The biggest issue for digitally oriented people is that the ease of capturing and storing has generated a write-only syndrome. All they're doing is capturing information, not actually accessing and using it intelligently. Some consciousness needs to be applied to keep one's potentially huge digital library functional versus a black hole of data easily dumped in there with a couple of keystrokes. I don't need to organize my stuff because the search feature can find it sufficiently is, from what I've experienced, quite suboptimal as an approach. We need to have a way to overview our mass of collected information with some form of effective categorization. Every once in a while, someone has such a huge amount of reference material on one topic or project that it should be put in its own discrete drawer, cabinet, or digital directory. But if the physical material is less than half a file drawer's worth, I recommend including it in the single general alphabetical system. And if it is a digital grouping, it perhaps deserves its own place as a subdirectory. Make it easy to create a new folder. I keep a large supply of new file folders instantly at hand and reachable from where I sit to process my in-tray. Nothing is worse than having something to file and not having plenty of folders to grab from to make the process easy. Always ensure a supply within reach. The virtual version of this is getting comfortable with how to instantly create a new directory in your data storage software as needed. Make sure you have plenty of space for easy storage. Always try to keep your physical file drawers less than 3/4 full. If they're stuffed, you'll unconsciously resist putting things in there, and reference materials will tend to stack up instead. If a drawer is starting to get tight, I may purge it while I'm on hold on the phone. If you have any attention on the storage room in your digital devices, it's a good time to review and purge. I know almost no one who doesn't have overstuffed file drawers. If you value your cuticles, and if you want to get rid of your unconscious resistance to filing, then you must keep the drawers loose enough that you can insert and retrieve files without effort. The digital version of this is having any concern about space on the computer or in the cloud. A judgment call you consistently have to make is how much room to give yourself so that the content remains meaningfully and easily accessible without creating a black hole of an inordinate amount of information amorphously organized. At times, when I'm on hold on the phone, I'm purging my email folders and old document directories. Some people's reaction to this is, I'd have to buy more file cabinets, or I'd have to get a larger hard drive, as if that were something horrible. But if the stuff is worth keeping, it's worth keeping so that it's easily accessible, right? And if it's not, then why are you keeping it? If we're in the information age and you're doing anything that hinders your usage of it, not smart. You may need to create another tier of reference storage to give yourself sufficient working room with your general reference files at hand. Materials such as finished project notes and dead client files may still need to be kept, but they can be stored off-site, on storage drives, in the cloud, or at least out of your workspace. Label your file folders with an auto-labeler. No matter how small your inventory of physical reference materials is, you need to stay positively engaged with it. Typeset labels change the nature of your physical files and your relationship to them. Labeled files feel comfortable on a boardroom table. Everyone can identify them. You can easily see what they are from a distance and in your briefcase. And when you open up your file drawers, you get to see what looks almost like a printed index of your files in alphabetical order. It makes it fun to open the drawer to find or insert things. Perhaps later in this new millennium, the brain scientists will give us some esoteric and complex neurological explanation for why labeled files work so effectively. Until then, trust me, get a labeler, and get your own. To make the whole system work without a hitch, you'll need to have it at hand all the time so you can file something whenever you want. And don't share. If you have something to file and your labeler's not there, you'll just stack the material instead of filing it. The labeler should be as basic a tool as your stapler. Purge your files at least once a year. Cleaning house in your files regularly keeps them from going stale and seeming like a black hole, and it also gives you the freedom to keep anything on a whim in case you might need it. You know everything will be reassessed within a few months anyway, and you can redecide then what's worth keeping and what isn't. This applies equally to digital as well as paper-based reference information. As I said, I purge my files while I'm on hold on the phone or marking time on a conference call that's dragging on and on. I recommend that all organizations, if they don't have one already, establish a purge day, when all employees get to come to work in jeans, put their phone on Do Not Disturb, and get current with all their stored stuff. A great time to do this is Christmas Eve day or some similar near holiday that falls on a workday. Most people are in party mode anyway, so it's an ideal opportunity to get funky and clean house. Large trash bins, recycle containers, and to-shred boxes are available, and everyone has permission to spend the whole day in purge mode, around their office and on their computer. A personal purge day is an ideal thing to put into your tickler file, either during the holidays, at year's end, or around early spring tax preparation time, when you might want to tie it in with archiving the previous year's financial files. Filing as a success factor itself. Reference and support materials seldom are associated with urgency, nor are they strategic in the grand scheme of things. Hence, their management is very often relegated to a low priority if dealt with at all. The problem, however, is that your mental and physical workspaces become cluttered with non-actionable but potentially relevant and useful stuff. What is this? Why is this here? What should I do with this? And where is what I need to access right now? Become subliminal voices plaguing the consciousness if this aspect of your world is not rigorously set up and maintained. Reference materials need to be contained and organized within their own discrete boundaries, physically and digitally, so that they don't cloud other categories in your system, are available for a specific purpose, and can be accessed efficiently. Because they can be so voluminous, it is critical that they be easily managed for capturing, sorting, and accessing what you need when you need it, and that they don't get in the way of the more action-oriented components of your system. I have spent countless hours with some of the most sophisticated professionals in the world, assisting them in cleaning up and setting up a simple and functional reference system, and the results have often been phenomenal in freeing up their attention for the bigger things. One final thing to prepare. You've blocked off some time, you've gotten a work area set up, and you've got the basic tools to start implementing the methodology. Now what? If you've decided to commit a certain amount of time to setting up your workflow system, there's one more thing that you'll need to do to make it maximally effective. You must clear the decks of any other commitments for the duration of the session. If there's someone you absolutely need to call, or something your secretary has to handle for you, or you have to check with your life partner about, do it now. Or make an agreement with yourself about when you will do it, and then put some reminder of that where you won't miss it. It's critical that your full attention be available for the work at hand. Almost without exception, when I sit down to begin coaching people, even though they've blocked out time and committed significant money to utilize me as a resource for that time, they still have things they're going to have to do before we quit for the day, and they haven't arranged for them yet in their own systems. Oh yeah, I've got to call this client back sometime today, they'll say. Or, I have to check in with my spouse to see if he's gotten the tickets for tonight. It bespeaks a certain lack of awareness and maturity in our culture, I think, that so many sophisticated people are ignoring those levels of responsibility to their own consciousness on an ongoing operational basis. So, have you handled all that? Good. Now it's time to gather representatives of all your open loops into one place. Chapter 5. Capturing. Corralling your stuff. In Chapter 2, I described the basic procedures for capturing your potential work and meaningful input. This chapter will lead you in more detail through the process of getting all your incompletes, all your stuff, into one place, into in. That's the critical first step in getting to the state of mind like water. Just gathering a few more things than you currently have will probably create a positive feeling for you. But if you can hang in there and really do the whole capturing process 100%, it will change your experience dramatically and give you an important new reference point for being on top of your work and your world. When I coach a client through this process, the capture phase usually takes between 1 and 6 hours. though it did take an entire 20 hours with one person. Finally, I told him, "You get the idea." It can take longer than you think if you're committed to a full-blown collection that will include everything at work and everywhere else. That means going through every storage area, including your computers, and every nook and cranny in every location, including cars, boats, and other garages and homes if you have them. Be assured that if you give yourself at least a couple of hours to tackle this part, you can grab the major portion of things outstanding. And you can even capture the rest by creating relevant placeholding notes, for example, purge and process boat storage shed, and deal with the hall closet. In the real world, you probably won't be able to keep your stuff 100% collected all the time. If you're like most people, you'll move too fast and be engaged in too many things during the course of a week to get all your ideas and commitments captured outside your head. But it should become an ideal standard that keeps you motivated to consistently clean house of all the things about your work and life that have your attention. Ready, set. There are very practical reasons to gather everything before you start clarifying it. 1. It's helpful to have a sense of the volume of stuff you have to deal with. 2. It lets you know where the end of the tunnel is. And 3. When you're clarifying and organizing, you don't want to be distracted psychologically by an amorphous mass of stuff that might still be somewhere. Once you have all the things that require your attention gathered in one place, you'll automatically be operating from a state of enhanced focus and control. It can be daunting to capture in one location, at one time, all the things that don't belong where they are. It may even seem a little counterintuitive, because, for the most part, most of that stuff was not and is not that important. That's why it's still lying around. It wasn't an urgent thing when it first showed up, and probably nothing's blown up yet because it hasn't been dealt with. It's the business card you put on your wallet of somebody you thought you might want to contact sometime. It's the little piece of techno gear in the bottom desk drawer that you're missing a part for, or haven't had the time to install properly. It's the printer that you keep telling yourself you're going to move to a better location in your office. These are the kinds of things that nag at you, but that you haven't decided either to deal with or to drop entirely from your list of open loops. But because you think there still could be something important in there, that stuff is controlling you and taking up more of your energy than it deserves. So, it's time to begin. Grab your in-tray and half-inch stack of plain paper for your notes, and let's go. Physical gathering. The first activity is to search your physical environment for anything that doesn't permanently belong where it is, the way it is, and put it into your in-tray. You'll be gathering things that are incomplete, things that have some decision about potential action tied to them. They all go into in, so they'll be available for later processing. What stays where it is? The best way to create a clean decision about whether something should go into the in-tray is to understand clearly what shouldn't go in. Here are the 4 categories of things that can remain where they are, the way they are, with no action tied to them. Supplies, reference material, decoration, equipment. Supplies. Include anything you need to keep because you use it regularly. Stationery, business cards, stamps, staples, post-it pads, paper clips, ballpoint refills, batteries, forms you need to fill out from time to time, rubber bands. All of these qualify. Many people also have a personal supplies drawer at work containing dental floss, Kleenex, breath mints, and so on. Reference material is anything you simply keep for information as needed, such as manuals for your software, the local takeout deli menu, your kid's sports team schedule, or your list of internal phone extensions. This category includes all your telephone and address information, any material relevant to projects, themes, and topics, and sources such as dictionaries, encyclopedias, almanacs, and bound archives of corporate records. It also includes books and magazines that you may be keeping as a library. Decoration means pictures of family, artwork, and fun and inspiring things pinned to your bulletin board. You also might have plaques, mementos, and/or plants. Equipment is obviously your phone, computer, printer, scanner, wastebasket, furniture, clock, chargers, pens, and notepads. You no doubt have a lot of things that fall into these four categories, basically all your tools and your gear, which have no actions tied to them. Everything else goes into N. But many of the things you might initially interpret as supplies, reference, decoration, or equipment could also have action associated with them because they still aren't exactly the way they need to be. For instance, most people have, in their desk drawers, on their shelves and bulletin boards, and tucked away in computer files, a lot of materials and information that either are out of date or need to be organized somewhere else. Those should go into N. Likewise, if your supplies drawer is out of control, full of lots of dead or unorganized stuff, that's an incomplete that needs to be captured. Are the photos of your kids current ones? Is the artwork what you want on the wall? Are the mementos really something you still want to keep? Is the furniture precisely the way it should be? Is the computer set up the way you want it? Are the plants in your office alive? In other words, supplies, reference materials, decoration, and equipment may need to be tossed into the N tray if they're not just where they should be, the way they should be. Issues about capturing. As you engage in the capturing step, you may run into one or more of the following. You've got a lot more than will fit into one N tray. You're likely to get derailed into purging and organizing. You may have some form of stuff already collected and organized. Or you're likely to run across some critical things that you want to keep in front of you. What if an item is too big to go in the N tray? If you can't physically put something in the N tray, then write a note on a piece of letter-sized plain paper to represent it. For instance, if you have a poster or other piece of artwork behind the door to your office, just write "Artwork Behind Door" on a letter-sized piece of paper and put the paper in the N tray. Be sure to date it, too. This has a couple of benefits. If your organization system winds up containing some of these pieces of paper representing something else, it'll be useful to know when the note was created. It's also just a great habit to date everything you handwrite, from Post-it notes for your assistant, to voicemails you transfer onto a pad, to the note you take on a phone call with a client. If you're using a digital tool that has a date stamp function, it's great to use that for the same reason. The 3% of the time that this little piece of information will be extremely useful makes it worth developing this simple habit. What if the pile is too big to fit into the N tray? If you're like 98% of the people we work with individually, your initial gathering activity will collect much more than can be comfortably stacked in an N tray. If that's the case, just create stacks around the N tray, and maybe even on the floor below it. Ultimately, you'll be eliminating the stacks as you process and organize everything. In the meantime, though, make sure that there's some obvious visual distinction between the stacks that are in and everything else. Instant dumping. If it's immediately evident that something is trash, go ahead and toss it when you see it. For some of my clients, this marks the first time they've ever cleaned their center desk drawer. If you're not sure what something is or whether it's worth keeping, go ahead and put it into N. You'll be able to decide about it later when you process the N tray. What you don't want to do is to let yourself get wrapped up in things piece by piece, trying to decide this or that. Clarifying requires a very different mindset than capturing. It's best to do them separately. You'll process your stuff later anyway if it's in N, and it's easier to make those kinds of choices when you're in that decision-making mode. The objective for the capturing process is to get everything into N as quickly as possible so you're appropriately retrenched and have drawn the battle lines. Be careful of the purge and organize bug. Many people get hit with the purge and organize virus as they're going through various areas of their office and their home. If that happens to you, it's okay, so long as you have a major open window of time to get through the whole process, at least a whole week. Otherwise, you'll need to break it up into chunks and capture them as little projects or actions to do, with reminders in your system, like purge 4-drawer cabinet or clean office closet. What you don't want to do is let yourself get caught running down a rabbit trail, cleaning up some piece of your work, and then not be able to get through the whole action management implementation process. It may take longer than you think, and you want to go for the gold and finish processing all your stuff and setting up your system as soon as possible. What about things that are already on lists and in organizers? You may already have some lists and some sort of organization system in place, but unless you're thoroughly familiar with this workflow processing model and have implemented it previously, I recommend that you treat those lists as items still to be processed, like everything else in N. You'll want your system to be consistent, and it'll be necessary to evaluate everything from the same viewpoint to get it that way. If you have previously implemented some version of the GTD methodology and have action and project lists set up, but the contents are not current and sufficiently active, you are usually better off printing them out, putting them back in your in-tray to use as raw input again, and starting anew. You don't want to be refreshing a new version of your system with outdated material inside. But I can't lose that thing. Often in the capturing process, someone will run across a piece of paper or a document that causes her to say, "Oh my God, I forgot about that. I've got to deal with that." It could be a note about a call she was supposed to handle 2 days before, or some meeting notes that remind her of an action she was supposed to take weeks ago. She doesn't want to put whatever it is in the huge stack of other stuff in her in-tray because she's afraid she might lose track of it again. If that happens to you, first ask yourself if it's something that really has to be handled before you get through this initial implementation time. If so, best deal with it immediately so you get it off your mind. If not, go ahead and put it into N. You're going to get all that processed and emptied soon anyway, so it won't be lost. If you can't deal with the action in the moment, and you still just have to have the reminder right in front of you, go ahead and create an emergency stack somewhere close at hand. It's not an ideal solution, but it'll do. Keep in mind that some potential anxiousness is going to surface as you make your stuff more conscious to you than it's been. Create whatever supports you need. Start with your desktop. Ready now? Okay. Start piling those things on your desk into N. Often there'll be numerous things right at hand that need to go in there. Many people use their whole desktop as N. If you're one of them, you'll have several stacks around you to begin your collection with. Start at one end of your workspace and move around, dealing with everything you come across. Typical items will be stacks of mail, memos, reports, reading materials, post-it notes, collected business cards, receipts, meeting notes. Resist the urge to say, as almost everyone does initially, "Well, I know what's in that stack, and that's where I want to leave it." That's exactly what hasn't worked before, and it all needs to go into the in-tray. I have never had anyone who gave in and actually put their familiar stacks through this system who didn't feel a ton of relief when they did. As you go around your desktop, ask yourself if you have any intention of changing any of the tools or equipment there. Are your mobile devices and phone system okay? Your computer? The desk itself? If anything needs changing, write a note about it and toss it into N. Desk drawers. Next, tackle the desk drawers, if you have them, one at a time. Any attention on anything in there? Any actionable items? Is there anything that doesn't belong there? If the answer to any of these questions is yes, put the actionable item into N or write a note about it. Again, whether you use this opportunity to clean and organize the drawers or simply make a note to do it later will depend on how much time you have and how much stuff is in there. Countertops. Continue working your way around your office, collecting everything sitting on the tops of cabinets or tables or counters that doesn't belong there permanently. Often there will be stacks of reading material, mail, reports, and miscellaneous folders and support material for action and projects. Collect it all. Maybe there is reference material that you've already used and just left out. If that's so, and if you can return it to the file cabinet or the bookshelf in just a second, go ahead and do that. Be careful to check with yourself, though, about whether there is some potential action tied to the material before you put it away. If there is, put it into N so you can deal with it later in the process. Inside the cabinets. Now look inside the cabinets. What's in there? These are perfect areas for stashing large supplies and reference materials, and equally seductive for holding deeper levels of stuff. Any broken or out-of-date things in there? Often I'll find collectibles and nostalgia that aren't meaningful to the person any longer. One general manager of an insurance office, for example, wound up tossing out at least 36 recognition awards he had accumulated over the years. Again, if some of these areas are out of control and need purging and organizing, write that on a note and toss it into N. Floors, walls, and shelves. Anything on bulletin boards that needs action. Anything tacked onto the walls that doesn't belong there. Any attention on your pictures, artwork, plaques, or decorations. How about the open shelves? Any books that need to be read or donated. Any catalogs, manuals, or binders that are out of date or have some potential action associated with them. Any piles or stacks of things on the floor? Just scoot them over next to your in tray to add to the inventory. Equipment, furniture, and fixtures. Is there anything you want to do or change about any of your office equipment or furniture or the physical space itself? Does everything work? Do you have all the lighting you need? If there are actionable items, you know what to do. Make a note and put it in N. Other locations. Depending on the scope of what you're addressing in this process, you may want to do some version of the same kind of gathering anywhere else you keep stuff. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, if you are determined to get to a really empty head, it's imperative you do it everywhere. Some people I work with find it immensely valuable to take me home with them or to a second office location and have me walk them through this process there as well. Often they've allowed the not-so-important trap to ensnare them in their home life and secondary workspaces, and it has gnawed away at their energy. This is not about throwing things away that you might want. People often mistake my advice as an advocacy for radical minimalism. On the contrary, if throwing something away is uncomfortable for you, you should keep it. Otherwise, you would have attention on the fact that you now don't have something you might want or need. Obsessive-compulsive hoarding is another matter, and a condition to be dealt with outside the scope of this methodology and my expertise. My counsel is how to assess and organize whatever you keep in your ecosystem so that it doesn't pull on your focus unnecessarily. In many areas, I'm a confirmed pack rat, such as with digital photos. The issues are simply how much room you have, and that you have made the appropriate distinctions that don't leave embedded projects and actions submerged in what you're keeping. You like having and keeping your 12 boxes of old journals and notes from college? You like keeping all kinds of nutty toys and artwork and gadgets around your office to spur creative thinking? No problem, as long as they are where you want them to be in the form they're in, and you have anything you want or need to do about that captured and processed in your system. Mental gathering, the mind sweep. Once you feel you've collected all the physical things in your environment that need processing, you'll want to collect anything else that may be residing in your mental RAM space. What has your attention that isn't represented by something already in your in tray? This is where the stack of plain paper really comes into play. I recommend that you write out each thought, each idea, each project or thing that has your attention on a separate sheet of paper. You could make one long list on a pad or in some digital application, but given how you will later be processing each item individually, it's actually more effective on separate sheets. There is a discipline required initially to stay focused on one item at a time as you process it. So giving each thought its own placeholder, as trivial as it might seem, makes it that much easier. And your first captured thought will seldom be the final content you'll want to track about it. The desired outcome and next action for it will be. You will likely not keep these pieces of paper, but it'll be handy to have them as discrete items to deal with as you're processing. Many people, even those who are high-tech oriented, once they experience the value of writing a single thought on a single piece of paper, have made it part of their ongoing self-management practice. It's great to give your potentially meaningful thoughts their due. It will probably take you between 20 minutes and an hour to clear your head onto separate notes after you've gathered everything else. You'll find that things will tend to occur to you in somewhat random fashion. Little things, big things, personal things, professional things, in no particular order. In this instance, go for quantity. It's much better to overdo this process than to risk missing something. You can always toss the junk later. Your first idea may be implement global climate change. And then you'll think, I need cat food. Grab them all. Don't be surprised if you discover you've created quite a stack of paper in N during this procedure. Triggers list. To assist in clearing your head, you may want to listen to the following incompletion triggers list, item by item, to see if you've forgotten anything. Often, you'll just need a jog to unearth something lurking in the back of your mind. Remember, when something occurs to you, write it on a piece of paper and toss it into N. Incompletion triggers. Professional. Projects started, not completed. Projects that need to be started. Look into projects. Commitments and promises to others, like boss or partners, colleagues, subordinates, others in the organization, outside people, like customers, other organizations, professionals, vendors. Communications to make or get, internal or external, initiate or respond to, phone calls, voicemails, emails, text messages, letters, social media postings. Other writing to finish or submit, like reports, evaluations or reviews, proposals, articles, marketing materials, manuals and instructions, summaries, rewrites and edits, status reporting, conversation and communication tracking, meetings that need to be set or requested, who needs to know about what decisions, significant read and review, financial things like cash, budgets, forecasts and projections, profit and loss, balance sheet forecasting, credit line, banks, receivables, payables, petty cash, investors, asset management, planning and organizing, formal planning, goals, targets, objectives, current projects, the next stages, business plans, marketing plans, financial plans, organizational initiatives, upcoming events, meetings, presentations, conferences, organizational structuring, changes in facilities, installation of new systems or equipment, travel, vacation, business trips. Organization development items such as organization chart, restructuring, roles, job descriptions, facilities, new systems, leadership, change initiatives, succession planning, organization culture, marketing and promotion, things like campaigns, materials, public relations, administration things like legal, insurance, personnel, staffing, policies and procedures, training. Staff items such as hiring, firing, or promoting, reviews, communication, staff development, compensation, feedback, morale. Sales, things like customers, prospects, leads, the sales process, sales training, relationship building, reporting, relationship tracking, customer service. Systems items such as mobile devices, phones, computers, software, databases, telecommunications, internet, filing and reference, inventories, storage. office and site things, such as space and arrangements, furniture, equipment, decorations, utilities, supplies, maintenance and cleaning, security. Meetings, upcoming, needing to be set or requested, any need debriefing. In the professional development realm, training and seminars, things to learn, things to find out, skills to practice or develop, books to read or study, research, formal education, such as licensing and degrees, career research, your resume, performance objectives, professional wardrobe, and things you're waiting for, like information, delegated tasks and projects, completions critical to projects, answers to questions, replies to things like emails, letters, proposals, calls, invitations, requisitions, reimbursements, insurance claims, ordered items that haven't come, repairs, tickets, or decisions of others. Personal, projects started, not completed, projects that need to be started, projects involving other organizations, such as service or community or volunteer or spiritual organizations. Commitments or promises to others, such as partner or spouse, children, parents, family, friends, professionals, returnable items, debts. Communication to make or get, such as calls, emails, cards and letters, thank yous, texts, social media postings. Upcoming events like birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, graduations, receptions, outings, holidays, vacation, travel, dinners, parties, cultural events, sporting events. Administration, such as home office supplies, equipment, phones, mobile devices, audio and video media, voicemail, computers, software, internet, filing and records, data storage and backup. Leisure things such as books, music, video, travel, cooking, places to visit, people to visit, web browsing, photography, sports equipment, hobbies, recreation. Financial stuff like bills, banks, investments, loans, taxes, budget, insurance, mortgage, bookkeeping, accountants. Pets, their health, their training, or supplies. Legal things like wills, trusts, estate, other legal affairs. Family projects and activities with partner or spouse, children, parents, relatives. Home and household things like real estate, repairs, construction, remodeling. Landlords, heating and air conditioning, plumbing, utilities, the roof, landscaping, driveway, garage, walls, floors, ceilings, decor, furniture, appliances, lights and wiring, kitchen supplies and equipment, laundry, purging, organizing, or cleaning, storage, service providers. In the health area, doctors, dentists, optometrists, healthcare specialists, checkups, diet, food, exercise. Personal development, such as classes, seminars, education, coaching or counseling, career, creative expressions. Transportation things such as motor vehicles, bicycles, maintenance, repair, commuting. Clothes like professional, casual, formal, sports, accessories, luggage, repairs, tailoring. Errands to do, such as shopping, stores, hardware, supplies, groceries, gifts, pharmacy, bank, cleaners, repairs. Community involvement, the neighborhood, your neighbors, service, schools, civic involvements, voting. Things you're waiting for, products, orders, repairs, reimbursements, loaned items, information, RSVPs, projects or tasks to be completed by family or friends. The in inventory. If your head is empty of everything, personally and professionally, then your in tray is probably quite full and likely spilling over. In addition to the paper-based and physical items in your in tray, your inventory of in should include any resident voicemails and all the emails that are currently staged in the in area of your communication software. It should also include any items on your organizer lists for which you have not yet determined next actions. I usually recommend that people transfer their voicemails onto paper notes and put those into their in trays, along with any organizer notebooks they may have used, the contents of which often need significant reassessment. If you've been using a digital application for anything other than calendar and contact information, I suggest you print out any task and to-do lists and put them too into your in tray. Emails are best left where they are because of their volume and the efficiency factor of dealing with them within their own subsystem. But in doesn't stay in in. When you've done all that, you're ready to take the next step. You don't want to leave anything in for an indefinite period of time, because then it would, without fail, creep back into your consciousness, since your mind would know you weren't dealing with it. Of course, one of the main factors in people's resistance to collecting stuff into in is the lack of a good processing and organizing methodology to handle it. That brings us to the next chapter, getting in to empty. Chapter 6. Clarifying. Getting in to empty. Assuming that you have collected everything that has your attention, your job now is to actually get to the bottom of in. Getting in to empty doesn't mean actually doing all the actions and projects that you've captured. It just means identifying each item and deciding what it is, what it means, and what you're going to do with it. This chapter focuses on the steps from in to next action. You'll immediately see the natural organization that results from following this process for each of your open loops. For instance, if you pick up something from in and realize, I've got to call Andrea about that, but I've got to do it on Monday when she's in her office, then you'll defer that action immediately and enter it on your calendar for Monday. I recommend that you listen through this chapter and the next one on organizing your actions before you actually start processing what you've captured in in. It may save you some steps. When I coach people through this process, it invariably becomes a dance back and forth between the simple decision-making stage of processing the open loops and the trickier task of figuring out the best way to enter these decisions in their particular organization systems. Many of the people we work with, for example, are eager to set up on a mobile device that might synchronize with the enterprise application that their company is using for email and scheduling. The first thing we would have to do, after we've collected the in tray, is to make sure all their hardware and software are working. Then we clean up, print out and erase usually, everything they have previously tried to organize in their task lists and put it all into in. Then we establish some working categories such as calls, errands, agendas, at computer, and so on. As we begin to process the in tray, the person can go immediately to his computer and type his action steps directly into the system he will ultimately depend on. If you're not sure yet what you're going to be using as a personal reminder system, don't worry. You can begin very appropriately with a simple loose-leaf notebook or whatever you may be currently using for making lists. You can always upgrade your tools later once you have your system in place. Processing guidelines. The best way to learn this model is by doing. But there are a few basic rules to follow. Process the top item first. Process one item at a time. Never put anything back into in. Top item first. Even if the second item down is a personal note to you from the head of your country and the top item is a piece of junk mail, you've got to process the junk mail first. That's an exaggeration to make a point, but the principle is an important one. Everything gets processed equally. The verb process does not mean spend time on. It just means decide what the thing is and what action is required, and then dispatch it accordingly. You're going to get to the bottom of the tray as soon as you can anyway, and you don't want to avoid dealing with anything in there. Emergency scanning is not clarifying. Most people get to their in tray or their email and look for the most urgent, most fun, easiest, or most interesting stuff to deal with first. Emergency scanning is fine and necessary sometimes. I do it regularly too. Maybe you've just come back from an off-site meeting and have to be on a long conference call in 15 minutes. So you check to make sure there are no landmines about to explode and to see if your client has emailed back to you okaying the big proposal. But that's not processing your in tray. It's emergency scanning. When you're in processing mode, you must get into the habit of starting at one end and just cranking through items one at a time in order. As soon as you break that rule and process only what you feel like processing, in whatever order, you'll invariably begin to leave things unprocessed. Then you will no longer have a functioning funnel, and it will back up all over your desk and office and email in repositories. Many people live in this emergency scanning mode, always distracted by what's coming into in, and not feeling comfortable if they're not constantly skimming the contents on their computer or mobile devices. Were they to trust in would be totally dealt with every day or two, they wouldn't be so driven by this need for incessant checking. LIFO or FIFO. Theoretically, you should flip your in tray upside down and process first the first thing that came in. As long as you go from one end clear through to the other within a reasonable period of time, though, it won't make much difference. You're going to see it all in short order anyway. And if you're going to attempt to clear up a big backlog of emails staged in, you'll actually discover it's more efficient to process the last in first because of all the discussion threads that accumulate on top of one another, and you don't want to respond to something prematurely before you've seen the whole discussion. One item at a time. You may find you have a tendency while processing your in tray to pick something up, not know exactly what you want to do about it, and then let your eyes wander to another item farther down the stack and get engaged with it. That item may be more attractive to you because you know right away what to do with it, and you don't feel like thinking about what's in your hand. This is dangerous territory. What's in your hand is likely to land on a humph stack on the side of your desk because you become distracted by something easier, more important, or more interesting below it. Most people also want to take a whole stack of things out of the in tray at once, put it right in front of them, and try to crank through it all immediately. Although I empathize with the desire to deal with the big chunk, I constantly remind people to put back everything but the one item on top. The focus on just one thing forces the requisite attention and decision-making to get through all of your stuff. And if you get interrupted, which is likely, you won't have countless parts of in scattered around outside the tray and out of control again. The multitasking exception. There's a subtle exception to the one item at a time rule. Some personality types really need to shift their focus away from something for at least a minute in order to make a decision about it. When I see this going on with someone, I let him take 2 or sometimes 3 things out at once as he's processing. It's then easier and faster for him to make a choice about the action required. Remember, multitasking is an exception, and it works only if you hold to the discipline of working through every item in short order and never avoid any decision for longer than a minute or two. Nothing goes back into in. There's a one-way path out of in. This is actually what was meant by the old admonition to handle things once, though handling things just once is in fact a bad idea. If you did that, you'd never have a list because you would finish everything as soon as you saw it. You'd also be highly ineffective and inefficient, since most things you deal with are not to be acted upon the first time you become aware of them. Where the advice does hold is in eliminating the bad habit of continually picking things up out of in, not deciding what they mean or what you're going to do about them, and then just leaving them there. A better admonition would be, the first time you pick something up from your in tray, decide what to do about it and where it goes, never put it back in. The cognitive scientists have now proven the reality of decision fatigue, that every decision you make, little or big, diminishes a limited amount of your brain power. Deciding to not decide about an email or anything else is another one of those decisions, which drains your psychological fuel tank. The key processing question: what's the next action? You've got the message. You're going to deal with one item at a time, and you're going to make a firm next action decision about each one. This may sound easy, and it is, but it requires you to do some fast, hard thinking. Much of the time, the action will not be self-evident. It will need to be determined. On that first item, for example, do you need to call someone, fill something out, get information from the web, buy something at the store, talk to your assistant, email your boss? What? If there's an action, its specific nature will determine the next set of options. But what if you say, there's really nothing to do with this? What if there is no action? It's likely that a portion of your in tray will require no action. There will be 3 types of things in this category: trash, items to incubate, reference material. Trash. If you've been following my suggestions, you'll no doubt already have tossed out a big pile of stuff. It's also likely you will have put stacks of material into in that include things you don't need anymore. So don't be surprised if there's still a lot more to throw away as you process your stuff. Processing all the things in your world will make you more conscious of what you're going to do and what you should not be doing. One director of a foundation I worked with discovered he had allowed way too many emails, thousands, to accumulate, emails that, in fact, he wasn't ever going to respond to anyway. He told me that using my method forced him to go on a healthy diet about what he would allow to hang around his world as an incompletion. It's likely that at some point you'll come up against the question of whether or not to keep something for future reference. I have 2 ways of dealing with that. When in doubt, throw it out. When in doubt, keep it. Take your pick. I think either approach is fine. You just need to trust your intuition and be realistic about your space. Most people have some angst about all of this because their systems have never really been totally functional and clear-edged before. If you make a clean distinction between what's reference and supplies and what requires action, and if your reference system is simple and workable, you can easily keep as much material as you can accommodate. Since no action is required on it, it's just a matter of physical space and logistics. How big would you like your reference library and toolbox to be? Filing experts can offer you more detailed guidelines about all this, and your accountant can provide record retention timetables that will tell you how long you should keep what kinds of financial documentation. My suggestion is that you discriminate about whether something is actionable or not. Once it's clear that no action is needed, there's room for lots of options, given your personal preferences and storage and access capabilities. The digital world offers additional opportunities and challenges around the what to keep versus what to throw away decision. Because computer and cloud storage spaces seem continually to grow exponentially, the good news is that we are forever getting much more room to store much more stuff. Additional good news is the powerful search functionality that has grown along with it. The bad news is that it can easily foster indiscriminate filing and a lot of numbness to the volume and confusion about where things are, even as good as search functions might be. Because digital storage, without much forethought, has become almost automatic, it is very possible to create an environment of constant input but no utilization. You're creating a library so big and overwhelming, you have limited your capacity to make it functional for the work that's important for you to do. The key here is the regular reviewing and purging of outdated information, as I suggested in a previous chapter, as well as more conscious filtering on the front end as you're processing your input. Is this really necessary or useful for me to keep, or can I trust that I can access it from the internet or other sources if I need it? Incubate. There will probably be things in your in-tray about which you will say to yourself, "There's nothing to do on this now, but there might be later." Examples of this would be an email announcing a Chamber of Commerce breakfast with a guest speaker you might want to hear, but it's 2 weeks away, and you're not sure yet if you'll be at home then or out of town on a business trip. An agenda for a board meeting you've been invited to attend in 3 weeks. No action is required on it, other than you're briefing yourself a day ahead of the meeting by reading the agenda. An advertisement for the next software upgrade for one of your favorite applications. Do you really need this next version? You don't know. You'd rather sleep on it for another week. An idea you had about something you might want to do for next year's annual sales meeting. There's nothing to do on this now, but you'd like to be reminded when the time comes to start planning for it. And a note to yourself about taking a watercolor class, which you have 0 time for right now. What do you do with these kinds of things? There are 2 options that could work. Write them on a someday maybe list, or put a reminder of them on your calendar or in a tickler file. The point of all of these incubation procedures is that they give you a way to get the items off your mind right now and let you feel confident that some reminder of the possible action will resurface at an appropriate time. I'll elaborate on these in more detail in the next chapter on organizing. For now, just put a Post-it on such items and label them maybe or remind on October 17, and set them aside in a pending category you will be accumulating for later sorting. One of your extra stack trays is ideal for this purpose. Use it temporarily during this initial processing to gather things to organize later. Afterward, you can use it to hold pending work-in-progress papers and physical reminders of next actions. Reference. Many of the things you will uncover in will need no action but may have value as potentially useful information about projects and topics. Ideally, you have already set up a workable filing system, as described in Chapter 4, for your reference and support information. As you come across material in your in-tray and your email, and attachments and web links therein, that you'd like to keep for archival or support purposes, file it. You'll probably discover that there are lots of miscellaneous kinds of things that you want to keep but have piled up in stacks or stuffed into drawers because your reference system was too formal or just plain non-existent. Let me remind you here that a less than 60-second, fun-to-use general reference filing system within reach of where you sit is a mission-critical component of full implementation of this methodology. In the fast lane of real life, if it's not easy, quick, and fun to file something away, you'll stack or simply accumulate it in instead of organizing, and then it will become much more difficult to keep things processed. Whenever you come across something you want to keep, make a label for it, put it in a file folder, and tuck that into your filing drawer. Or put a Post-it on it instructing your assistant to do the same, or appropriately tag or categorize it digitally. In my early days of coaching, I used to give my clients permission to keep a to-file pile. No longer. I discovered that if you can't get it into your system immediately, you're probably not ever going to. If you won't do it now, you likely won't do it later either. For digital inputs that you want to keep for reference, a plethora of options present themselves. If it's simply an email that you want to keep so you can retrieve it later, I suggest using the storage folders that are usually available in email applications, often in the Navigator column on the side of the user window. Many people leave these non-actionable emails in their In section as a sort of amorphous filing cabinet, which seriously clogs the system. You should feel free to instantly create a new reference file for a new topic, theme, person, or project, and drag or insert the email into it right away. For documents, attachments, text, and graphics in email that you might want to keep, you will have to develop your own filing procedures. These days, there are very effective document storage applications in the cloud, as well as note-taking and organizing programs accessible from multiple devices. The power, variety, and rapid evolvement of this enabling technology belie a recommendation for any one universal best practice. It behooves each of us to experiment, customize, and modify our digital libraries for what works best. The key to keeping it effective will be regular revisiting of our data and how we're organizing it, and keeping it current and usable. Again, the key driver should be, do I still have attention on my reference content or system? If so, create a project and next action to unpack that, to get this significant area for you on cruise control. And if there is an action, what is it? This is perhaps the most fundamental practice of this methodology. If there's something that needs to be done about the item in N, then you need to decide what exactly that next action is. Next action, again, means the next physical, visible activity that would be required to move the situation toward closure. This is both easier and more difficult than it sounds. The next action should be easy to figure out, but there are often some quick analyses and several planning steps that haven't occurred yet in your mind. And these have to happen before you can determine precisely what has to happen to complete the item, even if it's a fairly simple one. Let's look at a sample list of the things that a person might typically have his or her attention on. Clean the garage. Do my taxes. Conference I'm going to. Bobby's birthday. Press release. Performance reviews. Management changes. Although each of these items may seem relatively clear as a task or project, determining the next action on each one will take some thought. Clean the garage. Well, I just have to get in there and start. No, wait a minute. There's a big refrigerator in there that I need to get rid of first. I should find out if John Patrick wants it for his camp. I should call John regarding refrigerator in garage. What about do my taxes? But I actually can't start on them until I have my last investment income documents back. Can't do anything until then, so I'm waiting for documents from Acme Trust. And for the conference I'm going to, I need to find out whether Sandra is going to prepare a press kit for us. I guess I need to email Sandra regarding press kits for the conference, and so forth. The action steps, call John, waiting for documents, email Sandra, are what need to be decided about everything that is actionable in your in-tray. The action step needs to be the absolute next physical thing to do. Remember that these are physical, visible activities. Many people think they've determined the next action when they get it down to set meeting. But that's not the next action because it's not descriptive of physical behavior. How do you set a meeting? Well, it could be with a phone call or an email, but to whom? Decide. If you don't decide now, you'll still have to decide at some other point. And what this process is designed to do is actually get you to finish the thinking exercise about this item. If you haven't identified the next physical action required to kickstart it, there will be a psychological gap every time you think about it, even vaguely. You'll tend to resist noticing it, which leads to procrastination. When you get to a phone or to your computer, you want to have all your thinking completed so you can use the tools you have and the location you're in to more easily get things done, having already defined what there is to do. What if you say to yourself, well, the next thing I need to do is decide what to do about this? That's a tricky one. Deciding isn't really an action because actions take time and deciding doesn't. There's always some physical activity that can be done to facilitate your decision making. 99% of the time, you just need more information before you can make a decision. That additional information can come from external sources, call Susan to get her input on the proposal, or from internal thinking. draft ideas about new reorganization. Either way, there's still a next action to be determined in order to move the project forward. Once you decide what the action step is, you have three options once you decide what the next action really is. Do it, if the action takes less than 2 minutes. Delegate it, if you're not the most appropriate person to do the action. Or defer it into your organization system as an option for work to do later. Do it. If the next action can be done in 2 minutes or less, do it when you first pick the item up. If the email requires just a 30-second reading and then a quick yes, no, other response back to the sender, do it now. If you can browse the catalog in just a minute or two to see if there might be anything of interest in it, browse away and then toss it, root it, or reference it as required. If the next action on something is to leave a quick message on someone's voicemail, make the call now. Even if the item is not a high priority one, do it now if you're ever going to do it at all. The rationale for the 2-minute rule is that it's more or less the point where it starts taking longer to store and track an item than to deal with it the first time it's in your hands. In other words, it's the efficiency cutoff. If the thing's not important enough to be done, throw it away. If it is, and if you're going to do it sometime, the efficiency factor should come into play. Many people find that getting into the habit of following the 2-minute rule creates a dramatic improvement in their productivity. One vice president of a large software company told me that it gave him an additional hour a day of quality discretionary time. He was one of those 300 email a day high-tech executives, highly focused for most of the workday on 3 key initiatives. Many of those emails were from people who reported to him, and they needed his eyes on something, his comments and okays, in order to move forward. But because they were not on a topic in his rifle sights, he would just stage the emails in and get to it later. After several thousand of them piled up, he would have to go into work and spend whole weekends trying to catch up. That would have been okay if he were 26, when everything's an adrenaline rush anyway, but he was in his 30s and had young kids. Working all weekend was no longer acceptable behavior. When I coached him, he went through all 800-plus emails he currently had in. It turned out that a lot could be dumped, quite a few needed to be filed as reference, and many others required less than 2-minute replies that he whipped through. I checked with him a year later, and he was still current. He never let his emails mount up beyond a screenful anymore. He said it had changed the nature of his division because of the dramatic decrease in his own response time. His staff thought he was now made of Teflon. That's a rather dramatic testimonial, but it's an indication of just how critical some of these simple processing behaviors can be, especially as the volume and speed of the input increase for you personally. 2 minutes is in fact just a guideline. If you have a long open window of time in which to process your in-tray, you can extend the cutoff for each item to 5 or 10 minutes. If you've got to get to the bottom of all your input rapidly in order to figure out how best to use your afternoon, then you may want to shorten the time to 1 minute or even 30 seconds so you can get through everything a little faster. It's not a bad idea to time yourself for a few of these while you're becoming familiar with the process. Most people I work with have difficulty estimating how long 2 minutes actually is, and they greatly underestimate how long certain actions are likely to take. For instance, if your action is to leave someone a message, and you get the real person instead of his or her voicemail, the call will usually take quite a bit longer than 2 minutes. There's nothing you really need to track about your 2-minute actions. You just do them. If, however, you take an action and don't finish the project with that one action, you'll need to clarify what's next on it and manage that according to the same criteria. For instance, if you act to replace a cartridge in your printer and discover that you're now out of extra cartridges, you'll want to decide on the next action about getting them. Order printer cartridge refills online, and do, delegate, or defer it appropriately. Adhere to the 2-minute rule and see how much you get done in the process of clearing out your in stacks. Many people are amazed by how many 2-minute actions are possible, often on some of their most critical current projects. They are also delighted with applying this approach to small incompletions that have been lying around and nagging at them much too long. The 2-minute rule has become a salvation for many in getting control of their huge email volume. In an active email environment, it is likely that at least 30% of your actionable emails will require less than 2 minutes to respond and dispatch, assuming you have decent keyboard skills. If you're engaging with your email, holding to this suggestion quite significantly improves responsiveness and productivity in your ecosystem. When I spend time with someone cleaning up his or her email inventory, invariably there are dozens of quick actions generated that move the needle on multiple fronts, unsticking significant backlog. That said, you shouldn't become a slave to spending your day doing 2-minute actions. This rule should be applied primarily when you are engaging with new input. For example, processing your in-tray, interacting with someone in your office or home, or simply dealing with some random intersection in the hallway. But if you don't do it when it shows up, and you do still need to do it, you will have to take the time and energy to capture, clarify, and track it to prevent its encroachment into your head. Delegate it. If the next action is going to take longer than 2 minutes, ask yourself, am I the best person to be doing it? If not, hand it off to the appropriate party in a systematic format. Delegation is not always downstream. You may decide this has got to get over to customer service, or my boss needs to put her eyes on this next, or I need my partner's point of view on this. A systematic format could be any of the following. Send the appropriate party an email. Write a note or an overnote on paper and route the item out to that person. Send him or her a text or leave a voicemail. Add it as an agenda item on a list for your next real-time conversation with that person. Or talk to him or her directly, either face-to-face or by phone, text, or instant message. Although any of these options can work, I would, with some exceptions, recommend them in that order, beginning to end. Email is usually the fastest mode in the system. It provides an electronic record, and the receiver gets to deal with it at his or her convenience. Written notes are next because they too can get into the system immediately, and the recipient then has a physical particle to use as an organizational reminder. If you're passing on paper-based material as part of the handoff, a written communication is obviously the way to go. As with email, the person you hand it off to can then deal with it on his or her own schedule. Voicemail and texting can be efficient, and many professionals live by it. The downside is that tracking becomes an additional requirement for both you and the recipient. What you say is not always what gets heard, and texts are infamously cryptic. Next would be saving the communication on an agenda list or in a folder for your next regular meeting with the person. At times this is necessary because of the sensitive or detailed nature of the topic, but it then must wait to get moving until that meeting occurs. The least preferable option would be to interrupt what both you and the person are doing in the moment to talk about the item. This is immediate, but it hampers workflow for both of you and has the same downside as voicemail, no written record. Tracking the handoff. If you do delegate an action to someone else, and if you care at all whether something happens as a result, you'll need to track it. As I walk you through in the next chapter about organizing, you'll see that a significant category to manage is waiting for. As you develop your own customized system, what you eventually hand off and then track could look like a list in a planner, a file folder holding separate papers for each item, and or a list categorized as waiting for in your software. For now, if you don't have a trusted system set up already, just put a note on a piece of paper, waiting for reply from Bob, and put that into a pending stack of notes in a separate pile or tray that may result from your processing. What if the ball is already in someone else's court? In the example cited previously about waiting for some documents to arrive so you can do your taxes, the next action is currently on someone else's plate. In such situations, you will also want to track the action as a delegated item or as a waiting for. On the paper that says, "Do my taxes," write something like, "Waiting for tax documents from Acme Trust," and put that into your pending stack. It's important that you record the date on everything that you hand off to others. This, of all the categories in your personal system, is the most crucial one to keep tabs on. The few times you will actually want to refer to that information, but I called and ordered that on March 12th, will make it worth establishing this as a lifelong habit. Defer it. It's likely that most of the next actions you determine for things in will be yours to do and will take longer than 2 minutes to complete. A call you need to make to a customer, an email to your team that you need to spend a little time thinking about and drafting, a gift you need to buy for your brother at the sporting goods store, a software application you need to download from the web and try out, a conversation you must have with your life partner about the school you're thinking of sending your daughter to. All of these fit that description. These actions will have to be written down somewhere and then organized in the appropriate categories so you can access them when you need to. For the moment, go ahead and put Post-its on the pieces of paper in with the action written on them, and add these to the pending stack of papers that have been processed. The pending things that are left. If you follow the instructions in this chapter, you'll dump a mess of things, file a bunch, do a lot of 2-minute actions, and hand off a number of items to other people. You'll also wind up with a stack of items that have actions associated with them that you still need to do, soon, someday, or on a specific date, and reminders of things you're waiting on from other people. This pending group is made up of the actions you've delegated or deferred. It is what still needs to be organized in some fashion in your personal system, a topic I'll cover in step-by-step detail in the next chapter. Identifying the projects you have. This last step in getting to the bottom of in requires a shift in perspective from the single action details to the larger picture, your projects. Again, I define a project as any outcome you're committed to achieving that will take more than one action step to complete. If you look through an inventory of actions that you have already been generating, call Frank about the car alarm, email Bernadette regarding the conference materials, you'll no doubt recognize a number of things that are larger than the single action you've defined. There's still going to be something to do about the car alarm after the call to Frank, and there will still be something to handle about the conference after the email to Bernadette. I hope you're able to see the very practical reason for defining projects as broadly as I do. If the action step you've identified will not complete the commitment, then you'll need some stake in the ground to keep reminding you of actions you have pending until you have closure. You need to make a list of projects. A projects list may include anything from give holiday party to divest the software product line to finalize compensation package. The purpose of this list is not to reflect your priorities, but just to ensure that you've got placeholders for all those open loops. Whether you draw up your projects list while you're initially processing your in-tray or after you've set up your action list doesn't really matter. It just needs to be done at some point, and it must be maintained, as it's the key driver for reviewing where you are and where you want to be, and to maintain a sense of week-to-week control of your life. For now, let's make sure your organizing setup is all systems go. Chapter 7. Organizing. Setting up the right buckets. Having a total and seamless system of organization in place gives you tremendous power because it allows your mind to let go of lower-level thinking and graduate to intuitive focusing, undistracted by matters that haven't been dealt with appropriately. But your physical organization system must be better than your mental one in order for that to happen. Being organized means nothing more or less than where something is matches what it means to you. If you decide you want to keep something as reference and you put it where your reference material needs to be, that's organized. If you think you need a reminder about a call you need to make, as long as you put that reminder where you want reminders of phone calls to make, you're organized. As simple as that sounds, it begs a very big question. What does something mean to you? It turns out that much of what people are trying to organize has not been clarified as per the previous chapter. And even once it has, there are more refined distinctions that are possible, which will add greater creativity and control for you. I will expand on some of those in this chapter, as I'll lead you through the organizing steps and tools that will be required as you process your in-tray. As you initially process in, you'll create lists and groupings of things you want to organize, and you'll invariably think of additional items to include. In other words, your organization system is not something that you'll necessarily create all at once in a vacuum. It will evolve as you process your stuff and test out whether you have put everything in the best place for you. It should and will evolve as you do. The core distinctions of what things mean to you will be true forever, but the best structure for you to manage them a year from now may look different than what you come up with dealing with your world today. The basic categories. There are 7 primary types of things that you'll want to keep track of and manage from an organizational and operational perspective. 1. A projects list. 2. Project support material. 3. Calendar actions and information. 4. Next actions lists. 5. A waiting for list. 6. Reference material. 7. A someday maybe list. The importance of hard edges. It's critical that all of these categories be kept pristinely distinct from one another. They each represent a discrete type of agreement we make with ourselves to be reminded of at a specific time and in a specific way. And if they lose their edges and begin to blend, much of the value of organizing will be lost. That's why capturing and clarifying what your relationship to them is specifically is primary to getting organized. Most people try to create more control in their world by just getting organized, and they wind up rearranging incomplete inventories of still unclear things. Once you've gone through my previously suggested processes, however, you will have very clear contents of what you need to track and a very practical way to sort them and create their descriptors. If you neglect this categorization and allow things of different meanings into the same visual or mental grouping, you will tend to go psychologically numb to the contents. If you put reference materials in the same pile as things you still want to read, for example, you'll go unconscious to the stack. If you put items on your next actions lists that really need to go on the calendar because they have to occur on specific days, then you won't trust your calendar, and you'll continually have to reassess your action lists. If you have projects that you're not going to be doing anything about for some time, they must go on your someday maybe list so you can relate to the projects list with the rigorous action-generating focus it needs. And if something you're waiting for is included on one of your action lists, non-productive rethinking will continually bog you down. All you really need are lists and folders. Once you know what you need to keep track of, covered in the previous chapter, Clarifying, all you really need are lists and folders, totally sufficient tools for reminders, reference, and support materials. Your lists, which, as I've indicated, could also be items in folders, will keep track of projects and someday maybes, as well as the actions you'll need to take on your active open loops. Folders, digital or paper-based, will be required to hold your reference material and the support information for active projects. Lots of people have been making lists for years, but have never found the procedure to be particularly effective. There's rampant skepticism about systems as simple as the one I'm recommending. But most list makers haven't put the appropriate things on their lists or have left them incomplete, which has kept the lists themselves from being very functional for keeping your head clear. Once you know what goes on the lists, however, things get much easier. Then you just need a way to manage them. As I've said, you shouldn't bother to create some external structuring of the priorities on your lists that you'll then have to rearrange or rewrite as things change. Attempting to impose such scaffolding has been a big source of frustration in many people's organizing. You'll be prioritizing more intuitively as you see the whole list against quite a number of shifting variables. The list is just a way for you to keep track of the total inventory of active things to which you have made a commitment, and to have that inventory available for review. When I refer to a list, keep in mind that I mean nothing more than a grouping of items with some similar characteristic. A list could look like one of at least 3 things. 1. A file folder or container with separate paper notes for the items within the category. 2. An actual list on a titled piece of paper, often within a loose-leaf organizer or planner. Or 3. An inventory of items on a list in a software program or in a digital mobile device. Organizing action reminders. If you've emptied your in tray, You'll undoubtedly have created a stack of pending reminders for yourself, representing longer than 2-minute actions that cannot be delegated to someone else. You'll probably have anywhere from 20 to 60 or 70 or more such items. You'll also have accumulated reminders of things that you've handed off to other people, and perhaps some things that need to be placed on your calendar or in a someday maybe holder. You'll want to sort all of this into groupings that make sense to you so you can review them as options for work to do when you have time. You'll also want to divide them in the most appropriate way physically to organize those groups, whether as items in folders or on lists, either paper-based or digital. The actions that go on your calendar. For the purposes of organization, as I've said, there are 2 basic kinds of actions: those that must be done on a certain day and or at a particular time, and those that just need to be done as soon as you can get to them around your other calendar items, some perhaps with a final due date. Calendared action items can be either time-specific, for example, 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, meet with Jim, or day-specific, call Rachel Tuesday to see if she got the proposal. As you were processing your in-tray, you probably came across things that you put right into your calendar as they showed up. You may have realized that the next action on getting a medical checkup, for example, was to call and make the appointment, and so, since the action required 2 minutes or less, you actually did it when it occurred to you. Writing the appointment on your calendar as you made it would then have been common sense. What many want to do, however, based on perhaps old habits of writing daily to-do lists, is put actions on the calendar that they think they'd really like to get done next Monday, say, but that actually might not, and that might then have to be moved to following days. Resist this impulse. You need to trust your calendar as sacred territory, reflecting the exact hard edges of your day's commitments, which should be noticeable at a glance while you're on the run. That'll be much easier if the only things in there are those that you absolutely have to get done or know about on that day. When the calendar is relegated to its proper role in organizing, the majority of the actions that you need to do are left in the category of as soon as possible against all the other things I have to do. Organizing as soon as possible actions by context. Over many years, I have discovered that the best way to be reminded of an as soon as I can action is by the particular context required for that action. That is, either the tool or the location or the situation needed to complete it. For instance, if the action requires a computer, it should go on an at computer list. If your action demands that you be out and moving around in the world, such as stopping by the bank or going to the hardware store, the errands list would be the appropriate place to track it. If the next step is to talk about something face-to-face with your partner, Emily, putting it into an Emily folder or list makes the most sense. How discrete these categories will need to be will depend on 1, how many actions you actually have to track, and 2, how often you change the context within which to do them. If you are that rare person who has only 25 next actions, a single next actions list might suffice. It could include items as diverse as buy nails, talk to boss about staff changes, and draft ideas about committee meeting. If, however, you have 50 or 100 next actions pending, keeping all those on one big list would make it too difficult to see what you need to see. Each time you got any window of time to do something, you'd have to do unproductive resorting. If you happen to be on a short break at a conference, during which you might be able to make some calls, you'd have to identify the calls among a big batch of unrelated items. When you went out to do odds and ends, you'd probably want to pick out your errands and make another list. Another productivity factor that this kind of organization supports is leveraging your energy when you're in a certain mode. When you're in phone mode, it helps to make a lot of phone calls. Just crank down your calls list. When your computer is up and running and you're cruising along digitally, it's useful to get as much done online as you can without having to shift into another kind of activity. It takes more energy than most people realize to unhook out of one set of behaviors and get into another kind of rhythm and tool set. And obviously, when a key person is sitting in front of you in your office, you'd be wise to have all the things you need to talk about with him or her immediately at hand. The most common categories of action reminders. You'll probably find that at least a few of the following common list headings for next actions will make sense for you. Calls, at computer, errands, at office, miscellaneous stuff, at home, anywhere, agendas for people in meetings, read, review. Calls. This is the list of all the phone calls you need to make. You can work off it as long as you have a phone available. The more mobile you are, the more useful you'll find it to have one single list of all your calls. Those strange little windows of time that you wind up with when you're off-site, out and about, traveling, on a break, or waiting for a plane, or for your kid to come out from school, offer a perfect opportunity to make use of that list. Having a discrete calls category makes it much easier to focus and intuitively pick the best one to make in the moment. I suggest that you take the time to record the phone number alongside each item. There are many situations in which you would probably make the call if the number was already there in front of you, but not if you had to look it up. And if you're using a mobile device, then only a tap is required to engage. At computer. If you work with a computer, particularly if you move around with a laptop, tablet, or have a computer at work and another at home, it can be helpful to group all those actions that you need to do when it's on and running. This will allow you to see all your options for computer work to do, reminding you of the emails you need to send, the documents you need to draft or edit, and so on. Because I fly a lot, I maintain an online action list separate from my at-computer one. When I'm on a plane without a Wi-Fi service, I can't connect to the web or my servers, as many actions require. So instead of having to rethink what I can and can't do whenever I look at my at-computer list, I can trust that none of my at-computer actions require that I be connected, which frees my mind to make choices based on other criteria. If you only do at-computer work at your office or at your home, you could incorporate those actions on those location-specific lists, though you might still find it functional to see reminders of computer work grouped together when you're sitting in that context. On the other hand, if your work and activities are primarily mobile-centric, and you could be taking actions equally on a laptop, tablet, or smartphone, then parking those reminders on a single digital context list or folding them into the Anywhere category might work best. Errands. It makes a lot of sense to group together in one place reminders of all the things you need to do when you're out and about. When you know you need to go somewhere, it's great to be able to look at that list to allow for the option of handling numerous things along the way in one trip. Actions like get stock certificates from bank deposit box, pick up suit at the tailor, and buy flowers for Robin at the florist would all go here. This list could, of course, be nothing more elaborate than a Post-it that you keep in your planner or on your refrigerator door, or in an errands category in some digital task manager. It's often helpful to track sub-lists within individual errands items. For instance, as soon as you realize you need something from the hardware store, you might want to make hardware store the list item and then append a sub-list of all the things you want to pick up there as you think of them. On the low-tech end, you could create a hardware store Post-it. On the high-tech side, if you were using a digital list, you could attach a note to hardware store on your list and input the details there. One thrust in personal productivity technology, to some degree precipitated by the popularity of this GTD methodology, is the development of location-based reminders. Your mobile device will sense, given your GPS reading, that you are at a hardware store, or at home, or downtown, and it will then alert you to actions tied to that physical environment. This makes sense in principle, but in practice, with all the variables involved and the desirability to overview our total inventory of actions from multiple angles, these will only be useful as a nice option to add to a rigorously managed list, as part of a totally reviewed and integrated system. Assuming this will keep your head clear and not miss something you'd want to see is still quite over-optimistic about that technology and its usage. At office. If you work in an office, there will be certain things that you can do only there, and a list of those things will be useful to have in front of you then. Though, obviously, if you have a phone and a computer in your office, and you have calls and at computer as separate lists, they'll be in play as well. I'd use an office actions or at office list for anything that required me being physically present there to take the action, such as purging an office filing cabinet or printing and reviewing a large document with a staff person. A major trend now is for organizations to become more open, flexible, and virtual. Hoteling, that is, not having a permanent office, but rather plugging in any available location, is on the rise. Consequently, at office could mean simply an action that requires being at any of several company locations. Or, for some people, it's useful to have both an at office A and an at office B list, for those things that are still discretely tied to one physical location or another. At home. Many actions can be done only at home, and it makes sense to keep a list specific to that context. I'm sure you've got numerous personal and around-the-house projects, and often the next thing to do on them is just to do them. Hang new watercolor print, organize travel accessories, and switch closets to winter clothes would be typical items for this grouping. If you have an office at home, as I do, anything that can be done only there goes on the at-home list. If you work only at home and don't go to another office, you won't need an at-office list at all. The at-home list could suffice. Similar to people who work at various locations, many people have multiple personal work environments, such as vacation homes, boats, and even the local gourmet coffee shop or cafe. At Starbucks can be a fine categorization for an action list. Agendas. I use agenda in the U.S. American meaning, items to cover with someone or in a meeting, versus calendar, schedule, or diary in other cultures. Invariably, you'll find that many of your next actions need to either occur in a real-time interaction with someone or be brought up in a committee, team, or staff meeting. You have to talk to your partner about an idea for next year. You want to check with your life partner about his schedule for the spring. You need to delegate a task to your assistant that's too complicated to explain in an email. And you must make an announcement at the Monday staff meeting about the change in expense report policies. These next actions should be put on separate agenda lists for each of those people and for that meeting, assuming you attend it regularly. Professionals who keep a file folder to hold all the things they need to go over with their boss already use a version of this method. If you're conscientious about determining all your next actions, though, you may find that you'll need somewhere between 3 and 15 of these kinds of lists. I recommend that separate lists be kept for bosses, partners, assistants, and children. You should also keep the same kind of list for your attorney, financial advisor, accountant, and/or computer consultant, as well as for anyone else with whom you might have more than one thing to go over the next time you talk on the phone or in person. If you participate in standing meetings, staff meetings, project meetings, board meetings, committee meetings, parent-teacher meetings, whatever, they too deserve their own lists, in which you collect things that will need to be addressed on those occasions. Often you'll want to keep a running list of things to go over with someone you'll be interacting with only for a limited period of time. For instance, if you have a contractor doing a significant piece of work on your house or property, you can create a list for him for the duration of the project. As you're walking around the site after he's left for the day, you may notice several things you need to talk with him about, and you'll want that list to be easy to capture and to access as needed. Given the usefulness of this type of list, your system should allow you to add agendas ad hoc, as needed quickly and simply. For example, inserting a page or a list for a person or a meeting within an agenda section of a loose-leaf notebook planner takes only seconds, as does adding a dedicated note within an agenda category in your digital tools. Read, review. You will no doubt have discovered in your in-tray a number of things for which your next action is to read. I hope you've held to the 2-minute rule and dispatched many of those quick skim items already, tossing, filing, or routing them forward as appropriate. To read printed items that you know will demand more than 2 minutes of your time are usually best managed in a separate physical stack tray labeled Read/Review. This is still a list by my definition, but one that's more efficiently dealt with by grouping the documents and magazines themselves in a tray and/or portable folder. For many people, the Read/Review stack can get quite large, That's why it's critical that the pile be reserved only for those longer than 2-minute things that you actually want to read when you have time. That can be daunting enough in itself, but things get seriously out of control and psychologically numbing when the edges of this category are not clearly defined. A pristine delineation will at least make you conscious of the inventory, and if you're like most people, having some type of self-regulating mechanism will help you become more aware of what you want to keep and what you should just get rid of. Some professionals, for example attorneys, still work with significant printed materials, and although most of their documents may be generated and maintained in digital form, working with the document in physical form still remains the optimal way to deal with it. In those cases, it often makes sense, in addition to a read-review box or tray, to have a review-respond category for the more rigorous reading that requires a different kind of focus. It's practical to have organized reading material at hand when you're on your way to a meeting that may be starting late, a seminar that may have a window of time when nothing is going on, a dentist appointment that may keep you waiting, or, of course, if you're going to have some time on a train or plane. Those are all great opportunities to browse and work through that kind of reading. People who don't have their read-review material organized can waste a lot of time since life is full of weird little windows when it could be used. Given the amount of digital input we're getting that includes data to read and view, much of which is not really critical to our work or life, but is potentially interesting or fun, it can be useful to create an organizational bucket within that world for such things. A review watch file in your email folder system or a Surf Web action list could be a good place to hold emails with links to recommended videos, blogs, or online articles. Organizing waiting for. Like reminders of the actions you need to do, reminders of all the things that you're waiting to get back from or get done by others have to be sorted and grouped. You won't necessarily be tracking discrete action steps here, but more often final deliverables or projects that others are responsible for, such as the tickets you've ordered from the theater, the scanner that's coming for the office, the okay on the proposal from your client, and so on. When the next action on something is up to someone else, you don't need an action reminder, just a trigger about what you're waiting for and from whom. Your role is to review that list as often as you need to and assess whether you ought to be taking an action, such as checking the status or lighting a fire in some way under the project. For many people, especially those in managerial or supervisory positions, getting this inventory of unfulfilled commitments that we care about from others, captured, current, complete, and reviewed, creates tremendous relief and improved focus going forward. You'll probably find that it works best to keep this waiting for list close at hand, in the same system as your next action's reminder lists. The responsibility for the next step may bounce back and forth many times before a project is finished. For example, you may need to make a call to a vendor to request a proposal, which then goes to your waiting for list. When the proposal comes in, you have to review it. It lands in your read review tray or on your at computer list. Once you've gone over it, you send it to your boss for her approval. Now it's back on your waiting for list, and so on. Digital list managers, as well as low-tech papers in separate folders, have an advantage here because they let you easily move an item from one category to another as the action changes, without your having to rewrite or rethink anything. It's also very useful to have your waiting for list available when you're meeting with or talking to anyone who might be responsible for any of those deliverables. It is much more elegant to broach a conversation early on, such as, "Oh yeah, how's it going with the Gonzalez proposal?" than to wait until it's overdue and the situation is in a stress mode. It's important for this category in particular to include the date that each item is requested for each entry, as well as any agreed-upon due date. Follow-up is much more meaningful when you can say, "But I placed the order March 20th," or "You've had the proposal now for 3 weeks." In my experience, just this one tactical detail is worth its weight in gold. You'll get a great feeling when you know that your waiting for list is the complete inventory of everything you care about that other people are supposed to be doing. Using the original item as its own action reminder. The most efficient way to track your action reminders is to add them to lists or folders as they occur to you. The originating trigger won't be needed after you have processed it. You might take notes in the meeting with your boss, but you can toss those after you've pulled out any projects and actions associated with them. While some people try to archive texts or voicemails that they still need to do something about, that's not the most effective way to manage the reminders embedded in them. There are some exceptions to this rule, however. Certain kinds of input will most efficiently serve as their own reminders of required actions, rather than you're having to write something about them on a list. This is particularly true for some paper-based materials and some email. Managing paper-based workflow. Some things are their own best reminders of work to be done. The category of read-review articles, publications, and documents is a good example. It would obviously be overkill to write Review Vogue magazine on some action list when you could just as easily toss the magazine itself into your read-review tray to act as the trigger. Another example, if you are still doing paper-based bill paying, you'll probably find it easier to deal with the bills by paying them all at one time, so you keep them in a folder or stack tray labeled Bills to Pay, or, more generically, Financial to Process. Similarly, receipts for expense reporting should be either dealt with at the time they're generated or kept in their own Receipts to Process envelope or folder. This approach can be dangerous, however, if you don't put those bills to pay or receipts to process in front of your face as consistently as you should. Just having them organized isn't sufficient to get them off your mind. You've also got to trust that you will appropriately review and deal with them. The specific nature of your work, your input, and your workstation may make it more efficient to organize other categories using only the original document itself. A customer service professional, for instance, may deal with numerous requests that show up in some standard form, and in that case, maintaining a tray or file, paper or digital, containing only those actionable items is the best way to manage them. An attorney or accountant may deal with documents they need to spend time reviewing to determine actions, which could be stacked in a tray on the desk with items of that specific nature. Whether it makes more sense to write reminders on a list, or to use the originating documents in a tray or folder or digital directory will depend to a great extent on logistics. Could you use those reminders somewhere other than at your desk? If so, the portability of the material should be considered. If you couldn't possibly do that work anywhere but at your desk, then managing reminders of it solely at your workstation is the better choice. Whichever option you select, the reminders should be in visibly discrete categories based upon the next action required. If the next action on a service order is to make a call, it should be in a calls group. If the action step is to review information and input it into the computer, it should be labeled at computer. Most undermining of the effectiveness of many workflow systems I see is the fact that all the documents of one type, for example service requests, are kept in a single tray or file, even though different kinds of actions may be required on each one. One request needs a phone call, another needs data reviewed, and still another is waiting for someone to get back with some information, but they're all sorted together. This arrangement can cause a person's mind to go numb to the stack because of all the decisions that are still pending about the next action level of doing. My personal system is highly portable, with almost everything kept on lists, but I still maintain a read-review stack tray in my office and the traveling version as a plastic folder with the same title. Though I store and read some magazines digitally, it's still both logistically functional and aesthetically pleasing to me to have the physical version at hand. Managing email-based workflow. Like some paper-based materials, emails that need action are sometimes best as their own reminders, in this case within the email system itself. This is especially true if you get a lot of email and spend a lot of your work time with your email software active at hand. Emails that you need to act on may then be stored within the system instead of having their embedded actions written out or distributed on another list. Many people have found it helpful to set up 2 or 3 unique folders on their email navigator bars. True, most folders in email should be used for reference or archived materials, but it's also possible to set up a workable system that will keep your actionable messages discreetly organized outside the in area itself, which is where most people tend to keep them. If you happen to have a lifestyle that seldom has more than one screenful of undealt with emails at any one time. Simply keeping them there as a reminder of your work at hand would probably suffice. As soon as the volume expands to something you can't see at a glance, then organizing them outside your in area makes much more sense. If you choose this route, I recommend that you create one folder for any longer than 2-minute emails that you need to act on. Again, you should be able to dispatch many messages right off the bat by following the 2-minute rule. The folder name should begin with a prefix letter or symbol so that 1. It looks different from your reference folders, and 2. It sits at the top of your folders in the navigator bar. Use something like the @ sign or the hyphen, whichever will sort into your system at the top. Your resulting @action folder will hold those emails that you need to do something about. Next, you can create a folder titled @waiting_for, which will show up in the same place as the @action folder. Then, as you receive emails that indicate that someone is going to do something you care about tracking, you can drag them over into the @waiting_for file. It can also hold reminders for anything that you delegate via email. When you forward something or use email to make a request or delegate an action, just save a CC or BCC copy into your @waiting_for file. Some email applications allow you to move or connect your emails into a task list or area, which can work equally well. It will require, however, getting sufficiently familiar with that function within the software to make it easy and seamless. Some applications allow you to file a copy of an email into one of your folders as you send it, with a Send and File button. Others will simultaneously save only into your universal Sent Mail folder. In the latter case, what seems to work best for many is to copy CC or BCC themselves when they delegate via email, and then to put that copy into their @waiting_for folder. Getting email in to empty. The method I just described will enable you to actually get everything out of your email in tray, which will be a huge boon to your clarity about and control of your day-to-day work. You'll reclaim in as in, so anything residing there will be like a new message in your voicemail or an unread text on your mobile device, clues that you need to process something. Most people use their email in for staging still undecided actionable things, reference, and even trash, a practice that rapidly numbs the mind. They know they've got to reassess everything every time they glance at the screen. Again, getting in empty doesn't mean you've handled everything. It means that you've deleted what you could, filed what you wanted to keep but don't need to act on, done the less than 2-minute responses, and moved into your reminder folders all the things you're waiting for and all your actionable emails. Now you can open the @action file and review the emails that you've determined you need to spend time on. Isn't that process easier to relate to than fumbling through multiple screens, fearing all the while that you may miss something that'll blow up on you? A caution about dispersing reminders of your actions. There's an obvious danger in putting reminders of things you need to do somewhere out of sight. The function of an organization system is primarily to supply the reminders you need to see when you need to see them, so that you can trust your choices about what you're doing and what you're not doing. Before you leave your office for the day, or before you decide to spend a big part of your day doing something previously unplanned, those actionable emails that you still have pending must be reviewed individually, just like your calls and @computer lists. In essence, @action is an extension of your @computer list and should be handled in exactly the same fashion. Your paper-based pending workflow must likewise be assessed like a list if the paper materials are being used as your only reminders. Distributing action triggers in a folder, on lists, and/or in an email system is perfectly okay, as long as you review all of the categories to which you've entrusted your triggers equally as required. You don't want things lurking in the recesses of your systems and not being used for their intended purpose, reminding you. The digital world can be dangerous in this regard because as soon as data is off-screen, it can tend to disappear as a viable prompt. This has caused many computer-savvy people to revert to a paper planner. Its physicality and visual obviousness can create much more trust that their reminders will actually remind them. In order to hang out with friends or take a long, aimless walk and truly have nothing on your mind, you've got to know where all your actionable items are located, what they are, and that they will wait. And you need to be able to do that in a few seconds, not days. Organizing project reminders. Creating and maintaining one list of all your projects, that is, again, every commitment or desired outcome that may require more than one action step to complete, can be a profound experience. You probably have more of them than you think. If you haven't done so already, I recommend that initially you make a projects list in a very simple format, similar to the ones you've used for your lists of actions. It can be a category in a digital organizer, a page in a loose leaf planner, or even a single file folder labeled projects, with either a master list or separate sheets of paper for each one. The projects list or lists. The projects list is not meant to hold plans or details about your projects themselves, nor should you try to keep it arranged by priority or size or urgency. It's just a comprehensive index of your open loops. You actually won't be working off the projects list during your moment-to-moment activities. For the most part, your calendar, action lists, and any unexpected tasks that come up will constitute your tactical and immediate focus. Remember, you can't do a project. You can only do the action steps it requires. Being aware of the horizon represented by your projects, however, is critical for extending your comfort with your control and focus into longer reaches of time. The real value of the projects list lies in the complete review it can provide at least once a week, ensuring that you have action steps defined for all of your projects and that nothing is slipping through the cracks. A quick glance at this list from time to time will enhance your underlying sense of control. You'll also know that you have an inventory available to you and to others whenever it seems advisable to evaluate workloads. The value of a complete projects list. The very broad and simple definition of a project that I've given, more than one action needed to achieve a desired result, provides an important net to capture the more subtle things that pull or push on your consciousness. If you work in an industry that is formally project-focused, manufacturing, software, consulting, etc., it may be challenging to realize that look into getting a dog for our kids and find a good tailor are projects. But whether you call them projects or something else, they still demand a certain kind of attention to relieve their pressure on your internal space. Getting the inventory of all those things complete, current, and clear for yourself, and acquiring the habit of maintaining it that way, could be one of the most valuable things you do to enable stress-free productivity for yourself from now on. Here are some of the reasons why. It's critical for control and focus. It alleviates subtle tensions. It's the core of the weekly review. And it facilitates relationship management. Critical for control and focus. It is impossible to be truly relaxed and in your productive state when things you've told yourself you need to handle continue to pull at your mind, whether they be little or big. It seems that I've got to get my driver's license renewed can take up as much space in your head as I need to formulate the agenda for next year's conference, when an external list of such things is not complete and reviewed regularly. Alleviates subtle tensions. The smaller or more subtle things we tell ourselves we need to deal with create some of the more challenging stresses to handle, simply because they are not so much in your face. Projects often don't show up in nice, neat packages. They start as what seems a simple situation, communication, or activity, but they slowly morph into something bigger than you expected. You thought you handled getting your daughter into preschool, but now there's a problem with the registration forms or a change in the logistical details. You thought the invoice you sent was complete and accurate, but now the client says he didn't agree to something you billed him for. Getting these kinds of situations identified and into your system with desired outcomes for appropriate engagement creates a wealth of fresh energy with unexpected positive results. Core of the weekly review. As I have indicated in other places, The weekly review is the critical success factor for marrying your larger commitments to your day-to-day activities. And a complete projects list remains the linchpin for that orientation. Ensuring weekly that you're okay about what you're doing or not doing with a dog for your kids, along with what you're doing or not doing about next year's conference, is an essential practice. But that projects list must already be there in at least a somewhat recent form before you have the capability to think about things from that perspective. Facilitates relationship management. Whether you are in conversation with your boss, your staff, your partner, or your family, having a sense of control and overview of all your commitments that may have relevance in your relationships with them is extremely valuable. Invariably, there are challenges with allocating limited resources, your time, your money, your attention. And when others are involved with you in ways that pull on those resources, being able to negotiate, and frequently renegotiate, those explicit and implicit agreements is the only way to effectively relieve those inherent pressures. Once executives and spouses and staff people get the picture of the commitments of their work and life, it triggers extremely important and constructive conversations with those involved. But it doesn't happen without that complete list. Where to look for projects still to uncover. There are 3 primary areas in which you are likely to have hidden projects. First, current activities. Second, higher horizon interests and commitments. And third, current problems, issues, and opportunities. Current activities. Often there are projects that need to be captured from a simple inventory of your calendar, your action lists, and your workspaces. What meetings are on your schedule, past or upcoming, because of some outcome you're committed to achieving that the meeting itself does not complete or resolve? You may notice that a conference call you've been scheduled for is about a client request for a new custom program he or she might want. Voila, a project. Look into possible custom program for client XYZ. You may have an evening orientation event calendared for parents at your son's school that reminds you that you have an issue to resolve about his schedule of classes. Personal or business trips coming up, conferences on your calendar, etc., all should be assessed for projects that deserve acknowledging. There are also very likely still unrecognized projects connected to the next actions on your lists. Many times people we work with have "Call Mario" regarding the fundraising event on their calls list, but have not yet identified "Finalize the fundraiser" as something that should be on their projects list. And, though it should be obvious, but at times isn't, there are proposals or contracts to review in your briefcase, forms to fill out for the bank on your desk at home, or a broken watch in your purse that are actually project artifacts. Double-check that you have them all associated with the further and final outcomes instead of remaining workflow orphans. Higher horizon interests and commitments. There is a good chance that you might still have subtle attention on some of your commitments and interests from a longer and higher view of your responsibilities, goals, visions, and core values. A review of the accountabilities you're invested in professionally, the things you need to be doing well in your roles at work, and the areas of your life you need to keep up to certain standards, will likely trigger some reminders of things that may have been taking some of your attention, for which defining a project about them will be valuable. If you have professional goals, company objectives, and strategic plans, have you identified all the projects that they should engender for you so that you can move on them appropriately? I have seldom had an executive pull out and review any long-range planning document without her realizing there is at least one project she needs to clarify for herself in regard to it. Are there things coming toward you further out in the future of your personal life that have started to pull on your attention to do something about them? Kids or parents growing older, your retirement, life partners' aspirations, fun and creative things you'd love to start exploring. This kind of reflection often produces at least some look-into kinds of projects that, once identified, will produce a greater sense of being on top of your bigger world. Current problems, issues, and opportunities. A very rich place from which to gather items for your inventory is the broad area of often amorphous things that can disturb your focus if not recognized and dealt with by shaping them into real projects with action steps. These fall into three categories. First, problems. Second, process improvements. And last, creative and capacity building opportunities. When is a problem a project? Always. When you assess something as a problem, instead of as something to simply be accepted as the way things are, you are assuming there is a potential resolution. Whether there is or not might still need to be determined, but at the very least, you have some research to do to find out. Look into improving Frederick's relationship with his school. Resolve situation with landlord and building maintenance. And get closure on compensation dispute with business partner are the kinds of very real projects that you might resist defining as such. When you actually do put words to it, put it on your list and create a next action for it. You will surprise yourself with a new level of elegance in the stress-free productivity game. Invariably, there are also projects lurking amid your administrative, maintenance, and workflow processes, in both the professional and personal arenas. What do you find yourself complaining about regarding your systems or simply how things are getting done or not? Is there anything frustrating about your procedures for filing, storage, communication, hiring, tracking, or record keeping? Does anything need improving in terms of your personal or business expense reporting, banking, or investing processes, or how you keep in touch with friends and family? These are also the kinds of projects that usually become projects slyly. It's tricky to notice when they cross the line between mildly irritating and a real bother or inspiration that deserves to get done. Finally, there might very well be things you've been telling yourself you'd like to learn or experience to expand your own development or creative expression. Would you like to learn Italian cooking or how to draw? Have you been telling yourself it would be great to take an online course in digital photography or social media marketing? It's very possible that many of these kinds of might like to projects would live just fine on your someday maybe list. But as you gain greater familiarity with the effectiveness of GTD, you will want to take advantage of the methodology to more readily incorporate new, interesting, and useful experiences into your life by defining desired outcomes about them on the projects list. One list or subdivided. Most people find that one list is the best way to go because it serves as a master inventory rather than as a daily prioritizing guideline. The organizing system merely provides placeholders for all your open loops and options, so your mind can more easily make the necessary intuitive, moment-to-moment strategic decisions. Frankly, it doesn't matter how many different lists of projects you have, so long as you look at the contents of all of them as often as you need to. For the most part, you'll do that in one fell swoop during your weekly review. Some common ways to subsort projects. There are some situations in which it makes good sense and eases some anxieties to subsort a projects list. Let's talk about some usual options. Personal, professional. Many people feel more comfortable seeing their lists divided up between personal and professional projects. If you're among them, be advised that your personal list will need to be reviewed as judiciously as your professional one, and not just saved for weekends. Many actions on personal things will need to be handled on weekdays, exactly like everything else. And often some of the greatest pressures on professionals stem from the personal aspects of their lives that they are letting slip. Delegated projects. If you're a senior manager or executive, you probably have several projects that you are directly responsible for, but have handed off to people who report to you. While you could, of course, put them on your waiting for list, it might make better sense to create a projects delegated list to track them. Your task will be simply to review the list regularly enough to ensure that everything on it is moving along appropriately. Specific types of projects. Some people have as part of their work and lifestyle several different projects of the same type, which in some instances it may be valuable to group together as a sub-list of projects. For example, a corporate trainer or a keynote speaker might maintain a separate category of projects presentations, with a chronological listing of all the upcoming events of that nature. These would be projects like the rest, in that they need to be reviewed for actions until they are completed, but it might be helpful to see them all organized on one list, in the order they are coming up on the calendar, apart from the other projects. If you are a real estate agent, sell consulting services, or develop proposals for a relatively small number of prospective clients in any profession, you will likely find it useful to see all of your outstanding sales relationships in progress in one view. This could be a separate list in a planner or digital application, but to be optimally functional, it would need to be complete and each item regularly reviewed for current actions. Some people like to sort their projects by major areas of focus, parents tracking those about their kids, an entrepreneur dividing projects by the various roles he's fulfilling, finance, sales, operations, and the like. Again, how you decide to group your projects is not nearly as critical as ensuring that your inventory is complete, current, and assessed sufficiently to get it off your mind. No matter how you organize it now, you will very likely change your structure as you get more experience using your system and as the nature of your focus shifts in work and life. What about sub-projects? Some of your projects will likely have major sub-projects, each of which could in theory be seen as a whole project. If you're moving into a new residence, for instance, and are upgrading or changing much of what's there, you may have a list of actionable items like finalize the patio, upgrade the kitchen, set up home office space, and so on, all of which could in themselves be considered separate projects. Do you make all of this one entry on your projects list, say finish new home upgrades, or do you write up each of the sub-projects as an individual line item? Actually, it won't matter, as long as you review all the components of the project as frequently as you need to in order to stay productive. No external tool or organizing format is going to be perfect for sorting both horizontally across and vertically down through all your projects. You'll still have to be aware of the whole in some cohesive way, such as via your weekly review. If you make the large project your one listing on your projects list, you'll want to keep a list of the sub-projects and/or the project plan itself as project support material, to be reviewed when you come to that major item. I would recommend doing it this way if big pieces of the project are dependent on other pieces getting done first. In that scenario, you might have sub-projects with no next actions attached to them because they are, in a sense, waiting for other things to happen before they can move forward. For instance, you might not be able to start on upgrade the kitchen until you have finished assess and upgrade home electrical system. Or you could only afford one of your major home projects at a time, so keeping them lined up in order of your priorities would make sense. However, you might be able to proceed on finalize the patio independent of the other sub-projects. You would therefore want a next action to be continually current on any portion of this larger project that you could make progress on independently. Don't be too concerned about which way is best. If you're not sure, I'd vote for putting your big projects on the projects list and holding the sub-pieces in your project support material, making sure to include them in your weekly review. That often makes it easier to see the larger field of what's going on in your life from a higher perspective at a glance. But if that arrangement doesn't feel quite right, try including the active and independent sub-projects as separate entries on your master list. There's no perfect system for tracking all your projects and sub-projects the same way. You just need to know you have projects, and if they have associated components, where to find the appropriate reminders for them. As I write this, I'm in the throes of moving from California to Europe. For many months, I maintained one project on my projects list, moved to Amsterdam. Last week, as things became more immediate and necessary to deal with on multiple fronts, I unpacked that one project into 15, all of which I need to keep my eyes on weekly now, ranging from set up Dutch bank accounts to finalize artwork storage in Santa Barbara. Project support materials. Project support materials are not project actions, and they're not project reminders. They're resources to support your actions and thinking about your projects. Don't use support material for reminding. Typically, People use stacks of paper, stuffed file folders, and/or a plethora of emails and digital documents as reminders that, 1, they've got a project, and 2, they've got to do something about it. They're essentially making support materials serve as action reminders. The problem is that next actions and waiting for items on these projects have usually not been determined and are psychologically still embedded in the stacks and the files and emails, giving them the aura of just more stuff that repels its unorganizer instead of attracting him or her to action. It delivers an incessant subliminal chant. Do something about me. Decide something about me. Follow up with something about me. When you're on the run, in the heat of the activities of the day, files like that are the last thing you'll want to pick up and peruse for action. You'll actually go numb to the files and the piles because they don't prompt you to do anything, and they simply create more mental noise and emotional anxiety. If you're in this kind of situation, you must first add the project itself to your projects list as a reminder that there's an outcome to be achieved. Then the action steps and waiting for items must be put onto their appropriate action reminder lists. Finally, when it's time to actually do an action, like making a call to someone about the project, you can pull out all the materials you think you might need to have as support during the conversation. To reiterate, you don't want to use support materials as your primary reminders of what to do. That should be relegated to your action lists. If, however, the materials contain project plans and overviews in addition to ad hoc archival and reference information, you may want to keep them a little more visibly accessible than you do the pure reference materials in your filing cabinet or on your computer. These are fine to store support stuff too, as long as you have the discipline to pull out the file drawer or open the computer to the proper directory and files and take a look at the plans every time you do your weekly review. If not, you're better off storing those kinds of project support files, perhaps with printouts from computer files, in a standing file holder or a separate pending stack tray on your desk or other visually available surface. To return to the previous example of moving into a new residence, you could have a folder labeled Upgrades, 37 Pinkerton Place, containing all the plans and details and notes about the patio and kitchen and office area. In your weekly review, when you came to Upgrade New Residence on your projects list, you'd pull out the file for that project and thumb through all your notes to ensure that you weren't missing any possible next actions. Those actions would then get done, delegated, or deferred to your action lists, and the folder would be refiled until you needed it again for doing the actions or for your next weekly review. Many people who interact with current and prospective clients have attempted to use client folders and/or client relationship management (CRM) software to manage the account. The problem here is that some material is just facts or historical data that needs to be stored as background for when you might be able to use it, and some of what must be tracked are the actions required to move the relationships forward. The latter can be more effectively organized within your action lists system. Client information is just that, and it can be folded into a general reference file on the client or stored within a client's focused library. But if I need to call a client, I don't want that reminder embedded anywhere but on a calls list. Software technology will continue to advance the automation of workflow with CRMs and other applications programmed to trigger action reminders, etc. In theory, this would reduce the need for individual tracking of such items. In practice, each person still must engage with the work he or she is accountable for, generated by the software, and managing that within his or her holistic system. Additionally, the variables in our engagements and their activities are often so subtle and fast-changing, even the most sophisticated technology will fall short of being totally trusted for such detailed direction in the foreseeable future. Organizing ad hoc project thinking. In Chapter 3, I suggested that you will often have ideas that you'll want to keep about projects, but that are not necessarily next actions. Those ideas fall into the broad category of project support materials, and may be anything from a notion about something you might want to do on your next vacation to a clarification of some major components in a project plan. These thoughts could come as you're driving down the freeway listening to a news story on the radio or reading a relevant article. What do you do with that kind of material? My recommendation here is that you consider where you're keeping tabs on the project or topic itself, how you might add information to it in that format, and where you might store any more extensive data associated with it. Most professionals will have several options for how to handle support materials, including attaching notes to a list item, organizing digital information in email and/or databases, and maintaining paper-based files and notes in notebooks. Attached notes. Most organizing software allows you to attach a digital note to a list or calendar entry. If you're keeping a projects list within the software, you can go to the project you had a thought about, open or attach a note to it, and type in your idea. This is an excellent way to capture back-of-the-envelope project thinking. If your projects list is paper-based, you can attach a Post-it note next to the item on your master list, or, if you're a low-tech type, on the item's separate sheet. In any case, you'll need to remember to look at the attachment when you review your project to make use of the data. Email and software applications. The digital world offers an infinite variety of ways to deal with project thoughts. Emails that might contain good information related to your projects can be held in a dedicated email reference folder, labeled accordingly. If you have a large volume of emails related to one project, consider creating two folders, Johnson Partnership Active and Johnson Partnership Archive, or some such. You may also find it worthwhile, if you don't have one already, to set up a more rigorous kind of digital database for organizing your thinking on a project or topic. An enormous flowering of such tools has happened in this century, from simple and elegant cloud-based note-taking and notebook organizing software that permits infinite customization for how it's used, to group-sharing file and project management systems, to personal project organizing applications for everything from free-form mind mapping to organizing large writing and research endeavors. The bad news about the good news of the huge assortment of options for digital project support is the ease with which we are seduced into spreading potentially meaningful information into such a multiplicity of locations and mechanisms that it can take us almost back to square one. We don't know where it all is, can't see it all integrated for appropriate overviewing from the right perspective at the right time, aren't sure exactly how to put what data where, so we wind up trying to keep it all coordinated back in our heads. I continually find interesting new ways to track relevant information for various things I'm doing, but I retain sanity only when I keep a clearly delineated and accessible projects list and ensure that I'm scanning across any related parts of my system regularly for pertinent details. Paper-based files. Having a separate file folder devoted to each project makes a lot of sense when you're accumulating paper-based materials. It may be low-tech, but it's an elegant solution nonetheless. Simplicity and ease of handling make for a good general reference filing system, one that lets you feel comfortable about creating a folder for scraps of paper from a meeting. At times, it's easier to overview and access project-related information for planning sessions and conversations using a physical folder than trying to use the digital pieces themselves in the moment. I will often print all potentially useful items pertaining to the project, spreadsheets, schedules, emails, web pages, etc., to have in hand as reference for those kinds of interactions. Pages in notebooks. A great advantage of paper-based loose-leaf notebooks is that you can dedicate a whole page or group of pages to an individual project. For years, I maintained a mid-size notebook with a projects list in front and a project support section toward the back, where I always had some blank pages to capture any random thinking or plans and details about projects on my list. Though paper-based personal system components are increasingly giving way to their digital counterparts, the notebook model is a valuable one, supporting a more integrated and multi-level platform for well-oriented thinking. Each of the methods previously described can be effective in organizing project thoughts. The key is that you must consistently look for any action steps inherent in your project notes and review the notes themselves as often as you think it is necessary, given the nature of the project. You'll also want to clear out many of your notes once they become inactive, unreal, or redundant, to keep the whole system from catching the stale virus. I found a lot of value in capturing these types of thoughts, more for the way it consistently helps my thinking process than because I end up using every idea. Most I don't. But I try to make sure not to let my old thoughts stay around too long, pretending they're useful when they're not. Organizing non-actionable data. Interestingly, one of the biggest problems with most people's personal management systems is that they blend a few actionable things with a large amount of data and material that has value but no action attached. Having good, consistent structures with which to manage the non-actionable items in our work and lives is as important as managing our action and project reminders. When the non-actionable items aren't properly managed, they clog up the whole process. Non-actionable items fall into three large categories: reference materials, reminders of things that need no action now but might at a later date, and things that you don't need at all. Trash. Reference materials. Much of what comes across your desk and into your life in general is reference material. There's no action required, but it's information that you want to keep for a variety of reasons. Your major decisions will be how much to keep, how much room to dedicate to it, what form it should be stored in, and where. Much of that will be a personal or organizational judgment call based upon legal or logistical concerns or personal preferences. The only time you should have attention on your reference material is when you need to change your system in some way because you have too much or too little information given your needs or preferences. The problem most people have psychologically with all their stuff is that it's still stuff. That is, they haven't decided what's actionable and what's not. Once you've made a clean distinction about which is which, what's left as reference should have no pull or incompletion associated with it. It's just your library. Your only decision, then, is how big a library you want. When you've fully implemented this action management methodology, you can be as big a pack rat as your space, physical and digital, will allow. As I've increased the size of the hard disk on my computer and added an almost infinite backup capability on attached drives and in the cloud, I've kept that much more email in my archives and that many more digital photographs. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned, since increasing the volume of pure reference material adds no psychological weight. The variety of reference systems. Reference material now shows up in many forms, topics and media, with numerous ways to organize it. What follows is a brief discussion of some of the most common. General reference filing, paper, email, and simple digital storage. Large category filing, contact managers, and libraries and archives. General reference filing. As I've emphasized in previous chapters, a good filing system is critical for processing and organizing your stuff. It's also a must for dealing with the paper-based material and ad hoc digital information that are valuable to you for one reason or another, and you'll need a way to store both. Ideally, you already set up a general reference filing system as you were processing in. You need to feel comfortable storing even a single piece of paper that you might want to refer to later, or an article you read online, and your general reference system must be informal and accessible enough that it's a snap to file something away, right at hand where you do your work and personal administration and review. If you're not set up that way yet, listen back to Chapter 4 for help on this topic. Most people wind up needing from 1 to 4 physical file drawers, many dozens of email reference folders, and other digital storage locations and categories that can range from a few to hundreds. As a bit of a foodie, I have kept track of any restaurant around the world I might want to patronize, from experience or referrals. It's in a software application that allows me to look under, for example, locales, London, restaurants, and see my list. Just that one topic, restaurants I might want to visit, populates hundreds of folders and subfolders on my computer. The web itself is nothing more than a huge digital filing cabinet, which both relieves the need to create your own digital reference library and produces a huge amount of the type of information you will likely want to collect and organize within your own system. The ever-increasing plethora of information and ways to access and organize it only forces the necessity to distinguish non-actionable from actionable inputs and to create and maintain an easily usable system of reference data storage. Large category filing. Any topic that requires more than 50 folders and/or major documents should probably be given its own section, drawer, or digital database with its own alpha-sorted or other easily searchable system. For instance, if you're managing a corporate merger and need to keep hold of a lot of the paperwork, you may want to dedicate 2 or 3 whole file cabinets to hold all the documentation required in the due diligence process. If gardening or sailing or cooking is your passion, you may need at least a whole file drawer for each of those designated hobbies. Bear in mind that if your area of focus has support material that could blend into other areas of focus, you may run into the dilemma of whether to store the information in general reference or in the specialized reference files. When you read a great article about wood fencing and want to keep it, does that go in your garden cabinet or in the general system with other information about home-related projects? As a rule, it's best to stick with one general reference system except for a very limited number of discrete topics. Contact managers. Much of the information that you need to keep is directly related to people in your network. You need to track contact information of all sorts: mobile, home, and office phone numbers, email addresses, and so on. In addition, if you find it useful, you may want to maintain information about their birthdays, names of family members, hobbies, interests, etc. In a more rigorous professional vein, you may need or want to track hire dates, performance review dates, goals and objectives, and other potentially relevant data for staff development and legal purposes. The contacts section of most of the digital and paper organizers, along with the calendar, has probably been the most commonly used component. Everyone needs to keep track of phone numbers and email addresses. It's instructive to note that this is purely and simply reference material. No action is required. This is just information that you might need to access in the future. As digital as the world seems to have become, many people still have stacks of collected business cards that are subtly yelling at them. Decide something about me. Do something with me. But once you have filtered actionable items out of those inputs, there's no big mystery about how to organize contact information, aside from the logistics for your individual needs. Again, the only problem comes up when people try to make their contact manager serve as a tool for reminding them about things they need to do. That doesn't work unless it's part of a well-functioning CRM system that includes both customer information and action triggers appropriately assigned and incorporated. As long as all the actions relative to people you know have been identified and tracked in your action reminder lists, there's no role for a contact manager to fill other than being a data store. The only issue or opportunity then becomes how much information you need to keep and where, and in what equipment you need to keep it in order to have it accessible when you want it. Nothing's perfect in that regard. But as the mobile digital internet-connected tools increase in power, along with their connection to various data stores, both the ease of access and the confusion of options will increase in this regard. Libraries and archives. Personalized levels. Information that might be useful lives at many levels. You could probably find out pretty much anything if you were willing to dig deep enough. The question of how much to keep, how close, and in what form will be a changing reality, given the variables of your needs, your particular comfort levels with data, and the technology that turbocharges your relationship to global information. Relative to your personal organization and productivity, this is not a core issue, so long as all your projects and actions are in a control system that you work with regularly. Reference material in all its forms then becomes nothing more or less than material to capture and create access to according to your particular proclivities, requirements, and capabilities. Some degree of consistency will always make things easier. What kinds of things do you need with you all the time? Those must go into your ubiquitously available mobile device or notebook. What do you need for meetings or off-site events? That should be put into your briefcase, pack, satchel, or purse. What might you need when you're working in your office? That should be put into your personal filing system or your networked computer. What about rare situations relative to your job? Material needed for those could be archived in departmental files, off-site storage, or deep in the digital cloud. What could you find on the web anytime you might need it? You don't need to do anything with that information unless you require it when you're away from a good internet connection, in which case you should print the data out when you're online and store it in a file you can take with you. Do you see how that personal organization of reference material is simply a logistical and purpose-based one? Distinguishing actionable from non-actionable things is the first key success factor in this arena. Second is determining what your potential use of the information is, and therefore where and how it should be stored. Once these are addressed, you have total freedom to manage and organize as much or as little reference material as you want. There is no perfect reference system. Its structures and content demand a highly individual decision that ought to be based on the ratio of the value received to the time and effort required for capturing and maintaining it. You're better off starting with real information you want to keep, deciding the best place to put it so it's retrievable, and crafting that from the ground up than trying to choose or design a system theoretically. You will definitely hone your reference libraries into a larger, more sensible framework as time goes on, but that will best be built from upgrading how you're managing your day-to-day realities. Tolerate some ambiguity here in terms of figuring out the best way to do it all. The key will be some regular overviewing and reassessment of your system and dynamically course-correcting as needed. Someday maybes. The second thing to deal with in organizing non-actionable items is how to track things that you want to reassess in the future. These could range from a special trip you might want to take one day, to books you might want to read, to projects you might want to tackle in the next fiscal year, to skills and talents you might want to develop. For a full implementation of this model, you'll need some sort of back burner or on-hold component. There are several ways to stage things for later review, all of which will work to get them off your current radar and your mind. You can put the items on various versions of Someday Maybe lists, or trigger them on your calendar or in a digital or paper-based tickler system. Someday Maybe list. It's highly likely, if you did a complete mind sweep when you were collecting things from your mental space, you came up with some things you're not sure you want to commit to. Learn Spanish. Get Marcy a horse. Climb Mount Washington. Write a mystery novel. And get a vacation cottage are typical projects that fall into this category. If you haven't already done it, I recommend that you create a Someday Maybe list in whatever organizing system you've chosen. Then give yourself permission to populate that list with all the items of that type that have occurred to you so far. You'll probably discover that simply having the list and starting to fill it out will cause you to come up with all kinds of creative ideas. You may also be surprised to find that some of the things you write on the list will actually come to pass, almost without your making any conscious effort to make them happen. If you acknowledge the power of the imagination to foster changes in perception and performance, it's easy to see how having a Someday Maybe list out in front of your conscious mind could potentially add many wonderful adventures to your life and work. We're likely to seize opportunities when they arise if we've already identified and captured them as a possibility. That has certainly been my own experience. Learning to play the flute and how to sail in the open ocean started in this category for me. In addition to your in-tray, there are two rich sources to tap for your Someday Maybe list: your creative imagination and your list of current projects. Make an inventory of your creative imaginings. What are the things you really might want to do someday if you have the time, money, and inclination? Write them on your Someday Maybe list. Typical categories include things to get or build for your home, hobbies to take up, skills to learn, creative expressions to explore, clothes and accessories to buy, toys, high-tech and otherwise, to acquire, trips to take, organizations to join, service projects to contribute to, things to see and do. Reassess your current projects. Now's a good time to review your projects list from a more elevated perspective, that is, the standpoint of your job, goals, and personal commitments, and consider whether you might transfer some of your current commitments to someday maybe. If, on reflection, you realize that an optional project doesn't have a chance of getting your attention for the next few months or more, move it to this list. People have at times found it useful even to subcategorize their someday maybe projects. There might be a significant difference for you to think about projects you really want to do around your home as soon as you have the resources versus your bucket list kind of fantasies, such as climbing a mountain in Nepal or creating a foundation for disadvantaged kids. In a company, this might be a distinction between parking lot ideas, let's save that to discuss at our next quarterly meeting, and keeping track of the projects you might energize when and if significant capital shows up. The key here is to pay attention, as you experiment with these options, to whether your lists and subcategories are unnerving or energizing you. Special categories of someday maybe. More than likely, you have some special interests that involve lots of possible things to do. It can be fun to collect these on lists. For instance, food, recipes, menus, restaurants, wines. Children, things to do with them. Books to read. Music to download. Movies to see. Gift ideas. Websites to explore. Weekend trips to take. Ideas miscellaneous, meaning you don't know where else to put them. These kinds of lists can be a cross between reference and someday maybe. Reference because you can just collect and add to lists of good wines or restaurants or books to consult as you like. Someday maybe because you might want to review the listed items on a regular basis to remind yourself to try one or more of them at some point. In any case, this is another great reason to have an organizing system that makes it easy to capture things that may add value and variety and interest to your life without clogging your mind and workspace with undecided, unfinished business. The danger of hold and review, files and piles. Many people have created some sort of hold and review pile or file or whole drawer or email folder that vaguely fits within the category of someday maybe. They tell themselves, when I have time, I may like to get to this, and a hold and review file seems a convenient place to put it. I personally don't recommend this particular kind of subsystem because in virtually every case I have come across, the person held but didn't review, and there was numbness and resistance about the stack and contents. The value of someday maybe disappears if you don't put your conscious awareness back onto it with some consistency. Also, there's a big difference between something that's managed well, as a someday maybe list, and something that's just a catch-all bucket for stuff. Usually, much of that stuff needs to be tossed. Some of it needs to go into read review. Some needs to be filed as reference. Some belongs on the calendar or in a tickler file for review in a month or perhaps at the beginning of the next quarter. And some items actually have next actions on them. Many times, after appropriately processing someone's hold and review drawer or file, I've discovered there was nothing left in it. Using the calendar for future options. Your calendar can be a very handy place to park reminders of things you might want to consider doing in the future. Most of the people I've coached were not nearly as comfortable with their calendars as they could have been. Otherwise, they probably would have found many more things to put in there. One of the 3 uses of a calendar is for day-specific information. This category can include a number of things, but one of the most creative ways to utilize the calendar function is to enter things that you want to take off your mind and reassess at some later date. Here are a few of the myriad things you should consider inserting. Triggers for activating projects, events you might want to participate in, and decision catalysts. Triggers for activating projects. If you have a project that you don't really need to think about now, but that deserves a flag at some point in the future, you can pick an appropriate date and put a reminder about the project in your calendar for that day. It should go in some day-specific versus time-specific calendar slot for the things you want to be reminded of on that day. Then when the day arrives, You see the reminder and insert the item as an active project on your projects list. Typical candidates for this treatment are special events with a certain lead time for handling, product launches, fundraisers, etc. Regular events that you need to prepare for, such as budget reviews, annual conferences, planning events, or meetings. For example, when should you add next year's annual sales conference or get kids set up for the next school year to your projects list? Key dates for significant people that you might want to do something about: birthdays, anniversaries, holiday gift giving, etc. Events you might want to participate in. You probably get notices constantly about seminars, conferences, speeches, and social and cultural events that you may want to decide about attending as the time gets closer. So figure out when that closer time is and put a trigger in your calendar on the appropriate date. For example, Chamber of Commerce breakfast tomorrow, Lions football tickets go on sale today, BBC special on climate change at 8 p.m., Garden Club tea next Saturday. If you can think of any jogs like these that you'd like to put into your system, do it now. Decision catalysts. Once in a while, there may be a significant decision that you need to make, but can't or don't want to right away. That's fine in terms of your own self-management process, as long as you've concluded that the additional information you need has to come from an internal rather than an external source. For example, you need to sleep on it. Or there is a good reason to delay your decision until a last responsible moment, allowing all factors to be as current as possible before you choose how to move on it. But in order to move to a level of okayness about not deciding, you'd better put out a safety net that you can trust to get you to focus on the issue appropriately in the future. A calendar reminder can serve that purpose. If you're using a group-accessible calendar, you obviously must maintain discretion about those kinds of triggers. Digital calendars usually have private categorization functions you can use for entries you don't necessarily want everyone to see. Some typical decision areas in this category include hire or fire, merge, acquire, sell, divest, change job or career, potential strategy redirection. This is a big topic to devote so little time to, I know, but go ahead and ask yourself, is there any major decision for which I should create a future trigger so I can feel comfortable just hanging out with it for now? If there is, put some reminder in your calendar to revisit the issue. The tickler file. One elegant way to manage non-actionable items that may need an action in the future is the tickler file, also referred to as suspense, bring forward, perpetual, or follow-up file. A three-dimensional version of a calendar, the original version of this allows you to hold physical reminders of things that you want to see or remember, not now, but in the future. It can be an extremely functional tool, allowing you to, in effect, set up your own postal service and mail things to yourself for receipt on a designated future date. I have used a tickler file for years. Even though technology has made reminders of this sort more easily digitized in software and mobile access devices, it's possible that numerous things for you are more easily managed in this low-tech manner. The promise of digital management of such things is marching forward incessantly, but there remain many things in my personal system that are more efficiently managed by physical particles as reminders. Essentially, the tickler file is a simple file folder system that allows you to distribute paper and other physical reminders in such a way that whatever you want to see on a particular date in the future automatically shows up that day in your in tray. If you have a secretary or assistant, you can entrust at least a part of this task to him or her, assuming that he or she has some working version of this or a similar system. Typical examples would be, hand me this agenda the morning of the day I have the meeting. Give this back to me on Monday to rethink, since it applies to our board meeting on Wednesday. Remind me about the Hong Kong trip 2 weeks ahead, and we'll plan the logistics. Then, every day of the week, that day's folder is pulled and reviewed. Even if you are in a high-level professional role, while you can, and probably should, utilize staff to handle as much of this as is appropriate, I recommend that if you can integrate it into your lifestyle, you maintain your own tickler file functionality. There are many useful things you can do, at least some of which you may want to avail yourself of outside the pale of your assistant's responsibilities. I use my tickler file to manage travel documents I need at hand on a certain day, reminders of birthdays and special events upcoming that would take up too much visual room on my digital calendar, printouts of interesting things to explore when I might have more time in a couple of months, etc. Bottom line, the tickler file demands only a 1 second per day new behavior to make it work, and it has a payoff value exponentially greater than the personal investment. It represents a unique executive function, deciding not to decide until a certain point. Setting up a tickler file. If you are doing this in a physical system, you need 43 folders, 31 labeled 1 through 31, and 12 more labeled with the names of the months of the year. The daily files are kept in front, beginning with the file for tomorrow's date. If today is October 5th, then the first file would be 6. The succeeding daily files represent the days of the rest of the month, 6 through 31. Behind the 31 file is the monthly file for the next month, November, and behind that are the daily files 1 through 5. Following that are the rest of the monthly files, December through October. The next daily file is emptied into your in tray every day, and then the folder is refiled at the back of the dailies, at which point, instead of October 6, it represents November 6. In the same way, when the next monthly file reaches the front, it's emptied into the in tray and refiled at the back of the monthlies to represent November a year from now. On October 31st, after you empty the daily file, the November file will be the next one, with the daily files 1 through 31 behind it. This is a perpetual file, meaning that at any given time it contains files for the next 31 days and the next 12 months. The big advantage of using file folders for your tickler system is that they allow you to store actual documents, the form that needs to be filled out on a certain day, the meeting agenda that needs to be reviewed then, the invoice that you're holding payment on until that day, etc. In order for the system to work, you must check and update it every day. If you forget to empty the daily file, you won't trust the system to handle important data, and you'll have to manage those things some other way. If you leave town, or don't access the file on the weekend, you must be sure to check the folders for the days you'll be away before you go. Checklists. Creative and constructive reminders. The last topic in personal system organization that deserves some attention is the care and feeding of checklists, those recipes of potential ingredients for projects, work processes and procedures, events, and areas of value, interest, and responsibility. In essence, any of the lists or categories of reminders we've already discussed are checklists in that they serve the function of providing things to check or review to ensure that you're not missing something in that area. The more common idea of checklists, however, refers to a listing of the contents of a topic, procedure, or some arena of interest or activity to be utilized either at a specific time or whenever you engage in a particular kind of activity. These can range from big-picture outlines of areas of focus in your job or your life, down to the detailed instructions of how to load pictures onto a website. Many years ago, Alfred North Whitehead cogently observed, "Civilization advances by extending the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking about them." Checklists provide the micro version of that macro observation. Whenever you have to think about anything, either because of some regularity of a refreshed view, at the end of every calendar year, I want or need to, or a specific situation that requires more detail than you can easily recall. Before I deliver a seminar, I need to. You should entrust those jobs to your external mind, your management system that holds the details you need to engage with at appropriate times. A powerful exposition of this function and its value, and the cost of not paying attention to it, was laid out in Atul Gawande's book, The Checklist Manifesto: How to Get Things Right, Metropolitan Books, 2009. There is an infinite number of possible checklists that allow you to have more relaxed control in various situations across your life and work. If you ever refer to a recipe in a cookbook in order to prepare a specific dish, you're using a checklist to boost your focus and productivity. If your board has tasked you with 3 key initiatives or outcomes for the year, reviewing those prior to your board meeting would be utilizing a checklist. Because I am describing the process of clarifying and organizing what may be on your mind, to begin to implement this system, I'll focus on a common set of topics that emerge for people for which checklists are often the best solution. Things you want to pay attention to. Often, when we are working with people to clear up what is on their minds, what shows up are things like this: exercise more regularly, spend more quality time with my kids, do more proactive planning for my division, maintain good morale on my team, ensure we're in alignment with corporate strategy, keep the client billing process up to date, focus more on my spiritual practices, pay more attention to the individual goals of my staff members, keep myself motivated in my job, keep current conversations and updates going with key people in my company. What should you do with these fuzzier kinds of internal commitments and areas of attention? First, identify inherent projects and action. For much of this kind of stuff, there is still a project and/or an action that needs to be defined. Exercise more regularly really translates for many people into set up regular exercise program, a project, and call Sally for suggestion about gyms and personal trainers, a real next action step. In such cases, inherent projects and actions still need to be clarified and organized into a personal system. Or, maintain good morale on my team should become a project. Explore team-building processes for my department. With a specific action step, email our HR director to get her input on this opportunity. But there are some things that don't quite fit into that category, and often appropriate checklists are needed to address them. Blueprinting key areas of work and accountability. Objectives like maintain good physical conditioning or keep my team motivated may still need to be built into some sort of overview checklist that will be reviewed regularly. You have multiple layers of outcomes and standards playing on your psyche and your choices at any point in time, and knowing what those are at all the different levels is always a good idea, and yet not so easy to habitually maintain and adhere to. I suggested earlier that there are at least 6 levels of your work that could be defined, and that each level deserves its own acknowledgement and evaluation. A complete inventory of everything you hold important and are committed to on each of these levels would represent an awesome checklist. It might include career goals, service, family, relationships, community, health and energy, financial resources, creative expression. And then moving down a level, within your job, you might want some reminders of your key areas of responsibility, your staff, your values, and so on. A list of these might contain points like team morale, processes, timelines, staff issues, workload, communications, technology. All of these items could in turn be included on the lists in your personal system as reminders to you as needed to keep the ship on course on an even keel. Many times the value is simply to affirm that the specific area is okay as is. Nothing needs to be added or changed. But knowing that adds to your relaxed focus. The more novel the situation, the more control required. The degree to which any of us needs to maintain checklists and external controls is directly related to our unfamiliarity with the area of responsibility. If you've been doing what you're doing for a long time, and there's no pressure on you to change in that area, you probably need minimal external personal organization to stay on cruise control. You know when things must happen and how to make them happen, and your system is fine, status quo. You could manage those in your sleep. Often, though, that's not the case. Did you ever have to go through some prescribed procedure to manage a discrete kind of financial transaction, log in and refresh a software application, or even go through several necessary steps to check in to a friend's vacation cabin, and you had the experience of asking yourself, wait a minute, what do I need to do now? In any of those situations, you may want or need to repeat, you need a checklist. I am dangerously semi-literate in terms of computers and software, and whenever I get instruction from our IT experts about how to fix some recurring glitch, it is easy to convince myself I will remember what they told me. I have learned too many times the hard way to create checklists for them. Many times you'll want some sort of checklist to help you maintain a focus until you're more familiar with what you're doing. If your CEO suddenly disappeared, for example, and you instantly had to fill her shoes, you'd need some overview and outlines in front of you for a while to ensure that you had all the mission-critical aspects of the job handled. And if you've just been hired into a new position with new responsibilities that are relatively unfamiliar to you, you'll want a framework of control and structure, if only for the first few months. As we have instituted a novel organizational structure and operating system in our company, we have been using many critical checklists to support our meeting practices for its implementation until they become automatic. There have been times when I needed to make a list of areas that I had to handle temporarily until things were under control. For instance, when my wife and I decided to create a brand new structure for a business we'd been involved with for many years, I took on areas of responsibility I'd never had to deal with before, namely accounting, computers, marketing, legal, and administration. For several months, I needed to keep a checklist of those responsibilities in front of me to ensure that I filled in the blanks everywhere and managed the transition as well as I could. After the business got onto cruise control to some degree, I no longer needed that list. Checklists at all levels. Be open to creating any kind of checklist as the urge strikes you. The possibilities are endless, from core life values to things to take camping to potential holiday gifts. Making lists ad hoc as they occur to you is one of the most powerful yet subtlest and simplest procedures that you can install in your life. To spark your creative thinking, here's a list of some of the topics of checklists I've seen and used over the years. Job areas of responsibility, the key responsibility areas. Exercise regimens, muscle resistance training programs. Travel checklist, everything to take on or do before a trip. Weekly review, everything to review and or update on a weekly basis. Training program components, all the things to handle when putting on an event front to back. Key clients, people to stay in touch with, all the people you might want to connect with in your network. Year-end activities, all the actions for closing up for the time period. Personal development, things to evaluate regularly to ensure personal balance and progress. Jokes. Get comfortable with checklists, both ad hoc and more permanent. Be ready to create and eliminate them as required. Make sure you have an easily accessed place to put a new list that's also attractive and even fun to engage with, in a loose-leaf notebook or in a software application that is readily available. Appropriately used, checklists can be a tremendous asset in enhancing personal productivity and relieving mental pressure. If in fact you have now captured everything that represents an open loop in your life and work, clarified and processed each one of those items in terms of what it means to you and what actions are required, and organized the results into an intact system that holds a current and complete overview, large and small, of all your present and someday projects, then you're ready for the next step of implementation in the art of stress-free productivity, the reflection process. Chapter 8. Reflecting, keeping it all fresh and functional. The purpose of this whole method of workflow management is not to let your brain become lax, but rather to enable it to be free to experience more elegant, productive, and creative activity. In order to earn that freedom, however, your brain must engage on some consistent basis with all your commitments and activities. You must be assured that you're doing what you need to be doing and that it's okay to be not doing what you're not doing. That facilitates the condition of being present, which is always the optimal state from which to operate. Reviewing your system on a regular basis, reflecting on the contents, and keeping it current and functional are prerequisites for that kind of clarity and stability. If you have a list of calls you must make, for example, the minute that list is not totally current with all the calls you need to make, your brain will not trust the system, and it won't get relief from its lower-level mental tasks. It will have to take back the job of remembering, processing, and reminding, which, as you should know by now, it doesn't do very effectively. All of this means your system cannot be static. In order to support appropriate action choices, it must be kept up to date. And it should trigger consistent and appropriate evaluation of your life and work at several horizons. There are two major issues that need to be handled at this point. First, what do you look at in all this and when? And second, what do you need to do and how often to ensure that all of it works as a consistent system, freeing you to think and manage at a higher level? A real review process will lead to enhanced and proactive new thinking in key areas of your life and work. Such thinking emerges from both focused concentration and serendipitous brainstorming, which will be triggered and galvanized by a consistent personal review of your inventory of actions and projects. What to look at when? Your personal system and behaviors need to be established in such a way that you can see all the action options you need to see when you need to see them. This is really just common sense, but few people actually have their processes and their organization honed to the point where they are as functional as they could be. When you have access to a phone and any discretionary time, you ought to at least glance at the list of all the phone calls you need to make, and then either direct yourself to the best one to handle, or give yourself permission to feel okay about not bothering with any of them. When you're about to go in for a discussion with your boss or your partner, take a moment to review the outstanding agendas you have with him or her, so you'll know that you're using your time most effectively. When you need to pick up something at the dry cleaner, first quickly review all the other errands that you might be able to do en route. People often ask me, how much time do you spend looking at your system? My answer is simply, as much time as I need to feel comfortable about what I'm doing. In actuality, it's an accumulation of 2 seconds here, 3 seconds there. What most people don't realize is that my lists are in one sense my office. Just as you might have post-its and stacks of documents that represent work to do at your workstation, so do I on my next actions list and calendar. Assuming that you've completely collected, processed, and organized your stuff, you'll most likely take only a few brief moments here and there to access your system for day-to-day reminders. Look at your calendar first. Your most frequent review will probably be your daily calendar, and your daily tickler folder if you're maintaining one, to see the hard landscape and assess what has to get done. You need to know the time and space parameters first. Knowing that you have nonstop meetings from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., for example, with barely a half-hour break for lunch, will help you make necessary decisions about any other activities. Then your action lists. After you review all your day and time-specific commitments, and handle whatever you need to about them, your next most frequent area for review will be the lists of all the actions you could possibly do in your current context. If you're in your office, for instance, you'll look at your lists of calls, computer actions, and in-office things to do. This doesn't necessarily mean you will be doing anything on those lists. You'll just evaluate them against the flow of other work coming at you to ensure that you make the best choices about what to deal with. You need to feel confident that you're not missing anything critical. Frankly, if your calendar is trustworthy and your action lists are current, they may be the only things in the system you'll need to refer to more than every couple of days. There have been many days when I didn't need to look at any of my lists, in fact, because it was clear from the front end, my calendar, what I wouldn't be able to do. The right review in the right context. You may need to access any one of your lists at any time. When you and your life partner are decompressing at the end of the day, and you want to be sure you'll take care of the business the two of you manage together about home, family, and/or personal life, you'll want to look at your accumulated agendas for him or her. On the other hand, if your boss pops in for a face-to-face conversation about current realities and priorities, it will be highly functional for you to have your projects list up to date and your agenda list for him or her right at hand. When you suddenly get a text invitation for an unplanned but highly strategic lunch meeting with a potential client who just showed up, how fast can you clear the deck, print relevant data, and renegotiate other commitments to be fully present for that engagement, which, if it goes well, may extend into the afternoon? Updating your system. The real trick to ensuring the trustworthiness of the whole organization system lies in regularly refreshing your thinking and your system from a more elevated perspective. That's impossible to do, however, if your lists fall too far behind your reality. You won't be able to fool yourself about this. If your system is out of date, your brain will be forced to fully engage again at the lower level of remembering. This is perhaps the biggest challenge of all. Once you've tasted what it's like to have a clear head and feel in control of everything that's going on, can you do what you need to do to maintain that as an operational standard? The many years I've spent researching and implementing this methodology with countless people have proved to me that the magic key to the sustainability of the process is the weekly review. The power of the weekly review. If you're like me and most other people, no matter how good your intentions may be, you're going to have the world come at you faster than you can keep up. Many of us seem to have it in our natures to consistently entangle ourselves in more than we have the ability to handle. We book ourselves in back-to-back meetings all day, go to after-hours events that generate ideas and commitments we need to deal with, and get embroiled in engagements and projects that have the potential to spin our creative intelligence into cosmic orbits. That whirlwind of activity is precisely what makes the weekly review so valuable. It builds in some capturing, reevaluation, and reprocessing time to keep you in balance. There is simply no way to do this necessary regrouping while you're trying to get everyday work done. The weekly review will also sharpen your intuitive focus on your important projects as you deal with the flood of new input and potential distractions coming at you the rest of the week. You're going to have to learn to say no, faster and to more things, in order to stay afloat and comfortable. Having some dedicated time in which to at least get up to the project level of thinking goes a long way toward making that easier. What is the weekly review? Very simply, the weekly review is whatever you need to do to get your head empty again and get oriented for the next couple of weeks. It's going through the steps of workflow management, capturing, clarifying, organizing, and reviewing all your outstanding commitments, intentions, and inclinations, until you can honestly say, I absolutely know right now everything I'm not doing but could be doing if I decided to. From a practical standpoint, here is the three-part drill that can get you there. Get clear, get current, and get creative. Getting clear will ensure that all your collected stuff is processed. Getting current will ensure that all your orienting maps or lists are reviewed and up to date. The creative part happens to some degree automatically as you get clear and current. You will naturally be generating ideas and perspectives that will be adding value to your thinking about work and life. Get clear. This is the initial stage of gathering up all the loose ends that have been generated in the course of your busy week. Notes taken in meetings, receipts and business cards you've collected, notices from your kids' schools, and all the miscellaneous inputs that, in spite of yourself, have accumulated in all the weird little pockets and places in your purse, briefcase, smartphone texts, jacket, and on your dressing room counter, in addition to what's shown up in your standard input channels like your email in tray and social media. Collect loose papers and material. Pull out all miscellaneous pieces of paper, business cards, receipts, and so on that have crept into the crevices of your desk, clothing, and accessories. Put it all in your in tray for processing. Get in to empty. Review any meeting notes and miscellaneous scribbles on notepaper or in your mobile devices. Decide and list any action items, projects, waiting fors, calendar events, and someday maybes as appropriate. File any reference notes and materials. Get the in areas of emails, texts, and voicemails to 0. Be ruthless with yourself, processing all notes and thoughts relative to interactions, projects, new initiatives, and input that have come your way since your last download, and purging those not needed. Empty your head. Put into writing or text in appropriate categories any new projects, action items, waiting fors, someday maybes, and so forth that you haven't yet captured and clarified. Get current. You need to pull up the rear guard now and eliminate outdated reminders in your system and get your active lists up to date and complete. Here are the steps. Review next action lists. Mark off completed actions. Review for reminders of further action steps to record. And many times I've been moving so fast I haven't had a chance to mark off many completed items on my list, much less figure out what to do next. This is the time to do that. Review previous calendar data. Review the past 2 to 3 weeks of calendar entries in detail for remaining or emergent action items, reference information, and so on, and transfer that data into the active system. Grab every, "Oh, that reminds me," with its associated actions. You will likely notice meetings and events that you attended which trigger thoughts of what to do next about the content. Be able to archive your past calendar with nothing left uncaptured. Review upcoming calendar. Look at further calendar entries, long and short term. Capture actions about projects and preparations required for upcoming events. Your calendar is one of the best checklists to review regularly to prevent last-minute stress and trigger creative front-end thinking. This is especially true if other people have authority to add entries to your calendar. It's very easy to be uncomfortably surprised with meetings you suddenly notice that were scheduled by someone else. Upcoming travel, conferences, meetings, holidays, etc. should be assessed for projects to add to your projects and next actions lists for any of those situations that are already on your radar but not yet on cruise control. Review waiting for list. Any needed follow-up? Need to send an email to get a status on it? Need to add an item to someone's agenda list to update when you'll talk with him or her? Record any next actions. Check off any already received. Review projects and larger outcome lists. Evaluate the status of projects, goals, and outcomes one by one, ensuring that at least one current Kickstart action for each is in your system. Browse through any active and relevant project plans, support materials, and any other work-in-progress material to trigger new actions, completions, waiting fors, etc. Review any relevant checklists. Is there anything else that you haven't done that you need or want to do, given your various engagements, interests, and responsibilities? Get creative. This methodology is not simply about cleaning up and getting closure. Those are critical factors, to be sure, to utilize for clarity and focus. Ultimately, though, the prime driver for my own exploration in this field has been creating the space to catalyze and access new, creative, and valuable thinking and direction. To a great extent, that's actually not something you need to exert a lot of energy to achieve if you've gotten this far in implementing this methodology. We are naturally creative beings, invested in our existence to live, grow, express, and expand. The challenge is not to be creative, it's to eliminate the barriers to the natural flow of our creative energies. Practically speaking, it's about getting your act together, letting spontaneous ideas emerge, capturing them, and utilizing their value. If you, in the process of hearing and applying any of these techniques, have had any kind of, "aha, that reminds me," or, I think I might want to, because you externalized your thinking and reflected on it, then you're already demonstrating the naturalness of this process. As I said, there may not be anything you need to focus on at this point, since probably most of your creative thinking will have already shown up and been integrated in this process. However, there are a couple of additional triggers that you might find valuable to finish off this process. Review Someday Maybe list. Check for any projects that may have become more interesting or valuable to activate and transfer them to projects. Delete any that have simply stayed around much longer than they should, as the world and your interest have changed enough to take them off even this informal radar. Add any emerging possibilities that you've just started thinking about. Be creative and courageous. Are there any new, wonderful, harebrained, creative, thought-provoking, risk-taking ideas you can capture and add into your system or external brain? This review process is common sense, but few of us do it as well or consistently as we could, which means as regularly as we should to keep a clear mind and a sense of relaxed control. Granted, its scope is daunting, especially if you haven't yet structured and populated your personal system to have reasonably current and complete data. And even if you have a decent center of control, given the pressures and demands of your day-to-day world, seldom is it obvious or easy to make this kind of reflection and recalibration event happen. The right time and place for the review. The weekly review is so critical that it behooves you to establish good habits, environments, and tools to support it. Once your comfort zone has been established for the kind of relaxed control that getting things done is all about, you won't have to worry too much about making yourself do your review. You'll have to in order to get back to your personal standards again. Until then, do whatever you need to once a week to trick yourself into backing away from the daily grind for a couple of hours. Not to zone out, but to rise up at least to the horizon of all your projects and their statuses, and to catch up with everything else that relates to what's pulling on your attention. If you have the luxury of an office or workspace that can be somewhat isolated from the people and interactions of the day, and if you have anything resembling a typical 5-day work week, I recommend that you block out 2 hours early in the afternoon of your last workday for the review. 3 factors make this an ideal time. First, the events of the week are likely to be still fresh enough for you to be able to do a complete postmortem. Oh yeah, I need to make sure I get back to her about. Second, when you invariably uncover actions that require reaching people at work, you'll still have time to do that before they leave for the weekend. Third, it's great to clear your mental decks so you can go into the weekend ready for refreshment and recreation with nothing else pulling on you unnecessarily. You may be the kind of person, however, who doesn't have normal weekends. I, for example, often have as much to do on those days as I do midweek. But I do have the so-called luxury of enduring frequent long plane trips, which provide an ideal opportunity for me to catch up. Many people have tailored their own weekly review habits to fit with their lifestyles, ranging from a standard time at their favorite coffee house every Saturday morning to the time on Sunday they sat in the rear of their church during their daughter's choir practice. Whatever your lifestyle, you need a weekly regrouping ritual. You likely have something like this or close to it already. If so, leverage the habit by adding into it a higher altitude review process. The people who find it hardest to make time for this review are those who have constantly on-demand work and home environments with zero built-in time or space for regrouping. The most stressed professionals I have met are the ones who have to be mission-critically reactive at work, for example, high-level equities traders and chiefs of staff, and then go home to a couple of under 10-year-old children and a spouse who also had a hard day at work. Some of them, fortunately, have a 1-hour train commute. If you recognize yourself in that picture, your greatest challenge will be to build in a consistent process of regrouping, with your world not directly in your face. You'll need to either accept the requirement of an after-hours time at your desk on a Friday night, or establish a relaxed but at-work kind of location and time at home. Executive Operational Review Time. I've coached many executives to block out 2 hours on their calendars at the end of their work week. For them, the biggest problem is how to balance quality thinking and catch-up time with the urgent demands of mission-critical interactions. This is a tough call. The most senior and savvy of them, however, know the value of sacrificing the seemingly urgent for the truly important, and they create their islands of time for some version of this process. One of our clients, head of executive development for one of the largest companies in the world, suggested that building in quality time for review and regrouping in order to trust one's intuitive decision-making is both critical and sorely lacking in the higher echelons of his organization. Even the executives who have integrated a consistent reflective space for their work, though, often seem to give short shrift to the more mundane review and catch-up process at the Horizon 1 projects level. Between wall-to-wall meetings and ambling around your koi pond with a glass of wine at sunset, there's got to be a slightly elevated level of review required for operational control and focus. If you think you have all your open loops fully identified, clarified, assessed, and actionalized, you're probably kidding yourself. The bigger picture reviews. Yes, at some point, you must clarify the larger outcomes, the long-term goals, the visions and principles that ultimately drive, test, and prioritize your decisions. What are your key goals and objectives in your work? What should you have in place a year or 3 years from now? How is your career going? Is this the lifestyle that is most fulfilling to you? Are you doing what you really want or need to do from a deeper and longer-term perspective? The explicit focus of this book is not teasing out those Horizon 3 to 5 levels. Urging you to operate from a higher perspective is, however, its implicit purpose, to assist you in making your total life expression more fulfilling and better aligned with the bigger game you're all about. As you increase the speed and agility with which you clear the ground and Horizon 1 levels of your life and work, be sure to revisit the other levels you're engaged in as needed to maintain a truly clear head. How often you ought to challenge yourself with that type of wide-ranging review is something only you can know. The principle I must affirm at this juncture is this: you need to assess your life and work at the appropriate horizons, making the appropriate decisions at the appropriate intervals in order to really come clean. That's a lifelong invitation and obligation to yourself to fulfill whatever your unfinished destiny or intentionality happens to be. Over the years, I have discovered, through my own experience as well as being intimately involved with scores of people in their day-to-day worlds, that getting ultimately grounded and in control of the mundane aspects of life produces a rich field of natural inspiration about our higher-level stuff. It is because of our deeper drives and inclinations that we have embroiled ourselves in the complexities and commitments that often create confusion and the sense of being overwhelmed. You felt a profound need to have children. Now you've got them, and each one is a major business to manage for at least 2 decades. You've felt impelled to be creative and produce recognized and monetized value in the world. So you've built a business or committed to a lofty professional career, and you're now buried in many more things than you feel you can handle. More goals may not be necessary for you now. You need comfort with the ones you've already put in motion and the confidence that you can execute elegantly on any new ones. We can always use a refreshed view of our visions, values, and objectives indeed. But in my experience, you'll resist that conversation with yourself if you don't think you're handling the world you've already created for yourself very well. How long does it take to change a goal or picture of what you want? Not much time, if any. How long will it take you to feel confident that you can deliver to yourself the outcomes you commit to? My experience is that it will be at least 2 years of implementing and habituating this methodology to get to that level of self-confidence. That's not bad news. It's just news. The good news is that getting more control at the more mundane and operational levels of your life and work is immediately available as you start to apply these best practices, and it will likely open up real aspects of your bigger game that you wouldn't be able to recognize or leverage without it. An additional aspect of this future-thinking dynamic is the value of staying immensely flexible and informal about goal setting. A significant change in this area has been pioneered in the software world as agile programming has become the norm for successful startups. Have a vision, do your best to imagine what it might look like, get cranking on producing something as a viably marketable first iteration, and then dynamically steer, maturing both your vision as well as how to implement it based on real feedback from your real world. The message is, positive future thinking is critical and fabulous, but it's most effectively manifested when it is tied to a confidence of execution in the material world with responsiveness and course correction built in. Which brings us to the ultimate point and challenge of all this personal capturing, clarifying, organizing, and reflecting methodology. It's 9:22 a.m. Wednesday morning. What do you do? Chapter 9. Engaging. Making the best action choices. When it comes to your real-time, plow-through, get-it-done workday, how do you decide what to do at any given point? As I've said, my simple answer is trust your heart, or your spirit. Or if you're allergic to those kinds of words, try these. Your gut, the seat of your pants, your liver, your intuition, whatever works for you as a reference point that has you step back and access whatever you consider the source of your inner wisdom. If you've ever made thoughtful versus knee-jerk and reactive choices, you'll know what I mean. That doesn't mean you throw your life to the winds, unless, of course, it does. I actually went down that route myself with a vengeance at one point in my life, and I can attest that the lessons were valuable, if not necessarily necessary. There are myriad ways to give it all up. You can ignore the physical world and its realities and trust in the universe. I did that at one point, in my own particular way, and it was a powerful experience, and one I wouldn't wish on anyone. I tried to check out of my practical connections, though I didn't choose to end my life, but it was a close call. I had much to learn about cooperating with the world I'd chosen to play in. But surrendering to your inner awareness and its intelligence and advice for the worlds you live in is the higher ground. Trusting yourself and the source of your intelligence is the most elegant version of experiencing freedom and manifesting personal productivity. As outlined in Chapter 2, I have found 3 priority frameworks to be enormously helpful in the context of deciding actions. First, the 4-criteria model for choosing actions in the moment. Second, the 3-fold model for evaluating daily work. And third, the 6-level model for reviewing your own work. I've said these in reverse hierarchical order, that is, the reverse of the typical strategic top-down perspective. In keeping with the nature of the getting things done methodology, I have found it useful to once again work from the bottom up, meaning I'll start with the most mundane levels. The 4-criteria model for choosing actions in the moment. Remember that you make your action choices based on the following 4 criteria, in order: context, time available, energy available, priority. Let's examine each of these in light of how you can best structure your systems and behaviors to take advantage of its dynamics. Context. At any point in time, the first thing to consider is, what could you possibly do where you are with the tools you have? Do you have a phone? Do you have access to the person you need to talk with face-to-face about 3 agenda items? Are you at the store where you need to buy something? If you can't do the action because you're not in the appropriate location or don't have the appropriate tools, don't worry about it. As I've said, it's often helpful to organize your action reminders by context: calls, at home, at computer, errands, agenda for Joe, agenda for staff meeting, and so on. Since context is the first criterion that comes into play in your best choice of actions, context-sorted lists prevent unnecessary reassessments about what to do. If you have a bunch of things to do on one to-do list, but you actually can't do many of them in the same context, you force yourself to continually keep reconsidering all of them. If you have traveled to meet a client at her office and on arrival discover that the meeting will be delayed for 15 minutes, you will want to refer to your calls list for something you could do to use your time productively. Your action lists should fold in or out based on what you could possibly do at any time. A second real benefit accrues from organizing action reminders by appropriate context. In itself, that forces you to make the all-important determination about the next physical action on your stuff. All of my action lists are set up this way, so I have to decide on the very next physical action before I can know which list to put an item on. Is this something that requires the computer, a phone, being in a store, talking in real time with my wife? People who give themselves a miscellaneous action list, that is, one not specific in context, often let themselves slide in the next action decision too. I frequently encourage people I'm working with to structure their list categories early on as they're processing their in-trays, because that automatically grounds their projects in the real things that need to get done to get them moving. Creative context sorting. As you begin to implement this methodology consistently, you will invariably find inventive ways to tailor your own contextual categories to fit your situation. Though sorting by the tool or physical location required is most common, there are often other uniquely useful ways to filter your reminders. Before I go on a long trip, I will create Before Trip as a temporary category, into which I will move everything from any of my action lists that must be handled before I leave. That becomes the only list I need to review until they're all done. At times, I have had many next actions that required me to be in creative writing mode. Though those actions were at computer, they required a different time and frame of mind than the rest of the things I needed to do at my laptop. It was much more relaxing and productive to manage my focus by sorting those onto a different creative writing action list. I currently divide my computer-required actions into those that don't require an internet connection, those that do, and those that are just surfing, potentially fun or interesting things on the web to explore. Over the years, I have seen people effectively use categories such as brain gone for simple actions requiring no mental horsepower, and less than 5 minutes for getting quick wins. At times, people feel more comfortable sorting their reminders by the areas of focus in their life and work: financial, family, administrative, etc. Recently, someone shared with me the value she found in categorizing actions based upon the immediate emotional reward for doing them: service to others, life stability, abundance building, etc. There is no right way to structure your next actions lists, only what works best for you, and that part of your system will likely change as your life does. In an ideal world, you could see all your next action reminders any way you wanted to see them: time, brain power, location or tool required, emotional payoff, area of life served, goals and projects supported. The issue is, how much structure is too much for the potential value of it? If you have to think and work too much to input content into your system, you won't do it. The digital applications for list and category management increasingly give us more opportunities to slice and dice our information in multiple new ways, but care must always be taken to evaluate if the energy required to utilize the system in the heat of battle is worth it. You could have created this context-specific sorting functionality since the first software spreadsheet programs were introduced by structuring columns and building sorting macros. But do I need to go through all that just to insert "call my brother" as a reminder? If you are a novice to this process, these details and distinctions may seem unnecessary or overwhelming. Just keep in mind that when you actually identify all the next actions you are committed to taking to fulfill your commitments in life and work, you will likely have many more than 100. To truly implement an effective external brain and garner its amazing results, managing this ground floor level of your work with this degree of sophistication will pay off immeasurably. Time available. The second factor in choosing an action is how much time you have before you have to do something else. If your meeting is starting in 10 minutes, you'll most likely select a different action to do right now than you would if the next couple of hours were clear. Obviously, it's good to know how much time you have at hand, hence the value of accessible calendar and timepiece. A total life action reminder inventory will give you maximum information about what you need to do and make it much easier to match your actions to the windows you have. In other words, if you have 10 minutes before that next meeting, find a 10-minute thing to do. If your lists have only the big or important things on them, no item listed may be possible to handle in a 10-minute period, especially if they are missing next action reminders. If you're going to have to do those shorter action things anyway, the most productive way to get them done is to utilize the little weird time windows that occur throughout the day. Additionally, there are many times when you have been head down in some mentally intensive endeavor for a couple of hours, and you'd like to shift your focus and get some easy wins. Then it's great to snack on your action list for some simple things to complete easily and quickly. Change a restaurant reservation. Call a friend and wish him or her happy birthday. Order birdseed, or just walk next door to the market or pharmacy for something on your errands list. Energy available. Although you can increase your energy level at times by changing your context and redirecting your focus, you can do only so much. The tail end of a day taken up by a marathon budget planning session is probably not the best time to call a prospective client, start drafting a performance review policy, or broach a new and sensitive topic with your life partner. It might be better to call an airline to change a reservation, process some expense receipts, step out on your patio and watch the sunset, skim a trade journal, or just clean up a desk drawer. Just as having all your next action options available allows you to take advantage of various time slots, knowing about everything you're going to need to process and do at some point will allow you to match productive activity with your vitality level. I recommend that you always keep an inventory of things that need to be done that require very little mental or creative horsepower. When you're in one of those low-energy states, do those things. Casual reading, magazines, articles, catalogs, web surfing, contact data that needs to be inputted, file purging, backing up your computer, even just watering your plants and filling your stapler. These are some of the myriad things that you need or want to deal with sometime anyway. This is one of the best reasons for having very clean edges to your personal management system. It makes it easy to continue doing productive activity when you're not in top form. If you're in a low-energy mode and your reading material is disorganized, your receipts are all over the place, your filing system is chaotic, and your in-tray is dysfunctional, it just seems like too much work to find and organize the tasks at hand, so you simply avoid doing anything at all, and then you feel even worse. One of the best ways to increase your energy is to close some of your loops. So always be sure to have some easy loops to close, right at hand. Granted, it's a fine line between something that doesn't require a lot of energy because it's the most productive thing to do in the moment, and doing it to avoid doing the tougher stuff you know you ought to be doing. These first three criteria for choosing action, context, time, and energy, bespeak the need for a complete next action reminder system. Much of the time, you won't be in a mode to do that kind of coordinated and organized thinking. It needs to have already been done. If it is, you can operate much more in your zone and choose from delineated actions that fit the situation. Priority. Given the context you're in and the time and energy you have, the obvious next criterion for action choice is relative priority. Out of all of my remaining options, what is the most important thing for me to do? How do I decide my priorities is a question I frequently hear from people. It springs from their experience of having more on their plate to do than they can comfortably handle. They know that some hard choices have to be made, and that some things may not get done at all. At the end of the day, in order to feel good about what you didn't get done, you must have made some conscious decisions about your accountabilities, goals, and values. That process invariably includes an often complex interplay with the goals, values, and directions of the organizations and significant people in your life, and with the importance of those relationships to you. This criterion is addressed by utilizing the 6-horizon commitment model I've described and will elaborate on shortly. The threefold model for evaluating daily work. Setting priorities assumes that some things will be more important than others, but important relative to what? In this context, the answer is to your work, that is, the jobs you have accepted from yourself and/or from others. This is where the next two frameworks need to be brought to bear in your thinking. They're about defining your work. Keep in mind that though much of this methodology will be within the arena of your professional focus, I am using work in the universal sense to mean anything you have a commitment to make happen, personally as well as professionally. These days, daily work activity itself presents a relatively new type of challenge to most professionals, something that it's helpful to understand as we endeavor to build the most productive systems. As I explained earlier, during the course of the workday, At any point in time, you'll be engaged in one of three types of activities: doing predefined work, doing work as it shows up, and defining your work. You may be doing things on your action lists, doing things as they come up, or processing incoming inputs to determine what work needs to be done with them then or later from your lists. This is common sense. But many people let themselves get sucked into the second activity, dealing with unplanned and unexpected things that show up much too easily, and let the other two slide to their detriment. Let's say it's 10:26 a.m., Monday, and you're in your office. You've just ended a half-hour unexpected phone call with a prospective client. You have 3 pages of scribbled notes from the conversation. There's a meeting scheduled with your staff at 11, about half an hour from now. You were out late last night with your spouse's parents and are still a little frayed around the edges. You told your father-in-law you'd get back to him about what exactly? Your assistant just put 2 arriving International Express packages on your desk and additionally says he needs to talk with you about 3 urgent meeting requests he doesn't know how you want handled. You have a major strategic planning session coming up in 2 days, for which you have yet to formulate your ideas. The oil indicator light in your car came on as you drove to work this morning, and your boss hinted as you passed her earlier in the hall that she'd like your thoughts on the email she sent you last night before this afternoon's 3 o'clock meeting. Are your systems set up to maximally support dealing with this reality at 10:26 on Monday morning? If you're still keeping things in your head, and if you're still trying to capture only the critical stuff in your lists, I suggest that the answer is no. I've noticed that people are actually more comfortable dealing with surprises and crises than they are taking control of processing, organizing, reviewing, and assessing that part of their work that is not as self-evident. It's easy to get seduced into busy and urgent mode, especially when you have a lot of unprocessed and relatively out-of-control work on your desk, in your email, and on your mind. In fact, much of our life and work does just show up in the moment, and it often becomes the priority when it does. It's indeed true for most professionals, and parents of young children, that the nature of their job requires them to be instantly available to handle new work as it appears in many forms. For instance, you need to pay attention to your boss when he shows up and wants a few minutes of your time. You get a request from a senior executive that suddenly takes precedence over anything else you thought you needed to do today. You find out about a serious problem fulfilling a major customer's order, and you have to take care of it right away. Or your baby develops a serious cough. These are all understandable judgment calls, but the angst begins to mount when the other actions on your list are not reviewed and renegotiated by you or between you and everyone else. The constant sacrifices of not doing the work you have defined on your lists can be tolerated only if you know what you're not doing. That requires regular processing of your in-tray, defining your work, and consistent review of complete lists of all your predetermined work. If choosing to do work that just showed up instead of doing work you predefined is a conscious choice based on your best call, that's playing the game the most effective way you can. Most people, however, have major improvements to make in how they clarify, manage, and renegotiate their total inventory of projects and actions. If you let yourself get caught up in the urgency of the moment, without feeling comfortable about what you're not dealing with, the result is frustration and anxiety. Too often the stress and reduced effectiveness are blamed on the surprises. If you know what you're doing and what you're not doing, surprises are just another opportunity to be flexible and creative and to excel. Another reason people consider unexpected demands or requests negative is because they don't trust their own system and behaviors to be able to put a bookmark on any resulting action that needs to be taken, or on the work they're doing at the moment. They know they need to do something about the new work that just showed up, but they don't trust that a simple note in their own in-tray will ensure it is handled with proper timing. So they stop their previous work and immediately go do what was just requested or required of them, complaining about the interruption that just disturbed their life. There are no interruptions, really. There are simply mismanaged occurrences. In addition, when the in-tray and the action lists get ignored for too long, random things lying in them tend to surface as emergencies later on, adding more unexpected work as it shows up to fuel the fire. Many people use the inevitability of an almost infinite stream of immediately evident things to do as a way to avoid the responsibilities of defining their work and managing their total inventory. It's easy to get lured into not quite so critical stuff that is right at hand, especially if your in-tray and your personal organization are out of control. Too often, managing by wandering around is an excuse for getting away from amorphous piles of stuff. This is where the need for the getting things done methodology really shows up. Most people did not grow up in a world where defining the edges of work and managing huge numbers of open loops were required. But when you've developed the skill and habits of processing input rapidly into a rigorously defined system, it becomes much easier to trust your judgment calls about the dance of what to do, what to stop doing, and what to do instead. The moment-to-moment balancing act. At a master level, you can shift like lightning from one foot to the other and back again. While you're processing your in-tray, for example, your assistant enters to tell you about a situation that needs immediate attention. No sweat, your in-tray and email are still there, with everything still to be processed in a coordinated view, ready to be picked up again when you can get back to it. While you're on hold on the phone, you can be reviewing your action lists and getting a sense of what you're going to do when the call is done. When your infant is crawling around in the living room and you're highly attuned to anything unusual you might have to respond to, you can be handling simple web surfing research on your at-computer list. While you wait for a meeting to start, you can work down the read-review stack you've brought with you. And when the conversation you weren't expecting with your boss shrinks the time you have before your next meeting to 12 minutes, you can easily find a way to use that window to good advantage. You can only do one of these work activities at a time. If you stop to talk to someone in his or her office, you're not working off your lists or processing incoming stuff. The challenge is to feel confident about what you have decided to do. So how do you decide? This again will involve your intuitive judgments. How important is the unexpected work against all the rest? How long can you let your in-tray go unprocessed and all your stuff unreviewed and trust that you're making good decisions about what to do? People often complain about the interruptions that prevent them from doing their work. But interruptions are unavoidable in life. When you become elegant at dispatching what's coming in and are organized enough to take advantage of weird time windows that show up, you can switch between one task and the other rapidly. You can be processing emails while you're on hold on a conference call. Research has now proven that you can't actually multitask, that is, put conscious focused attention on more than one thing at a time. And if you're trying to, it denigrates your performance considerably. If your head is your only system for placeholding, you will experience an attempted multitasking internally, which is psychologically impossible and the source of much stress for many people. If you have established practices for parking still incomplete items midstream, however, your focus can shift cleanly from one to the next and back again with the precision of a martial artist who appears to fight 4 people at once, but who, in reality, is simply rapidly shifting attention. Nonetheless, even if you are a black belt in capturing and bookmarking what's going on, you must still learn to make quick and appropriate choices among those many tasks to keep a healthy balance of your workflow. Your choices will still have to be calibrated against your own clarity about the nature and goals of your work. Your ability to deal with surprise is your competitive edge, and a key to sanity and sustainability in your lifestyle. But at a certain point, if you're not catching up and getting things under control, staying busy with only the work at hand will undermine your effectiveness. And ultimately, in order to know whether you should stop what you're doing and do something else, you'll need to have a good sense of all your roles and how they fit together in a larger context. The only way you can have that is to evaluate your life and work appropriately at multiple horizons. The 6-level model for reviewing your own work. The 6 levels of work, as we saw in Chapter 2, may be thought of in terms of altitude, as in the floors of a building. Horizon 5, life. Horizon 4, long-term visions. Horizon 3, 1 to 2 year goals. Horizon 2, areas of focus and accountability. Horizon 1, current projects. Ground level, current actions. It makes sense that each of these levels should enhance and align with the ones above it. In other words, your priorities will sit in a hierarchy from the top down. Ultimately, if the phone call you're supposed to make clashes with your life purpose or values, to be in sync with yourself, you won't make it. If your job structure doesn't match up with where you need to be a year from now, you should rethink how you've framed your areas of focus and roles if you want to get where you're going most efficiently. Let's look at that first example from the bottom up. The phone call you need to make, action, is about the deal you're working on, project, which would increase sales, accountability. This particular deal would give you the opportunity to move up the sales force, job goal, because of the new market your company wants to penetrate, organization vision, and that would get you closer to the way you want to be living both financially and professionally, life. Or, from the other direction, you've decided you want to be your own boss and unlock some of your unique assets and talents in a particular area that resonates with you, life. So you create a business for yourself, vision, with some short-term key operational objectives, job goal, that gives you some critical roles you need to fulfill to get it rolling, accountability, with some immediate outcomes to achieve, projects. On each of those projects, you'll have things you need to do as soon as you can do them. Next actions. The healthiest approach for relaxed control and inspired productivity is to manage all the levels in a balanced fashion. At any one of those levels, it's critical to identify all the open loops, all the incompletions, and all the commitments that you have right now as best you can. They all came, consciously or not, from the urges, pulls, and pushes from these multiple levels within you. Without an acceptance and an objective assessment of what's true in the present, and feeling confident you can manage what you've created, it's always difficult to cast off for new shores. What's in your email? What are the projects you need to start or complete with your kids? What do you need to handle in your current roles at the office? What's pushing you to change or attracting you to create in the next months or years? These are all open loops in your head, though often it takes deeper and more introspective processes to identify the bigger goals and subtler inclinations. There is magic in being in the present in your life. I'm always amazed at the power of clear observation simply about what's going on, what's true. Finding out the exact details of your personal finances, clarifying the historical data about the company you're buying, or getting the facts about who really said what to whom in an interpersonal conflict can be constructive, if not absolutely necessary and downright healing. Getting things done and feeling good about it means being willing to recognize, acknowledge, and appropriately engage with all the things within the ecosystem of your consciousness. Mastering the art of stress-free productivity requires it. Working from the bottom up. In order to create productive alignment in your life, you could quite reasonably start with a clarification from the top down. Decide why you're on the planet. Figure out what kind of life and work and lifestyle would best allow you to fulfill that contract. What kind of job and personal relationships would support that direction? What key things would you need to put in place and make happen right now? And what could you do physically as soon as possible to kickstart each of those? In truth, you can approach your priorities from any level at any time. I always have something that I could do constructively to enhance my awareness and focus on each level. I'm never lacking in more visions to elaborate, goals to reassess, projects to identify or create, or actions to decide on. The trick is to learn to pay attention to the ones you need to, at the appropriate time, to keep you clear and present with whatever you're doing. Because everything will ultimately be driven by the priorities of the level above it, any formulation of your priorities would obviously most efficiently begin at the top. For example, if you spend time prioritizing your work, and then later discover that it's not the work you think you ought to be doing, you may have wasted time and energy that could have been better spent defining the next job you really want. The problem is that without a sense of control at the implementation level, current projects and actions, and without trust in your own ability to manage those levels appropriately, trying to manage yourself from the top down often creates frustration. Trying to manage from the top down when the bottom is out of control may be the least effective approach. From a practical perspective, I suggest going from the bottom up instead. I've coached people from both directions, and in terms of lasting value, I can honestly say that getting someone in control of the details of his or her current physical world and then elevating the focus from there has never missed. The primary reason to work from this bottom-up direction is that it clears your inner decks to begin with, allowing your creative attention to focus on the more meaningful and elusive visions that you may need to challenge yourself to identify. Also, this particular method has a high degree of flexibility and freedom, and it includes a thinking and organizing practice that is universal and effective no matter what it's focused on. That makes it worth learning no matter what the actual content you're dealing with at the moment may be. Change your mind, and this process will help you adjust with maximum speed. It takes no time to reset a vision or goal, but learning to objectify and execute on it in a streamlined, coordinated, and stress-free way is an art that must be learned and practiced. Knowing you have that ability will give you permission to play a bigger game. It's truly empowering. I have learned over the years that the most important thing to deal with is whatever is most on your mind. The fact that you think it shouldn't be on your mind is irrelevant. It's there, and it's there for a reason. Buy cat food may certainly not rank high on some theoretical prioritizing inventory. But if that's what's pulling on you the most, in the moment, then handling it in some way would be job one. Once you handle what has your attention, it frees you up to notice what really has your attention, which, when you handle that, will allow you to see what really has your attention, and so on. Almost without exception, the executives I have worked with are most plagued by the management of the nitty-gritty of their workaday world: emails, meetings, travel, projects going off the rails, etc. When they begin to get all that under control, their attention invariably turns to areas of focus and interest from a higher perspective: family, career, and quality of life stuff. So don't worry about what horizon or what content of your life is the highest priority to deal with. Deal with what's present. When you do, you will more effectively uncover and address what's really true and meaningful for you. This is very likely one reason someone may resist the acceptance and implementation of the Getting Things Done methodology. Some of those higher horizon issues, which consequently may surface, would be too unpleasant to confront. Being busy and overwhelmed can be, paradoxically, at least a temporarily effective way to stay comfortable. While Horizon 5, Purpose and Principles, is obviously the most important context within which to set priorities, experience has shown me that when we understand and implement all the levels of work in which we are engaged, especially the ground and Horizon 1 levels, we gain greater freedom and resources to do the bigger work that we're all about. If your boat is sinking, you really don't care in which direction it's pointed. Although a bottom-up approach is not a conceptual priority, from a practical perspective, it's a critical factor in achieving a balanced, productive, and comfortable life. Ground. The first thing to do is make sure your action lists are complete, which in itself can be quite a task. Those who focus on gathering and objectifying all of those items discover that there are many, often of some importance, they've forgotten, misplaced, or just not recognized. Aside from your calendar, if you don't have at least 50 next actions and waiting fors, including all the agendas for people and meetings, I would be skeptical about whether you really had all of them. If you've followed through rigorously with the steps and suggestions in Part 2, though, you may have them already. If not, and you do want to get this level up to date, set aside some time to work through chapters 4 through 6 in real implementation mode. When you've finished getting this level of control current, you'll automatically have a more grounded sense of immediate priorities, which is almost impossible to achieve otherwise. Horizon 1. Finalize your projects list. Does it truly capture all the commitments you have that will require more than one action to get done? That will define the boundaries of the kind of week-to-week operational world you're in and allow you to relax your thinking for longer intervals. If you make a complete list of all the things you want to have happen in your life and work at this level, you'll discover that there are actions you need to do that you didn't realize. Just creating this objective inventory will give you a firmer basis on which to make decisions about what to do when you have discretionary time. Invariably, when people get their projects list up to date, they discover there are several things that could be done readily to move things they care about forward. Very few people have this clear data defined and available to themselves in some objective form. Before any discussion about what should be done this afternoon can take place, this information must be at hand. Again, if you've been putting into practice the methodology of getting things done, your projects list will be where it needs to be. For most of the people we coach, it takes 10 to 15 hours of capturing, clarifying, and organizing to get to the point of trusting the thoroughness of their inventory. And to achieve the most pristine level of mind like water, nothing on your mind except what's present in the moment, Horizon 1 is the level that seems to incorporate some of the most interesting challenges. For all of us, there are situations and circumstances that emerge that bother, interest, or distract us, but with which it is not immediately obvious or evident how to engage. Your son has a problem with his math teacher. You are frustrated with how long it takes to implement a procedure in your company. You have a concern about the person running your fundraising committee. You keep thinking you ought to be rekindling your interest in painting, etc. Quieting that subtle noise requires identifying objective outcomes for each of those, a project, with accompanying next actions placed into your trusted system. Playing consistently at this level of the stress-free productivity game is a hallmark of its mastery. Horizon 2. This is the level of current job responsibilities and areas of my life to maintain at an appropriate standard. What are the hats you wear, the roles you play? Professionally, this would relate to your current position and work. Personally, it would include the areas of responsibility you've taken on in your family, in your community, and of course with yourself as a functioning person. You may have some of these roles already defined and written out. If you've recently taken a new position and there's an agreement or contract about your areas of accountability, that would certainly be a good start. If you've done any kind of personal goal setting and values clarifying exercises in the past and still have any materials you created then, add those to the mix. Next, I recommend that you make and keep a list called Areas of Focus. You might like to separate this into professional and personal sublists, in which case you'll want to use them both equally for a consistent review. This is one of the most useful checklists you can create for your own self-management. It won't require the kind of once-a-week recalibration that a projects list will. More likely, it will have meaning on a longer recursion cycle. Depending on the speed of change in some of the more important areas of your life and work, this should be used as a trigger for potential new projects every 1 to 3 months. You probably have somewhere between 4 and 7 key areas of responsibility in your work, and a similar number personally. Your job may include things like staff development, systems design, long-range planning, administrative support, customer service, and marketing, or accountabilities for facilities, fulfillment, quality control, asset management, and so on. If you are your own business, your attention will be on many more areas than if you have a very specialized function in a large organization. The rest of your life might entail areas of focus such as parenting, partnering, spiritual community, health, volunteering, home management, personal finances, self-development, creative expression, and so forth. And each one of those specific areas could be broken down into useful subcategories. Parenting could generate separate checklists for each of your children. Marketing can include program design, research, social media, etc. The operational purpose of the areas of focus list is to ensure that you have all your projects and next actions defined, so you can manage your responsibilities appropriately. If you were to create an accounting of those and evaluate them objectively in terms of what you're doing and should be doing, you'll undoubtedly uncover projects you need to add to your projects list. You may, in reviewing the list, decide that some areas are just fine and are being taken care of. Then again, you may realize that something has been bugging or intriguing you in one area and that a project should be created to deal with it. Areas of focus is really just a more abstract and refined version of the triggers list we covered earlier. Every person I have worked with in the past 30 years has uncovered at least 2 or 3 important gaps at this level of discussion. For instance, a common role a manager or executive has is staff. Upon reflection, most realize they need to add a project or two in that area, such as upgrade support office procedures, research hiring a chief of staff, or upgrade performance review processes. Or when objectifying the accountabilities for aspects of one's personal life, often projects like research yoga classes and set up summer activities for the kids show up. A discussion of priorities would have to incorporate all of these levels of current agreements between you and others. If you get this professional job description checklist in play and keep it current, you'll probably be more relaxed and in control than most people in our culture. Few people are doing only what they were hired to do, and keeping clear about new and changing expectations needs to be a constantly updated conversation. Equally few people maintain a consistent and objective overview of all the relevant areas of their balanced life, family, fun, or finances, with a mind to execute on the gaps. Driving your thinking and systems from these levels will go a long way toward moving you from hope to trust as you make the necessary on-the-run choices about what to do. Horizons 3 to 5. Whereas the three lower levels have mostly to do with the current state of things, your actions, projects, and areas of responsibility, from Horizon 3 up, the factors of the future and your direction and intentions are primary. There is still an inventory to take at these plateaus, especially at the top level, purpose and principles, which represents an ongoing criterion for monitoring and correcting activities and behaviors. But it's more about what is true right now about where I've decided I'm going and how I'm going to get there. This can range from 1-year goals in your job, Horizon 3, to a 3-year vision for your career and personal net worth, Horizon 4, to intuiting your life purpose and how to maximize its expression, Horizon 5. I'm blending the three uppermost levels together here because situations often can't easily be pigeonholed into one or another of these categories. Also, since getting things done is more about the art of implementation and execution than about how to define goals and vision, I won't offer a rigorous examination here. But by its very nature, this investigation can broach potentially deep and complex arenas, which could include business strategy, organization development, career planning, and life direction and values. For our purposes, the focus is on capturing what motivators exist for you in current reality that determine the inventory of what your work actually is, right now, some of which may be stemming from your higher-level commitments and intentions. Whether your directions and goals should be changed or clarified based on deeper thinking, analysis, and intuition could be another discussion. Even so, there are probably some things you can identify right now that can help you get current in your own thinking about your work and what's important in it. If you were to intuitively frame a picture of what you think you might be doing 12 to 18 months from now, or what the nature of your job will look like at that point, what would that trigger? At this level, which is subtler, there may be things personally you need to let go of, and people and systems that may need to be developed to allow the transition. And as the job itself is a moving target, given the shifting sands of the professional world these days, there may need to be projects defined to ensure viability of the outputs in your area. In the personal arena, this is where you would want to consider things like, my career is going to stagnate unless I assert my own goals more specifically to my boss or my boss's boss. Or, what new things are my children going to be doing in the next couple of years, and what do I need to do differently because of that? Or, what preparation do I need to ensure that I can deal with this health problem we've just uncovered? Through a longer scope, you might assess, how is your career going? How is your personal life moving along? What is your organization doing relative to changes in the environment, and what impact does that have on you? These are the 1 to 5 year horizon questions that, when I ask them, elicit different and important kinds of answers from everyone. I coached someone in a large international bank who, after a few months of implementing this methodology and getting control of his day-to-day inventory of work, decided the time was right to invest in his own startup high-tech firm. The thought had been too intimidating for him to address initially, but working from the ground level up made it much more accessible and a natural consequence of thinking at this horizon. I recently heard of his phenomenal success in the new endeavor. If you're involved in anything that has a future of longer than a year, marriage, kids, career, a company, an art form, a lifelong passion, you would do well to think about what you might need to be doing to manage things along that vector. Questions to ask are, what are the longer-term goals and objectives in my organization, and what projects do I need to have in place related to them to fulfill my responsibilities? What longer-term goals and objectives have I set for myself, and what projects do I need to have in place to make them happen? What other significant things are happening that could affect my options about what I'm doing? Let me emphasize here that setting new goals or raising your standards is not what I'm specifically advocating. I am, rather, directing your focus to what may be inherently true about these situations within your current reality. If they are there in any obvious or subtle way, then addressing them appropriately will be critical to getting into your own clear space. Here are some examples of the kinds of issues that show up at this level of conversation. The changing nature of your job given the shifting priorities of the company. Instead of managing the production of your own training programs in-house, you're going to outsource them to vendors. The direction in which you feel you need to move in your career. You see yourself doing a different kind of job a year from now, and you need to make a transition out of the one you have while exploring the options for a transfer or promotion. The organization's direction given globalization and expansion. You see a lot of major international travel looming on the horizon for you, and given your lifestyle preferences, you need to consider how to readjust your career plans. Lifestyle preferences and changing needs. As your kids get older, your need to be at home with them is diminishing, and your interest in investment and retirement planning is growing. At the topmost level of thinking, you'll need to ask some of the ultimate questions. Why does your company exist? Why do you exist? What is the core DNA of your existence, personally and/or organizationally, that drives your choices? This is the big picture stuff with which hundreds of books and gurus and models are devoted to helping you grapple. Why? This is the great question with which we all struggle. You can have all the other levels of your life and work shipshape, defined, and organized to a T. Still, if you're the slightest bit off course in terms of what at the deepest level you want or are called to be doing, you're going to be uncomfortable. Getting priority thinking off your mind. Take at least a few minutes, if you haven't already done so, to jot down some informal notes about things that occurred to you while you were listening to this chapter. Whatever popped into your mind at these more elevated levels of your inner radar, write it down and get it out of your head. Then process those notes. Decide whether what you wrote down is something you really want to move on or not. If not, throw the note away, or put it on a someday maybe list, or in a folder called Dreams and Goals I Might Get Around to at Some Point. Perhaps you want to continue accumulating more of this kind of future thinking and would like to do the exercise with more formality. For example, by drafting a new business plan with your partners, designing and writing out your idea of a dream life with your spouse, creating a more specific career map for the next 3 years for yourself, or just getting a personal coach who can lead you through those discussions and thought processes. If so, put that outcome on your projects list and decide the next action. Then do it, hand it off to get done, or put the action reminder on the appropriate list. With that done, you may want to turn your focus to developmental thinking about specific projects that have been identified but not fleshed out as fully as you'd like. You'll want to ensure that you're set up for that kind of vertical processing. Chapter 10. Getting Projects Under Control. Chapters 4 through 9 have given you all the tricks and methods you need to clear your head and make intuitive choices about what to do when. That's the horizontal level, what needs your attention and action across the horizontal landscape of your life. The last piece of the puzzle is the vertical level, the digging deep and pie-in-the-sky thinking that can leverage your creative brain power. You may indeed have clarified outcomes and next action steps for the various projects and situations in which you're involved, But there are times when you will feel called to enhance your relationship with some of them with more creative thinking and detailed how-to development. That gets us back to refining and energizing our project planning. The need for more informal planning. After years of working with thousands of professionals down in the trenches, I can safely say that virtually all of us could be doing more planning, more informally and more often, of our projects and our lives. And if we did, it would relieve a lot of pressure on our psyches and produce an enormous amount of creative output with minimal effort. I've discovered that the biggest improvement opportunity in planning does not consist of techniques for the highly elaborate and complex kinds of project organizing that professional project managers sometimes use, like Gantt charts. Most of the people who need those already have them, or at least have access to the training and software required to learn about them. The real need is to capture and utilize more of the creative, proactive thinking we do, or could do. The major reason for the lack of this kind of effective value-added thinking is the dearth of easily structured and usable systems for managing the potentially infinite amount of detail that could show up as a result. That is why my approach tends to be bottom-up. If you feel out of control with your current actionable commitments, you'll resist focused planning. An unconscious pushback occurs. As you begin to apply these methods, however, you may find that they free up room for enormous creative and constructive thinking. If you have systems and habits ready to leverage your ideas, your productivity can expand exponentially. In Chapter 3, I covered in some detail the 5 phases of project planning that take something from the idea stage into physical reality. What follows is a compilation of practical tips and techniques to facilitate the natural, informal planning processes I recommend. Although these suggestions are all based on common sense, they're not followed by most people nearly as frequently as they could be. Put them to use whenever and as often as you can, instead of saving up your thinking for big formal meetings. What projects should you be planning? Most of the outcomes you have identified for your projects list will not need any kind of front-end planning other than the sort you do in your head quickly and naturally to come up with the next action on them. The only planning needed for get car inspected, for example, would be to decide to check the internet for the nearest inspection location and set up a time. There are 2 types of projects, however, that deserve at least some sort of planning activity. First, those that still have your attention even after you've determined their next actions. And second, those about which potentially useful ideas and supportive detail just show up ad hoc. The first type, the projects that you know have other things about them that must be decided on and organized, will need a more detailed approach than just identifying a next action. For these, you'll need a more specific application of one or more of the other 4 phases of the natural planning model: purpose and principles, vision, outcome, brainstorming, and/or organizing. The second type, the projects for which ideas just show up ad hoc, when you're on a beach or in a car or in a meeting, need to have an appropriate place into which these associated ideas can be captured. Then they can reside there for later use as needed. Projects that need next actions about planning. There are probably a few projects you can think of right now, off the top of your head, that you know you want to get more objectified, fleshed out, and under control. Perhaps you have an important meeting coming up, and you know you have to prepare an agenda and materials for it. Or you've just inherited the job of coordinating the annual associates conference, and you've got to get it organized as soon as possible so you can start delegating significant pieces. Or you need to think about and handle plans for an upcoming holiday with your family. If you haven't done it already, get a next action now that will start the planning process for each of these, and put it on the appropriate action list. Then proceed with further planning steps. Typical planning steps. The most common types of planning-oriented actions will be your own brainstorming and organizing, setting up meetings, and gathering information. Brainstorming. Some of the projects that have your attention right now will require you to do your own free-form thinking. This is especially true of those for which you were not clear about what the next action would be when you made that decision. These should all have a next action, such as draft ideas regarding X. You need to decide where and how you want to do that action in order to know which action list to put it on. Do you do this kind of thinking best on a computer or by handwriting your thoughts on paper? I may choose either medium depending on what my intuition tells me. For me, this next action would go either on my at computer list or on anywhere, because I can draw mind maps or take rough notes wherever I am as long as I have pen and paper. Organizing. You may have some projects for which you have already collected notes and miscellaneous support materials, and you just need to sort through them and get them into a more structured form. In this case, your next action would likely be Organize Project X Notes. If you have to be in your office to do that, because that's where the files are, and you don't want to carry them around, that action should go on your At Office action list. If you're carrying the project notes around with you in a folder or in some digital device, then the Organize action would go on an Anywhere action list if you're going to do it by hand, or on At Computer if you're going to use a word processing or outlining program, or presentation, mind mapping, or project planning software. Setting up meetings. Often the next progress to be made on project thinking is to set up a meeting with the people you'd like to have involved in the brainstorming and/or decision-making. That usually means sending an email to the whole group or to an assistant to get it calendared, or making a phone call to the primary person to nail down a day and time. Gathering information. Sometimes the next task on project thinking is to gather more data. Maybe you need to talk to someone to get his or her input. Call Bill regarding his thoughts on the manager's meeting. Or you need to look through the files you just inherited from last year's conference. Review associate conference archive files. Or you want to surf the web to get a sense of what's happening out there on a new topic you're exploring. Look into college scholarship funds. Random project thinking. Don't lose any ideas about projects that could potentially be useful. Many times you'll think of something you don't want to forget when you're in a place that has nothing to do with the project. You're driving to the store, for example, and you think of a great way to start off the next staff meeting. Or you're stirring the spaghetti sauce in the kitchen, and it occurs to you that you might want to give out nice tote bags to participants in the upcoming conference. Or you're watching the evening news when you suddenly remember another key person you may want to include in the advisory council you're putting together. If these aren't specifically next actions that can go directly on your action lists, you'll still need to capture and organize them somewhere that makes sense. Of course, the most critical tool for ensuring that nothing gets lost is your collection system, your in-tray, pen and paper, or smartphone. You need to hold all your ideas until you later decide what to do with them. Tools and structures that support project thinking. No matter at what level project ideas show up, it's great to have good tools always close at hand for capturing them as they occur. Once they've been captured, it's useful to have access to them whenever you need to refer to them. Thinking tools. One of the great secrets to getting ideas and increasing your productivity is utilizing the function follows form phenomenon. Great tools can trigger good thinking. I've come up with some of my most productive thoughts when simply exploring a new software application that created an interesting or fun way to generate and capture data. If you aren't writing anything down or inputting into a digital device, it's extremely difficult to stay focused on anything for more than a few minutes, especially if you're by yourself. But when you utilize physical tools to keep your thinking anchored and saved, you can stay engaged constructively for hours. Writing instruments. Keep good writing tools around all the time so you never have any unconscious resistance to thinking due to not having anything to capture it with. If I don't have something to write with, or text or type into, I know I'm not as comfortable letting myself think progressively about projects and situations. Conversely, I've done some great thinking and planning at times just because I wanted to use my great-feeling, smooth-writing fountain or gel pen. You may not be inspired by cool gear like I am, but if you are, do yourself a favor and invest in quality writing tools. I also suggest that you keep nice pens at each of the stations where you're likely to want to take notes, at your desks, in the kitchen, in your briefcases, satchels, purses, and backpacks. Paper and pads. In addition to writing tools, you should always have their functional equivalent, pads of paper, close at hand. Perforated paper is preferable to solid notebooks because you want to be able to tear off pages with ideas and notes and toss them into your in-tray until you get a chance to process them. Also, you may find it valuable to keep some of your early and informal jotted mind maps and notes, original or scanned, in appropriate files. The handwritten trails often contain rich context memory jogs that prove valuable later on. Easels and whiteboards. If you have room for them, whiteboards and/or easel pads are very functional thinking tools to use from time to time. They give you plenty of space on which to jot down ideas, and it can be useful to keep them up in front of you for a while as you incubate on a topic. Whiteboards are great to have on a wall in your office and in meeting rooms, and the bigger the better. Some companies have designed whole internal walls as erasable writing surfaces, fostering brainstorming and ad hoc visual communications. If you have children, I recommend that you install one in their bedrooms. I wish I had grown up with the encouragement to have as many ideas as I could. Be sure to keep plenty of fresh markers on hand. Nothing stifles creative thinking faster than dry and useless writing tools. Whenever 2 or more people are gathered for a meeting, someone should start writing somewhere where the others can see. Even if you erase the thoughts after a few minutes, just the act of writing them down facilitates a constructive thinking process like nothing else. I've found it immensely helpful at times to draw informal diagrams and notes on paper tablecloths, placemats, or even napkins in restaurants if I didn't have my own pad of paper at hand. Thinking in your digital tools. Many times I like to think on my laptop, and less frequently on my tablet, within my word processing, mind mapping, outlining, presentation, or spreadsheet programs. There are so many things I might want to do later on with my thinking, and it feels terrific to already have it in some digital form for later editing and cutting and pasting into various other applications. Once I've booted up and the screen is ready in front of me, I find that thinking just automatically starts to happen. This is another good reason to ensure that your typing and keyboard skills are sufficient to make engaging with the computer at least easy, if not downright fun. Just as larger whiteboards facilitate more creative connections and expanded thought horizons, I have found that larger and additional computer screens provide a similar usefulness. As the world has rapidly become both digital and mobile, people have understandably experienced a tremendous increase in access and efficiency with their ever smaller devices. I suggest, however, that the value of smartphones and the like is for the execution of the results of thinking, not for generating creative thought. For that, I want more space, not less. A great use of the camera function in smartphones is to snap pictures of whiteboard and easel pad thinking so that it can be erased for further brainstorming and the results channeled back to the participants for whatever use they might want to make of it. The support structures. In addition to good tools ubiquitously at hand, it is productive to have accessible formats into which project thinking can be captured. Much as a good pen and paper in front of you support brainstorming, having good tools and places for organizing project details facilitates the more linear planning that many projects need. Create file folders or loose-leaf pages as needed. A good general reference filing system, right at hand and easy to use, is not only critical to manage the general workflow process, but highly functional for project thinking as well. Often a project begins to emerge when it's triggered by relevant data, notes, and miscellaneous materials, and for this reason, you'll want to create a folder for a topic as soon as you have something to put in it. If your filing system is too formal or non-existent, you'll probably miss many opportunities to generate a project focus sufficiently early. As soon as you return from that first meeting with your initial notes about a topic that has just emerged on the horizon, create a file and store them in it right away, after you have gleaned any next actions, of course. Many times, while coaching clients, I find that the mere act of creating a file for a topic into which we can organize random notes and potentially relevant materials gives them a significantly improved sense of control. It's a way of physically, visibly, and psychologically getting their arms around it. If you like to work with a loose-leaf notebook or planner, it's good to keep an inventory of fresh notepaper or graph paper that you can use to set up a page on a theme or project as it shows up. While some projects may later deserve a whole tabbed section or even an entire notebook of their own, they don't start out that way. And most of your projects may need only a page or two to hold the few ideas you need to track. Paper versus digital. For those who have become increasingly digitally oriented, it is tempting to try to eliminate paper altogether. Theoretically, that shouldn't be a problem, with all the digital note-taking, scanning, and character recognition tools available. In practice, however, paper still provides high value for most of us. Handwritten note-taking is not going away for multiple reasons, not the least of which is the universality of the tools and the range of graphic representations available. We tend to think differently when we express with different equipment, and many people find that writing and drawing by hand unwraps a broader palette of ideas. Also, paper-based materials allow us to be reminded of information, relationships, and perspectives more readily than what we can see at any one time on a computer screen. I personally know of many digitally savvy people who have returned to using paper planners and notebooks because they found them easier to use to coordinate their own thinking and reminders. Many times, I will print documents related to a person, project, or topic, which I then hold in a physical file folder to use in a meeting or for my own writing and research. Though much of that paper will be recycled and the updated information returned to a digital home, the physical materials in the interim serve a function of which the computer by itself is still incapable. Digital technology will undoubtedly continue to emerge, which will contribute vastly to thinking, planning, and decision support in ways that low-tech materials and tools cannot. But until pens, notepads, Post-its, physical folders, and printed documents can be replaced by something better, they will still need to play some part in your coordinated personal management system. What if paper was just discovered? Wow, something that allows you a visual map of your digital information, which you can manipulate and communicate physically and visually, and something that can capture, facilitate, and share creative thinking without batteries or electricity. Wow! Software tools. I have yet to discover any one perfect project management tool. The plethora of applications that purport to serve that function are usually either too high-powered or too simplistic for what most of us need to manage. And as I've noted, I have never seen any two projects that needed the same amount of detailing and structure to get them under control. So it would be difficult to create any one application that would suffice for the majority. The rest of us usually find bits and pieces of applications more informal and project-friendly. That said, there are multiple kinds of digital tools that can be extremely useful. Most professionals are familiar with word processing programs, spreadsheets, and presentation programs, any of which might be the optimal way to structure project plans or portions thereof, especially once the purpose, vision, and brainstorming phases have been handled. The two types of software that tend to be more useful for informal planning and brainstorming are mind mapping and outlining applications. I personally use a digital mind mapping tool for most all of my projects as a way both to do focused brainstorming and to capture random thoughts about the projects as they show up ad hoc. In most cases, the final mind map itself is sufficient organization for me to feel comfortable that I have the project under control. Another option for brainstorming is an outlining program, which allows the creation of headings and subheadings in limited or expanded detail. Most good word processing programs also provide this functionality. The nice thing about these programs is that they can handle a wide range of complexity, from the simplest few bullet points about organizing a party to generating the structure for a whole book you're writing. Though outlining and word processing programs tend to support more structured thinking, because of the ease of cutting, pasting, and rearranging text in the digital world, they still allow for plenty of creative thought development. On the high end of the spectrum is complex project management software. Professionals and organizations that have very specific needs for which the rigor and details managed by those applications are required usually have and use these tools already in order to function. and they are most often customized for company-specific projects. This is the software that is used to launch Mars probes, coordinate building construction, and deliver airplanes and pharmaceuticals. On the lowest end of the digital project management scale is jotting ideas in the notes section of a task item that lists one of your projects, or using generic note-generating and organizing software, creating a note for a project with its associated thoughts. If you are computer savvy, you will no doubt use several of these modalities for developing and capturing project plans and collateral material. Make sure you create comfort with the applications so you can focus more on your project thinking than on the software. It will also behoove you to do regular reviews and updating of this content wherever it is, and keep it current with consistent purging and reorganizing. Remember that the computer is a bit of a black hole, and as memory and storage capacity continue to expand and new cool applications for pieces of this functionality continue to proliferate, it becomes easier to keep everything and then lose a coordinated orientation of your active stuff. How do I apply all this in my world? Just as your next actions list needs to be up to date, so too does your projects list. That done, give yourself a block of time, ideally between 1 and 3 hours, to handle as much of the vertical thinking about each project as you can. At the very least, right now or as soon as possible, take those few of your projects that you have the most attention on or interest in right now and do some thinking, collecting, and organizing on them, using whatever tools seem most appropriate. Focus on each, one at a time, top to bottom. As you do, ask yourself, what about this do I want to know, capture, or remember? You may just want to mind map some thoughts on a piece of paper, make a file, and toss the paper into it. You may come up with some simple bullet point headings to attach as a note in your digital mobile organizer, or you could create a word processing document and start an outline on it. The key is to get comfortable with having and using your ideas, and to acquire the habit of focusing your energy constructively on intended outcomes and open loops before you have to. Part 3. The Power of the Key Principles. Chapter 11. The Power of the Capturing Habit. There's much more to these simple techniques and models than may appear at first glance. Indeed, they offer a systematic method to keep your mind distraction-free, ensuring a high level of efficiency and effectiveness in your work. That in itself would be sufficient reason to implement these practices. But there are even greater implications for the fundamental principles at work here. What follows in the next 3 chapters is an accounting of my experience over the past 30 years of the subtler and often more profound effects that can transpire from the implementation of these basic principles. The longer-term results can have a significant impact on you as an individual, and they can positively affect larger organizational cultures as well. When people with whom you interact notice that without fail you receive, process, and organize in an airtight manner the exchanges and agreements they have with you, they begin to trust you in a unique way. More significantly, you incorporate a level of self-confidence in your engagement with your world that money cannot buy. Such is the power of capturing placeholders for anything that is incomplete or unprocessed in your life. It noticeably enhances your mental well-being and improves the quality of your communications and relationships, both personally and professionally. And when organizations expect and reinforce this best practice of allowing nothing to fall through a communication crack, with everyone accountable for resulting actions, and commitments clarified and tracked by the appropriate persons, it can significantly increase a culture's productivity and reduce its stress. The personal benefit. How did it feel to go through the collecting and downloading activity? Most people say it feels so bad and yet so good. How can that be? If you're like most people who go through the full capturing process, you probably felt some form of anxiety. Descriptive terms like overwhelmed, panic, frustration, fatigue, and disgust tend to come up when I ask seminar participants to describe their emotions in going through a minor version of this procedure. And is there anything you think you've procrastinated on in that stack? If so, you have guilt automatically associated with it. I could have, should have, ought to have done this before now. At the same time, did you experience any sense of release or relief or control as you did the drill? Most people say yes, indeed. How does that happen? Totally opposite emotional states showing up as you're doing a single exercise, almost at the same time. Anxiety and relief, overwhelmed and in control. What's going on here? When you understand the source of your negative feelings about all your stuff, you'll discover, as I did, the way to get rid of them. And if you experienced any positive feelings from collecting your stuff, you actually began the process of eliminating the negativity yourself. The source of the negative feelings. Where do the not-so-good feelings come from? Too much to do? No, there's always too much to do. If you felt bad simply because there was more to do than you could do, you'd never get rid of that feeling. Having too much to do is not the source of the negative feeling. It comes from a different place. How have you felt when someone broke an agreement with you, told you they would meet you Thursday at 4 p.m. and never showed or called? How did that feel? Frustrating, I imagine. The price people pay when they break an agreement in the world is the disintegration of trust in the relationship, an automatic negative consequence. But what are all those things in your in tray? Agreements you've made or at least implicitly accepted with yourself, things you somehow have told yourself you should deal with in some way. Your negative feelings are simply the result of breaking those agreements. They're the symptoms of disintegrated self-trust. If you tell yourself to draft a strategic plan, when you don't do it, you feel bad. Tell yourself to get organized, and if you fail to, welcome to guilt and frustration. Resolve to spend more time with your kids, and then don't, voila, anxious and overwhelmed. How do you prevent broken agreements with yourself? If the negative feelings come from broken agreements, you have 3 options for dealing with them and eliminating the negative consequences. First, don't make the agreement. Second, complete the agreement. Or third, renegotiate the agreement. All of these can work to get rid of the unpleasant feelings.